Hello everybody, Theo MacArthur here. Now in this course you are going to learn how to dropship your way to a full-time income or a much more. Now this is version 2 of the course, and I personally have been operating my own e-commerce stores and dropshipping since 2014. Now the course is a complete A to Z, so we're going to cover everything that you need to know. The only thing that we don't cover in any detail at all is paid advertising, and that's because I'm going to teach you free advertising methods. Paid advertising is such a huge subject that it really can't be integrated into this course, but I'm going to teach you free marketing methods, and these are going to serve you well. You can move on to paid advertising later if you wish to do so. Now what you're going to learn here is you're going to learn to choose the exact right type of niches, categories and products in order to make money dropshipping. And we're going to do this in a very different way to the way that you may have learned about or heard about already. So we do things very differently in this course, and you'll understand why as we go through. It's a much more in-depth method of choosing products to sell, but it's actually an easier way to do it. You're also going to learn how and where to find companies to dropship for you, and every step required to set up an e-commerce website for tons of sales. We're going to go through setting up an actual website on screen, so I'm going to be showing you step by step exactly what you need to do. And we're going to use a very simple and user-friendly e-commerce platform. You will also learn how to launch your new store from scratch using free marketing methods. So launching completely from scratch with no following, no email list, nothing whatsoever. And you will learn to scale up and grow your dropship business from just a few $100s in profit to thousands of dollars in profit every month. And you're going to learn a lot more than this. These are just the main points that we're going to cover throughout the course. Now, the way the course is delivered, it's a mixture of over-the-shoulder lessons that I show you sort of point and click on screen, and slide presentations, so PowerPoint presentations. So wherever a lecture lends itself to showing you on the screen what to do step by step, we use that kind of lecture. And where a lecture lends itself to being a PowerPoint, we use the slideshow presentation. So it's a mixture of both, and along with that you're going to get downloadable resources to go with almost every lesson. Now that means that you can print these off and you can use them for quick reference and to study the course when you are at places or where you are that you cannot actually watch a video. Now, as a student of this course, you're also going to get regular updates and access to new additional lectures as they are added. And as my existing students know, I often update and add new lectures to my courses. And I always let you know when something new has been added to the course. Now, I really highly recommend that the way you use this course is to go through all of the lectures one time and then go back to the beginning before you start to take action. The whole thing is going to make so much more sense to you if you watch all the lectures and you go through the whole course to the end first and then start again at the beginning. You'll have a bird's eye view of exactly where you are going. Now let's move on to take a look at what you can expect on your journey as a new online seller. Alright, and welcome back again. I'd like to cover just a couple of things to set your expectations. Now e-commerce, any kind of e-commerce, it doesn't matter if it's dropshipping or not, it's most definitely not a get-rich-quick scheme. There is effort involved and there is some time involved to get to where you want to be and to reach your goals. Now, you can get rich, of course, absolutely you can. Many people make a lot of money through e-commerce and through dropshipping. Dropshipping has become very, very popular over the last few years. Many stores, even many big stores, are using it now as their primary method of order fulfillment. So you absolutely can do incredibly well with this business, but you need to build it. You need to build and build and build until, as I said a moment ago, you reach your goals, whatever your personal financial goals are. Now, one of the really big advantages of dropshipping is that you can expand and scale up fast. And that's because, of course, you haven't got cash flow worries because you haven't got any stock to actually buy and keep. Saying that, there's a lot more to dropshipping than simply choosing some products based on what you think is popular right now and then listing them on your store and hoping for the best. And unfortunately, this is what many people do, and that's why they fail. There's a lot more to it than that. Now, it also can take a while for sales to really get going. Now, in the course, I do show you some launch strategies that work really well. So we're talking about from scratch here with no following whatsoever, nothing. And these strategies do work well. Even so, it can still take a while for sales to really start flowing and things to start building up on your store. Now, I want to repeat one thing here before we finish up this short intro section, and that is that I strongly recommend you go through all of the lectures in the course one time and then go back to the beginning and start taking action. So when you log into the course, on the dashboard you're going to see this progress bar here, and you want it to be right at the end, and you want this bit at the end to be green. So you want everything here to be green by the time you finish the course, so that you know you haven't missed anything. One of the things that does happen quite a lot is that students stop lectures before the end, so a couple of minutes before the end, not realizing that there could be some very important information in those last 2 minutes of the lecture. So please do watch everything, and you're going to do a whole lot better. And inside the course, we have a very active Q&A board. If you have any questions at all, please ask them. I'm in there virtually every day answering student questions. Okay, see you in the next lecture. Hi everyone, very quickly, I want to help you solve a potential problem. If you're watching videos and they're going in and out of focus, it's because of the Udemy Adaptive Player. And how to fix this is to go to the little cog icon, which is down the bottom right hand side of the screen. And if you see that you have auto selected, change it and select one of the fixed playback speeds. Now for most of us, 720 will work just fine, but if you are on a slow internet connection, you might need to choose a lower playback speed. But that's how you sort the issue of videos going in and out of focus. And please note, I have no control over the adaptive player. This is to do with the Udemy platform, but that is how you solve the issue of blurry videos and videos that are going in focus and out of focus. Okay, see you in the next lesson. Hey everybody, now in this section of the course, we are going to choose an audience to sell to. So the audience that our online store is going to be geared towards. Now we're doing it this way around. We're finding our audience first before we even decide what we are going to sell to them. And it's going to become clear to you why we're doing this as we progress through the following lectures and the next couple of sections in the course. So this is how we're going to do it. We are going to find a specific group of people. We're going to find out what they like and what they are likely to be spending money on. And then, based on that, we are going to find an offer for them. So we're going to find products to sell to them. This is very likely a completely different way of doing things than you may have learned about in the past. So if you've taken any other courses about e-commerce selling from your own store online, whether that be dropshipping or not, if you've read any information online, this may be completely different to what you have heard in the past. But this is the way I now do it. And I can absolutely promise you that this is, without question, the best and the easiest way to do things. So here's what you need to do first of all. You need to start thinking about who do you identify with. So what age group and gender do you resonate with and identify with? This is very often the age group that we are ourselves and the gender we are ourselves, but not always. Do you identify more with single people, with married people, with families, parents, people with no kids? So have a think about this, spend a little time on this, just think about who do I resonate with the most, who do I know most about, who are my friends, are my friends single, what do my friends like, what age group are we in, this kind of thing. Because if you choose an audience that you already identify with, you will have to do less research, you will need to do less research, but you don't need to do that. You don't need to choose an audience that you already identify with, because this would work with any audience that you want to choose. You just need to do a little bit more research so you can learn more about that particular audience. Anyway, think about this now, and then we'll move on to the next section, and we'll start with the practical work of actually identifying the audience that we want to sell to. Hi everyone, this is a very quick video, but it's important. In the following lessons, we use a free tool called Facebook Audience Insights. And you will see in the lessons that we get to that tool by clicking on Create Ads and getting to the Ads Manager, and that's how we access the Audience Insights tool. However, Facebook has moved things around a little bit. Now my account still looks exactly the same as it does in the following lessons. As you can see here, I have a tab for Create Ads and another tab, Advertising on Facebook. Now when I click on the tab Create Ads, it takes me to the Ads Manager where I can access Facebook Audience Insights, which is the tool that we will be using. However, some accounts don't have this tab anymore. They just have this tab here, Advertising on Facebook. So if your account does not have this tab here, Create Ads, and you just have this one instead, you should still be able to get to the page that you need by clicking on that tab, Advertising on Facebook. If you can't, I want you to use this URL. So while you are logged into your Facebook account, put this URL into your browser, facebook.com/adsmanager/creation. You only need to do this if your account does not have the Create Ads tab. Okay, and this will make sense when you start to go through the following lessons, but I wanted to make this short video and add it here just in case your account does not look exactly the same as mine. I want to stress that you can still use the tool that we're using in the following lessons, even if you need to access it a slightly different way than I do from my account. Alright, see you in the next lesson. Hey everybody, now this is where the fun starts, and hopefully by now you will have been thinking about which kind of audience do you resonate with, which group of people, which demographic do you associate with the most, or which kind of group of people that you would like to target with your store. Now, if you haven't, that's fine. Just keep following along here, and hopefully by the time you've been through the next few lessons, you'll have a much better idea about which kind of people that you want to sell to. Now, we're going to use a really great free tool provided by Facebook. It's called Audience Insights. And in order to access Audience Insights, we need to create a Facebook page, a page for business. But don't worry, we're only going to be creating the frame of the page right now. We're not going to be adding any content to it or anything like that. So it's only going to take a minute. Now you will need a Facebook account. So if you don't have one already, you'll need to register on Facebook for an account now. And once you've done that, go to the blue bar, click on it, and click on Create Page. You've got two choices here, business or brand, or community or public figure. You're going to need this one here, business or brand. Click on Get Started. Now give your page a name. Don't worry about this too much, because at this point in time, we're not going to be using this page. You can even delete this page afterwards if you want to. So just for the purposes of this demonstration, I'm just going to make up a name for this page. Now we need to choose a category, but once again, at this stage in the game, don't worry about this too much. Basically, I would just go for shopping and retail. Now we do need to enter an address here, but we can tick the box for don't show my address. And this here is not a real address because this is just a demonstration. Click continue. We can just go ahead here and click skip. Skip again. And now we have our page, and that's all we need right now. We don't need anything on this page. Later on in the course we are going to be creating a page for real, but it doesn't have to be this page. You can create another one from scratch. Alright, now the next thing is go back up to the blue bar, click the drop down arrow and click on create ads. We are not going to be creating any ads. We just need this page. We need to get in here in order to get to Facebook Audience Insights. Now up here we have Ads Manager. If we click on here, we can click on Audience Insights, but sometimes it's a bit buggy and sometimes it doesn't work. When you click on Ads Manager, nothing happens. If that happens to you, go right over here to the flag, click the flag and select the page that you just created, and then up here it will work now. So click here and select Audience Insights. Choose an audience to start with. Choose everyone on Facebook. Alright, let's move on to the next lesson where we're going to start drilling down here in Audience Insights to find our particular target market. So I'll see you there in a minute. So here we are back on Audience Insights, and as you can see, this time I have the pop-up asking me to choose an audience. So I'm going to choose everyone on Facebook. Now the first thing that you need to do is you need to choose the country that you are targeting. So whichever country that you are going to be drop shipping in, that's the country you want to choose. So we have United States here, or I have United States here by default. You may have a different country in there by default. So to change the country, you can remove United States or whatever country you've got, type your country or region in here. If not, you're going to get the whole of Facebook, which is not what you want. I'm going to stick with United States anyway for this demonstration. The next thing you want to do is you want to choose an age group, because we never target all age groups. When we are marketing online, it doesn't matter what we're doing, whether we're selling from our own store or a blog or whatever we're doing, we always want to be focusing on a specific age group. It makes things so much easier. So hopefully you've been thinking a bit about which age group that you resonate with. That is normally the age group that you yourself are part of, but it doesn't need to be. I myself tend to prefer marketing to a younger age group than the age group I belong to. Now I am very familiar with these younger age groups now because I have done a lot of work targeting these age groups, and I have kids myself in those age groups. But if you're choosing an age group that is not you, so you are not part of that age group, it just means you're going to need to do a bit more research. So to begin with here, I'm going to go for age 25 to say 35. You also want to choose a gender. So again, you don't want all, you want either men or either women, and you need to decide which of these genders you are going to target. Normally that would be the gender that you are yourself. So in this case, I'm going to select women. Now we also want to choose an interest. So we don't just want to go completely broad here. This whole age group, there are 25 to 30 million of them monthly active on Facebook, women between the age of 25 to 35. There are a lot of them, but we want to start narrowing things down a bit. So start thinking just a little bit, what kind of things interest you? Now, nothing's set in stone at this stage, and we're just going to be quite general. So I think for this demonstration, I'm going to choose travel, and in fact, maybe I'll just choose adventure travel. All right, adventure travel. Now we've got 800,000 to 900,000 monthly active people. Now in fact, we do want a little bit more than that, because what we really want is a minimum of about 1.5 million monthly active people for our target market. So we can play around a little bit with the age. I prefer to go down a little bit on the age group rather than up. Now I'm thinking that I might go down here to age 20. Let's try that. And now we've got the 1 to 1.5 million monthly active people, which is okay. Little on the low side, but still okay. Now what we can see is that in fact most are, we've got 64% of them between the 25 and 35. Well, it's 25 and 34 actually. That's the age group that really dominates this particular interest, the 25s to 34s. Now, if you're wondering why I tend to go for the younger age groups, it's because they tend to spend more money online, they spend more time online, and they buy more online. So they are online spenders over offline spenders, whereas when you get to over 40 or 45 maximum, that age group, they not only spend less time online, but they are more offline spenders than online spenders, if that makes sense. I'm not saying that you cannot succeed selling to the older demographic online, but it is harder. Now, if we scroll down this page a little bit here, we can see the type of jobs that this demographic is involved with. So healthcare and medical services, they're 67% more likely to be involved in that industry than the rest of Facebook, so the rest of the users on Facebook. And we can see here that this is an educated group of people. They are 18% more likely to be college educated than the rest of Facebook, and they are 28% more likely to be grad school educated than the rest of Facebook. They are 44% less likely to be only high school educated than the rest of Facebook. So that ties in with the job titles as well, with healthcare and medical services, because that's professional. These are mainly professional jobs, and these guys, or these girls rather, are really quite educated type of people. So, you know, when you look at this interest here, adventure travel, this all makes sense to me, because people who are interested in adventure travel, they are forward thinking, they are innovative, resourceful, and they're bold and they're adventurous. And these type of people do tend to be more educated. Now you can look at location, but location is probably going to be irrelevant to you having an online business. Location is usually more important for people who have local businesses, local services, or shops, offline shops, that sort of thing. Now under activity, what we can see here is that this is an active group of people. They're active on Facebook. Ads clicked. This is an important one, because this tells you how many ads this group has clicked on in the last 30 days. And why is this important? Well, if they're clicking on ads, it means that they buy things. They're interested in buying things. So we've got 39 ads clicked on in the last 30 days. That's the average that these people, that one of these users has clicked on, 39 ads, which is a lot compared to the rest of Facebook users, which is 15. So the average number of ads that the average Facebook user clicks on in a 30-day period is 15, but this group is 39. Now promotions redeemed, it's the same as the rest of Facebook. Posts shared, they've shared 3 posts in the last 30 days, as opposed to the rest of Facebook who shared 2. Posts liked, they've liked 35 posts in the last 30 days, as opposed to the rest of Facebook, which is only 9. And they've made 18 comments on posts in the last 30 days, as opposed to the rest of Facebook, which is only 6. And for pages liked, this is a bit different. This is lifetime. They've liked 2 pages, where the rest of Facebook, on average, has only liked 1 page. So we know this is a very active group of people. They're active on Facebook. They are clicking on a lot of ads. So they are almost certainly making a lot of purchases online. Now the next thing we can do to find out more about this group of people, we can click on page likes. The top categories are travel and transportation. That kind of makes sense because they're into travel. They also like outdoors and sporting goods. They like jewelry and watches, and they like clothing, different brands here. Makes sense, it's the age group 20 to 35 women. They like cosmetics, health and beauty, and the websites they're interested in, and women's clothing stores. Now here are the Facebook pages they like. EF, Ultimate Break. Let's check it out. Travel often, travel together. This is a travel page. Toby, let's check this one out. It's a clothing brand. And they like these other fashion websites, and they like Brilliant Earth. Now, what this means here, affinity 150 times, it means that this group is 150 times more likely to like this page here, EF Ultimate Break, than the rest of Facebook. So that's a high affinity. We know that they really do like this page. And Toby, the fashion one, they are 75 times more likely to like that page than the rest of Facebook users. So right now we're starting to build up a picture. What does this particular group of people like? What do they spend their money on? So we're really starting to get a good picture built up about this particular target audience. Now, what does this mean to us? Well, first of all, if we were interested ourselves in the travel niche, we could create a store around adventure travel, but knowing all these things, all this information and data about this particular group of people, this is going to help us not just with what we are selling, but with the content for our Facebook page, which we're going to be doing later on in the course, with content for the blog on our store, which you have the option of doing, and we're going to talk about that later in the course as well. So you have the option of having an integrated blog on your store, on your Shopify store. And when it comes to the products to sell on our store, by knowing the types of things and the types of interest that this group is into, what they like, what they're interested in, we can make sure that we are selling the products that they are more likely to buy. Because when you think of adventure travel, well, you might think that's a small niche, but there are so many different demographics. So the male adventure traveler is going to be buying different types of products than the female adventure traveler. The 20 to 35-year-old adventure traveler is going to be buying different types of products to the 45 to 55 or 60-year-old adventure traveler. I hope this is starting to make sense to you now. Now, what we can do is we can stick with this audience demographic, but we can change the interest. So let's just change the interest and see what we can come up with. All right, so I've added parenting. So all I did was I went to family and relationships, clicked the drop down arrow and chose parenting, which is down here somewhere. There it is. So we've got a much bigger audience now. We've got 10 to 15 million monthly active people. We're still on United States. We're still on the age group 20 to 35. Now, what we can see with top categories, we've got health and wellness website, Baby Gaga. And then we've got baby goods, kids goods. Under products and services, we've got Fab Kids Baby Center. For the favorite writer, we've got Bad Parenting Moments, Media News Company, 90s Kids, Parents, Scary Mummy. So we can see here now there's been quite a dramatic change in the types of interest and the things that this group likes by changing the interest here from adventure travel to parenting. We've got a completely different type of person now, a completely different group of people. So let's take a look at the page likes. And the top one here is 90s Kids. And this one here, this is also about kids. We've got Target Baby, Pampers, Screaming Owl, Babies R Us. We've also got a bridal page here as well. This is a wedding Facebook page. So I would imagine that with this age group, there's a lot of them getting married as well, between the age 20 to 35. But right now we're looking at parenting. We could change this and have a look at weddings if we wanted to. So we can see a lot of information about this target demographic here. in relation to parenting. There's definitely a lot you can do in the parenting niche, and you can even break that down even further. Let's have a look at activity. Now, these guys are even more active than the adventure travelers. We've got them clicking on 47 ads in a month, so much, much more than the average Facebook user. And we've got them sharing a lot more posts, we've got them liking a lot more posts, making a lot more comments, and the pages liked, that hasn't changed. The vast majority of them are aged between 25 and 34. Makes sense because the lower age group, which would be 20 to 24 in this case, because that's what I selected over here, they are not so likely to be parents as this age group here. Now for this particular interest, I would probably go up to about 25. Let's do 24. Yeah, 24 to 35. And that still gives me 8 to 9 million monthly active people. This would definitely be the age group I would be targeting. So if I was in the parenting niche, I would be targeting the 24 to 35 age group, and women, of course. If we clicked on men, just as a matter of interest, let's go for all. And there aren't many men at all. See, we've only got 13% men and 87% women. So we can just focus on women. And on the pages liked, what you can do is you can go to these pages, 90s kids. Let's open this one. And you can start to take a look at which posts get the most interaction. So you can see here, this has had 590,000 views. That's had 26 comments. That's a bit better. If you find posts with a lot of comments, that's a sign that, well, it's a definite indication that people have been very interested in the subject of this post. Often you can see promotional posts that have a lot of activity on them as well. So that's a good sign that the people who use this page, and we know that this particular demographic does use this page a lot, that's a good sign that they're interested in what that post was about. So this can help to give you ideas for individual products on your store. Now this post here is about a facial vacuum. It's had 19 shares, it's had about 35 comments. So this has had some interest. Now this is something that's in store, but I would be almost certain that these are available just as products to buy and sell retail. Minnie Mouse ears, so people are liking this. There's been 141 reactions, 24 shares, 36 comments. Paddling pools, again, been interest here. And see this here, whatever this is, it's had a lot of interest, 123 shares and a bunch of comments and 213 reactions. And it's some kind of makeup brush. All right, so hopefully you're starting to get the idea, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, what I want to do now is I want to change the country. So I'm going to get rid of United States, and I'm going to try this time United Kingdom. And let's try a different interest. So let's say, for example, that you are interested in sports, but you are interested in a particular kind of sport. So let's just go down sports and outdoors. So what if it's swimming? Now we haven't got a big enough group here. We've only got 450 to 500,000 monthly active people. But let's try all for gender. We still don't have enough. We would need to change the age group. So I wouldn't like to go lower than 20. And the reason I don't like to go lower than 20 is because below that age group, users don't tend to have a lot of money to spend online or to spend at all. That's just the way it is. And I don't personally like to go too far over 35. We could take it up maximum, say 40, that would be the maximum. Now we have 1 million to 1.5 million monthly active people. We've got 60% women and 40% men. But what this would mean is in order to have a big enough group of people, we need to target both women and men. Now it's up to you, but I prefer not to do that. The reason that I prefer not to do that, and you might also prefer not to do it as well, when I explain to you why that is, when we are doing our promoting and our marketing, so when we create a Facebook page that we do later on, and everything that we do on our store, it is better if it's targeted towards one gender or another. Because when we target to a specific demographic, we tend to get better results. So for me, swimming as a niche and targeting the UK, this wouldn't work. So I would try some different niches here. Now, I want to target women. If you wanted to target men, we can take a look at sports that will be dominated by men. So, for example, let's say that you are really interested in football. We're going to get rid of sports, and then we're going to go sports again, but this time we're going to look for football. And here we have a much bigger audience, 5 to 6 million monthly active people. Now we're choosing men. If we clicked on all, just as an example, we can see that there are actually a lot of women interested in football as well. So in fact, we could choose men or women here. Now there are more men. We've got 5 to 6 million monthly active people for men, but if we go women, we've still got 3.5 to 4 million monthly active people. So if you were a woman and you were interested in football, or even if you're a man, you could actually target women who are interested in football as opposed to men. Biggest age group is the 25 to 34, so we could narrow this down. We still got 1.5 to 2 million, but it's better if it's more, so let's just go, let's say 23 to say 36. 2.5 to 3 million, that's even better. So I would go 23 to, I would go right up to I think 38. So that would be my target age group, and that's 3 to 3.5 monthly active people. If I do everything geared towards this specific age group, which is not really young, but not very old either. So if I targeted everything towards that age group, that tells me I'd have the best results. Let's take a look at their activity level. And they are also more active on Facebook than the average Facebook user. Look at the pages they like. They like kids stuff, they like clothing, they like family stuff, home decor, women's clothing. And for the pages liked, there's a lot of kids stuff here again, which kind of makes sense as well with the age group and the demographic, women, and this age group 23 to 38. A lot of them will have kids, a lot of them will be parents of young children, even teenagers, some of them here. I saw something here about teens and kids. So here, what this is telling us that if we have an interest in football ourselves and we wanted to target women who are interested in football, we could create our store around that. But at the same time, we know a ton of other stuff that they like. So we know what to post on our Facebook pages to get most engagement. We know what to blog about, and we can, once more, as I said before, we can tailor the types of products we sell them. So we don't necessarily need to stick to this one particular niche on our store. We could be mainly targeting this niche, but we could be selling related stuff as well. So we could be selling kids football stuff too, because these people, this group, they have kids. A lot of them are parents. Okay, now I really hope this is coming together and making a lot of sense to you. But in the next lecture, we're just going to go through some of the points here and help to really pull it all together for you. I want to make sure that you totally understand where we're going with this. Hi everybody, this is just a very short video to tie it all together and make sure that you understand what this whole exercise is for. So we were looking at a 20 to 35-year-old age group, females in the United States. We looked at the interest, adventure, travel. We noted that this was an educated group of people, which normally means a higher household income. Now, Facebook used to give us information on household income in Audience Insights, and that information was provided by a third-party market research company. Of course, we could never be sure if it was accurate or not, but that information was there. It's no longer there. We no longer have that information available. But when we have a group of people who are significantly higher educated than the rest of Facebook users as a whole, we can assume that they would in general have a higher household income. We also know this group of people is active on Facebook. They're active clicking ads, reading posts, engaging in posts. So this makes this audience a good target audience. So what could we be selling to this audience? Well, we know from looking at the different pages and the different things that they like, we know that they are interested in weddings. So there are quite a lot of these people who are getting married. And of course, because the interest we were looking at is adventure travel, we've got travel accessories and camping. Fashion and fashion accessories, this is pretty much universal for this particular age group. So no matter what interest that you look at with this age group, for the females and even for males as well, but especially for females, fashion and fashion accessories is always going to figure pretty highly among the things that they are interested in. Now, we also looked at parenting. Now, we know again that this is an educated group of people, not quite as educated as the adventure travelers, but still a good bit more educated than Facebook users overall. We know they were very active on Facebook. They click on a lot of ads, they read a lot of posts, they make a lot of comments, and they share posts, etc. So again, a very good target audience. We also saw that this is quite a large target audience. There are several million monthly active users in this particular group. Now, what could we sell to this particular group? Well, the obvious is kids and babies, and kids and babies is a big niche. So they could be kids, or it could be preschools, or it could be 5 to 10-year-olds. Now, the reason I've got 0 to 10 is because we've got this 20 to 35-year age group. Not too many of them will have older kids. So if you were targeting the 30 to 40-year-old age group, then a lot of these women would have teenagers. So you could be looking perhaps at a different demographic there, a different type of product that you could be promoting and selling on your store. Now, there are tons of different things you can sell in the kids and babies niche. Also, home decor. They were interested in home decor and interested in home anything because they're parents, they're young parents, so they will be buying things for their house, they will be improving their house. That stands to reason. And fashion accessories again because of the age group 20 to 35-year-old. Now, you might be wondering, why not just go completely broad? Why not just pick a country, pick an age range, and pick a gender? Why bother entering any interests at all? Well, the reason we do this is because we get much better data. We get much more specific data in audience insights. If you don't put any interest in at all, then you're going to get very general information, and it's not going to help you a lot. You can go ahead and try it and see what I mean. And maybe you'll find it does suit you, starting broad and then going from there. But the best way that I find is to start entering some interests. Only ever enter one interest at a time, otherwise the data is going to be skewed. Enter interests, check the size of the audience, check the kind of things that they like, the kind of pages they like, which categories they are most interested in, that sort of thing. If it doesn't suit, if it doesn't work out, if there's not a big enough audience, try a different interest. And that, I find, is the best way to do things. But if you want to try going completely broad, not entering any interest at all, go ahead and try it. Okay, now, in the next lesson, so next up, it's a short article I'd like you to read about choosing a country to sell in. So choosing a country to drop ship in. And after that, we're going to move on to brainstorming. Okay? See you in a minute. Okay, let's brainstorm. Now, we're doing this based on the audience that we have chosen and the research that we did on that audience using Facebook Audience Insights. Now, the first step in brainstorming is simply write down ideas as they come into your head. Just let the ideas flow. Don't try and qualify anything or think about will it work or will it won't work. you're not at that stage yet. The first stage is to write everything down as it comes into your head. Just use either pen and paper or use a text file on your device. And try to come up with at least 15 ideas. Now these are just ideas. They are not specific products. We're just talking about ideas here. Okay, so concepts. So for example, jewelry could be one. If we were looking at the young female audience in the US, jewelry could be one. We could have something like accessories we talked about already, wedding. We came up with these earlier on when we had been looking at that niche and looking at the demographics of that niche, the pages they liked, etc. So coming up with as many ideas, try and come up with about 15 ideas. Now, when you're brainstorming, sometimes it can be difficult because sometimes we get this mental block. Now, if you've got this mental block, just stop. And you need to probably maybe take a step back, or move away from your device, perhaps go for a walk or do something. I find that going for a walk, even driving sometimes, helps to get me thinking creatively, and I'll come up with ideas. So it's hard to force creativity. You have got to get into the right mode for it. Now, if you are really struggling, it's possible you didn't do enough research in audience insights on your audience that you've chosen. So maybe you need to go back there, do some more research. So once you've got this initial brainstorming session out of the way, you've come up with at least 15 ideas, you can now move on to the next step, which is expanding on this. Now, to do that, the best way to do it is to use a mind map. All right, now there are a couple of free mind map tools online. In fact, there are more than a couple. There are several of them. But the two that I would recommend would be MindMeister and FreeMind. Now, FreeMind is completely open source software. It's completely free. MindMeister has a free plan, so they have a basic free plan, which should be enough for you. But if it's not, then use FreeMind. But MindMeister is really nice to use, and I like using the free plan there as well. So here I have filled in a few of these bubbles with letters that actually mean something. So let me explain what this is. In the middle here, the A stands for audience. So that would be your audience in the center. And around the outside here, the first level of bubbles, this represents ideas. So I for ideas. And actually your mind map would be a lot easier to work with than this. This is just a diagram to demonstrate what a mind map actually is for those of you who have not used mind mapping before. So we've got the A for audience. This is the audience in the middle. And then we've got the ideas. And then coming off the ideas, we've got niches. So for each idea that you come up with, try and come up with some niches. Now, you may only be able to come up with one niche for the idea, depending on what the idea is, but you may be able to come up with lots of niches for the idea. And then from niches, from there, you can come up with products. So for each niche that you have connected to an idea, try and come up with several products, at least 2 or 3 products for each of those niches. Now, your goal by the time you finish mind mapping is to have at least 20 or 30 products. More is better on your mind map. You don't have to do all this in one sitting. Maybe this will take you a few days. Maybe you will think about things, when you're not in front of the mind map. Maybe you'll be, as I say, out for a walk or out shopping or at the gym, whatever, and something else will come into your head. Fine. You can fill it in on the mind map when you get back to your device. So this is how you can come up with a big list of potential offers or potential products that you can sell to your chosen target audience. All right, see you in a minute. Hello everyone. Now that you have researched your audience and you've brainstormed some ideas and then you have expanded on those ideas using mind mapping to get lots of different product ideas and niche ideas, sub-niche ideas. it's now time to start to narrow down and make a short list. So we're going to be eliminating some of those ideas now as we go through a few rules that you should apply when choosing what to sell using the dropship model. Now, the first thing to be aware of is that you should have absolutely no emotional attachment to any sub-niches, any categories, any types of products, because when you do that, you end up with tunnel vision. And when you have tunnel vision, you miss a lot of opportunity. So the last thing that you should be thinking is, oh, I would really love to sell this product, or I'd really love to sell that product. Because you are not here taking this course because you want a hobby. This is a business, and a business is always about two things. It's about the customer, so it's about providing great customer service and providing great value with the products you're selling. And then for you, it's about making money, and it's about making as much money as possible. And that is really what it's about at the end of the day. So anybody that kind of tiptoes around and says things like, it's not really about the money, that's just simply nonsense. We don't do this for any other reason than to make money. No business, if it's an actual business, is run for any reason at all other than to make money, to make profit. So you should always have an open mind, and you should never have any kind of emotional attachment to any kind of product or any niche. Now, something to be aware of, if you're not aware of it already, is that when you dropship, your profit margins will be smaller than they would be if you were buying in stock. That's because when you are dropshipping, you are in effect purchasing one product at a time. So you're not buying in bulk. So although you get better prices than the retail customers, so you're getting still better prices than retail, you're not getting the lowest price that you could possibly get if you were buying in your stock in bulk. So that's one of the things we need to be aware of when we are drop shipping. So the profit margins are normally smaller and the competition is higher simply because there's a lower barrier to entry with drop shipping. But that doesn't really make any difference to us. That's one thing I want to make clear. The competition makes no difference if you are going to stand out from the crowd and make yourself different. And that's what I'm going to be teaching you as well in this course. But we do need to follow certain rules when choosing what to sell. So you're going to learn how to identify products that have a really good potential. So products that can sell a lot of volume and make you thousands of dollars. Not all products that you sell will be these high volume products, but as long as you can have some high volume products and sell some high volume products, then it's okay to have also other products on your store that are only selling every now and again. Now, in the next lecture, you're going to learn how to identify products with these good profit margins. And these are the types of products that you want to sell using the dropship model. So we are now going to look at these rules so that you can then identify products that fit these rules when you start looking for suppliers, which we're going to be doing very, very soon. Okay, see you in a minute. Okay, now here we are with the rules, and you're going to be pleased to know that there aren't many rules. There are only 3 rules. The first rule is pretty important, but it's also quite flexible, so I'll explain that in a moment. You should be looking for products that retail round about between $40 and $250. So if it's a different currency, just do the conversion. Now, I used to say 80 and 250, but because there are really a lot of exceptions to that, so there are a lot of products sort of between $40 and $80 that you can still make a good profit on. So I'm saying between 40 and 250. Now, much lower than that, and what will normally happen is that you can't make enough profit on these lower priced items. If you're not making enough profit per unit sold, so when you sell an item, if you don't get enough profit on that item, if it's only $2 or $3, you're probably going to end up with nothing. So a very small profit like that can easily get eaten up unless you are selling a lot of volume. So you either need to sell a lot of them, or you need higher profit margin. You need more profits per unit sold. Now, if you sell items that are higher price, so over $250, maybe even over $200 sometimes, then you're taking away that instant purchase element, because customers will need to think about it. So they won't just go ahead and make the purchase. Most of the time, they'll think about it. They'll leave your website, come back, leave, come back. Maybe they'll have questions and you'll have extra customer service. Now, if you don't mind this extra customer service, that's not so bad. But if you want to avoid that, if you want customers to buy the first time or the second time even they visit your site without having too much thought about it, then don't go for items over above $250 that retail for over $250. Now, there are exceptions to the lower limit and the upper limit. Now, it could be that you find a product that you can make $10 profit on by selling it at $30. So, that could be okay. There are exceptions. And with the upper limit of $250, there are certain niches and certain types of products that are naturally going to be above that price anyway. So furniture, for example, that's one thing. Certain hobbies, maybe like golf and climbing, that kind of thing, where there is always going to be items that are going to be above $250, but the people who purchase these items they're accustomed to paying these kind of prices. So you do need to use your own brain a bit here as well, and don't just take this as a hard and fast rule. It's a guideline. So it should probably be called guideline number 1 as opposed to rule number 1. But anyway, I'm sure you know what I mean. Now, rule number 2, ideally the product should not rely on the skill of the user to make it work. So what do I mean by that? Well, here's 2 examples. It's not a very good example, but the first one here on the left, this is a lighting kit. So a home lighting kit, it's a strip light. And the one on the right, that's a toy chest. Now, the home lighting kit, depending on the person, it doesn't look too complicated to me, but depending on the person may not know how to set it up. Okay, so you may have extra customer service if you sell things like that, or you may get more returns. So the toy chest, now that's just a toy chest. There's really nothing to go wrong with that, hopefully. So you see where I'm coming from. Now, if you are selling, though, however, to hobbyists, so if you are selling products that are aimed at an audience, a specific audience for a specific hobby, and the products and everything that goes with that hobby is normally something that the person buying it knows how to use anyway, that's kind of different. So an example of that would be the boating hobby niche. So an engine, for example, you would expect somebody buying this to know how to fit it and to know how it works, because otherwise they wouldn't buy it, or perhaps they have somebody else who's going to do it for them. But either way, this is a hobbyist kind of item, and the person buying it is not going to buy it unless they actually know how to use it. Okay, hope that makes sense. Now, the third rule is that your product should not be readily available locally for your customer at a cheaper price or a much cheaper price. Now, when I say the product or your product you want to sell, I'm talking about the exact product. I'm not talking about the type of product. So, for example, let's say you were selling bracelets. Now, people and shoppers can go to the stores and they can buy bracelets, but as long as they can't buy the exact bracelets that you are selling, as long as they're not readily available all over the place in any stores that sell bracelets and at a cheaper price. So that's quite important, and this really relates more to things that are everyday things. So we're talking perhaps things that people buy and use and consume all the time, and they can buy readily in their local store. I would definitely stay away from that kind of thing. Now, I hope that makes sense, and if it doesn't, please do ask on the Q&A board. But that is it for the rules. That's all that you need to think about. We don't have a ton of rules or a big set of rules that you need to follow. So if you have your list now from your mind mapping and your brainstorming, you can now look at these rules and cross off anything that quite clearly and obviously doesn't fit with these rules. But at the same time, don't eliminate anything at this stage in the game just because it's selling for a bit less than $40 or a bit more than $250. Just eliminate the things that very obviously are not suitable for dropshipping based on these rules or these guidelines. Okay? See you in a minute. Hello again, everybody. Now, in this lecture, we're going to talk about two important things. Now, the first thing we're going to talk about is the competition, because often students ask me, how can I find, or wouldn't it be great, would it be a good idea if I could find something where the competition was very, very low or there was no competition? Well, here's the thing. Everything is competitive. If it's not competitive, it is absolutely not worth selling because the demand is not there. So a high demand means high competition. A low demand means low competition. Which is easier? Well, in fact, it's easier to go with something that has high competition but a very high demand, because it's easier to take your share of something that's already popular than to try and capture a market with low demand. You need a much, much more of the market share with low demand and low competition. You know, if something's low competition, there's a good reason for it. All right, you can never be first. Now, you'll never be first unless you happen to invent something. You will never be first to market, and you will be very unlikely to get in early as well with something that is then going to become very popular and very high demand. Trying to find something like that will take up all of your time. You'll end up never getting started. So I don't worry about competition anymore. I now embrace competition because I know that that means there's a big, big demand for this particular niche or particular type of product. So really, it is good to enter a competitive niche. The rewards can be very big because you only need a very small share of the marketplace. Now, if you follow this course, in the later sections of the course where we start setting up the store, setting up our store, and all the things that we do throughout the course to make the store stand out and to make what we do different. And you're going to find in this course that we're going to be focusing quite a bit on how to approach our market, our audience from a completely different angle. And this is how you can actually compete in competitive niches. Now, there is one caveat to that. There are certain products that you wouldn't want to sell because they are dominated by a few really giant brands. Now, examples would be your cell phones, your mobile phones. I mean, that's dominated by Apple and Samsung. Your laptops and computers, you've got Dell, HP, and a couple of others. TVs, LG and Sony, etc. And then things like perfumes and fragrances. that are dominated by a few enormous brands that, they really have pretty much the monopoly, especially with your cell phones and laptops, computers and TVs. So unless you were selling those actual name brand items, you wouldn't want to go into those niches. Dropshipping, it's very unlikely that you will be able to sell these name brands and still make a profit. All right, so that's competition, but now we're going to get into something that's even more important. I want you to stop thinking like this. So, like what, you might be thinking? Like you only have one chance to make it work. And I decided to cover this based on all the feedback that I have had from students since I released the first version of this course in 2015. It's a very common way of thinking to think that what you decide to do and the niche you decide to be in, the style of your store, what's on your store, the products that are in your store, the products you decide to sell, it is a big mistake to think along the lines that this is it, that this is going to be your niche, the products you sell, and whatever happens, you've got to make this work. That is absolutely the wrong way to look at things. You have as many chances as you want, especially with dropshipping, because remember, you haven't got any stock to buy, so you can change things anytime you want to change them. So this means that you don't need to limit yourself because you've got no stock to buy. And here's what successful e-com store owners do, even if they're not dropshipping, but it's easier to do, much easier to do when you're dropshipping. Test stuff and then test some more. So what can you test? You can test different audiences, different niches, different sub-niches, different products. You can test all of these things. Now, when you set up your store for the first time you do it, it's going to take a little while because it's a new thing. You've never done it before. But with the e-commerce store building platform we're going to be using here in this course, once you get the hang of it, you'll be able to switch out a whole store in a day. Change everything. Change the colors, change the product line, change the whole lot in a day. In fact, even less time than that. I've switched out a whole store in a few hours. So I've changed everything. I've changed the colors, I've changed all the categories, I've changed the logo, I've changed the header, I've changed everything and the products as well in the space of a few hours. Because some things will work and some won't. That's the way it is. And that's the way you need to look at it. You try different things, you test different things, and then you run with the winners and you drop the losers. And you do that over and over until you get to where you want to be, whatever your personal goals are as far as your income is concerned. And you can do it all with just one store. You don't need multiple stores. You can do it with just one. Now later on in the course, when we look at scaling up, we will be looking at different options of having, more than one store. But it absolutely isn't necessary because you can get to where you want to be with just one store, providing that you think the right way. So just take on board what we've covered here now over the last few minutes about testing stuff. And some things will work and some things won't work. You just test and you find the things that do work, you run with them, you drop the things that don't work, and then you do it all over again. All right, let's move on to the next lecture. All right, I just wanted to show you this little trick that you can use to get a lot more insight into your chosen audience and to get many more ideas for products that you can sell to your chosen audience. So go back into Facebook Insights and go for everyone on Facebook. Then go ahead and choose your audience. And I think this time I'm going to go for United Kingdom. And I would choose men between the ages of, say, 30 and, say, 40. I'll choose an interest, hobbies, and I will say vehicles. All right, so go to page likes, scroll down to the pages here that they actually like. You can go ahead and open up some of these pages. And you can like or follow these pages. Now, when you do that, what's going to happen is you're going to start seeing the posts from these pages on your own time, on your own news feed, so in your news feed. And that's going to allow you to quickly notice any posts that have a lot of likes and shares and comments. You will also start getting ads as well. So Facebook will start displaying ads that they think are relevant to you because you've liked these particular pages. So in other words, you're going to start to see the things that your target audience is seeing. And if you do this with several of these top pages, so for example, if this was my audience, I would go ahead and like this page, this page, this page, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. So I would like most of these top 10 pages, with the exception of Amazon. And then what to do is, once you start getting these posts, you'll start getting the posts on your newsfeed straight away. If you see any ads coming through, so any ads that Facebook is displaying to you now, because as far as they're concerned, you now have the interest of this particular, same interest of this particular audience. If you start clicking on some of those ads, Facebook is then going to show you more ads. So if you see an ad that has a lot of engagement on it, then you know this ad is actually popular among the audience on that particular page. If you go ahead and click on that ad, it'll take you to the website of that ad. Then Facebook is going to say, aha, this person's interested in this ad, I'm going to start showing them some more. Now, there are a couple of downsides to this, obviously. First is that you're going to start getting a lot of posts on your news feed from these pages, which if these pages are not of any interest to you at all, you are not in this demographic. So, I'm not a male between ages 30 and 40, so I don't really want to get all these posts coming through on my news feed. But at the same time, if I want to get the information, then this is what I need to do. So one way of doing it is to have more than one Facebook account. So we're just talking about personal pages here. We're not talking about like paid ad accounts or anything like that. So personal pages, and I have a few, and I log into them all from the same IP address, and I've been doing it for years. I've never had a problem. Now, another way of doing it is to put up with having all these posts on your news feed. Your friends can't see them, only you can see them. So it's not like your friends are seeing all these posts and wondering why, all these posts are suddenly on their timeline. It's only your timeline that they're appearing on. However, you'll have all these pages, liked pages on your profile. So all these pages you like on your profile. And if it's a demographic that's way out of, way away from what you are. So if you're a 40-year-old man and your audience is 20 to 25-year-old women, and you've got all these pages on your profile, these are the pages I like, then it might look a bit strange if your friends or, your partner or whatever visits your Facebook personal page. But you can actually hide those pages from public view. So how you do that is go to your own personal Facebook page, and where along the top you've got timeline, about, friends, photos, more, just hover your mouse over more and choose likes, and then you can click the little pencil icon here. You can click hide section. Now that removes the whole section or hides the whole section from your profile, so none of the pages that you've liked will be visible on your profile. And you can put them back visible again anytime if you want to. So you have a couple of options here to do this. You can have another Facebook account entirely, which is, I think, probably the best way. But if you do have another account, you're going to like some of these pages, then it's also a good idea to interact a little bit with the posts that appear on your timeline. You don't always have to comment, but if you just maybe like some of the posts and, as I say, click through on some of the ads, because you do want to make your Facebook page look as if it is real. Yeah, you can do that, or you can simply hide the whole like section and just put up with the fact that you've got all these posts coming up in your timeline. And don't forget that you can unfollow pages and prevent these posts showing up in your timeline for the future at any time. But I recommend that you do this if you don't know much about your target audience. So if it's a demographic that you don't really know much about, so you're not really involved with that demographic in any way. So like me, I wouldn't know much about men between the ages of 30 and 40. So my son is not that age yet. So that would be an age group for me that would be quite alien. So therefore, I would have to do, quite a bit of research into this particular demographic. And one of the things I definitely want to do here, which would help a lot, would be to like these pages here. Okay, hope that helps. Hello everybody. Now we are going to take a look at how to establish whether or not a product is a hot product or it's not a hot product, because this is really important. You need to give yourself the best possible chance when you first start selling. So I'm over here at AliExpress, and this is what the website we can use to find out how popular a particular product is, or a particular type of product. So I'm going to start typing in some different products so we can take a look at just how popular they are. And the first one I'm going to do is inflatable beach chair. Now these have been pretty hot over the last 6 months or so. What we're looking for is several pages of listings here on AliExpress. This is a really good indicator as to how popular a product is, because the sellers, suppliers here on AliExpress, they've really got their finger on the button as far as what is popular and what's not popular. So anything that's popular, you're going to see a lot of listings for it over here on AliExpress. So this is what I'm talking about, these things here. So yeah, these things here, there's been a bit of a craze really for these over the last 6 months or so. So they've been very, very popular. So what we're looking for is several pages of listings. So if we scroll down the bottom first of all, and we can see this has 4 pages of listings, which is not a huge amount. I mean, my thoughts for this is that it is not as popular as it was several months ago. Okay, it's been a bit of a craze really, more than anything. Nevertheless, this is still selling well with 4 pages. Now what we're looking for as well is we're looking for plenty of listings that have orders, and the more orders the better. Now what we're seeing here is that this is kind of mixed, so we've not got a huge amount of orders, but we do have quite a lot of listings with orders, but we also have quite a few listings without orders. I wouldn't put this down as a very hot product. Now, I wouldn't choose this product myself, because we can find better products, we can find hotter products than this. So let's try the next one. And what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to give you some examples of completely unrelated product types. So we're going to try hip hop necklace. Okay, now scrolling down, we can see a lot of orders. You see here, 59 orders, 92 orders, 18, 274, 198, 53. And right down the page, we've got orders on the majority of these listings. You see, 48, 108. Now we're scrolling down, we've got 7 pages. Now that's good. There are 7 pages of listings here for hip hop jewelry on AliExpress. This is most definitely a hot type of product, and it's not the type of thing that's going to go out of fashion. It's not a trend, like it's not a fad like the inflatable beach chairs. Those particular type of chairs have been a bit of a fad, but this is not a fad. Hip hop jewelry is going to be popular for as long as hip hop is popular. And the next thing we're going to look at is crossbody bags for men. This is something that over the last few years, over the last couple of years especially, has become very popular. Now scrolling down here, again, we can see lots of orders. And there are orders on most of these, if not all of these listings on the first page. This is looking really good. And there are 7 pages or 7+ pages of listings for crossbody bags for men. So this is another product that is really popular, and this is a product that would sell well. And the next thing I'm going to look at is wildlife wall art. Now what we're seeing here is that we've got 3 listings at the top with orders, and this one here actually has a lot of orders. But if we keep scrolling down, we can see there are no other listings with orders, just the top 3. So this is not, by the looks of it so far, a hot kind of product. You wouldn't want to sell a product like this because you wouldn't sell enough of them. I think it's too specialized. And what you can see here is there are only 3 pages of listing here on AliExpress. Now, in contrast, if we look at kids wall art, we're going to see completely different kind of results. So what we can see here is that scrolling down, we have got lots of orders. That one there has 360, 33, 342, 136, 227, 54, 68, 75, 118, 23. Orders on all of these listings going right down the page, and again there are 7 pages, or at least 7 pages of listings, because 7's as far as they actually show here until you get further up, but there could be more pages. So we've got a lot of listings, we've got plenty of listings. The listings, all these listings on the first page have orders on them. Now this is telling me that kids wall art is very popular. Most of these will be stickers as well. Stickers are really popular, but these are not stickers, these are prints, and they're selling well too. So some of these stickers, by the way, these wall stickers are big stickers, like taking up almost the whole of a wall. So you can actually do well with these. You can actually make good profit on these kind of products. So this is, again, a product that it's not a fad. People are always going to want to buy wall art for their kids' rooms. And what we're seeing here on AliExpress is this is confirming that this is a really popular kind of product. All right, so once you get to the stage where you have a list of products from your previous research, you can use AliExpress to confirm whether or not it's a hot product. Now, you may already know, because if you are focusing in on an audience that you resonate with, and it's the type of audience that you yourself are, you are one of those people, then you may already know if a product's hot or not. But if you don't, you can use AliExpress here to find out. Okay, see you in the next lecture. Hi everybody. Now, if you are finding Facebook Insights in any way cumbersome, or if the target audience that you're looking for and you're looking at, if you're just not really getting the results that you want, which can sometimes happen because Facebook audience is great, it's a great tool, and it's the way I like to do my research, but sometimes there are glitches, and sometimes some of the information is not showing and it can last for days on end. So anyway, this is an alternative way of doing things, and we're kind of flipping things on its head here, because what we're doing is we're looking for hot products. So we're looking for really popular products first of all, and then we are going to quickly find out who the target audience, that our target market is for these products. So now, to find hot selling products is very simple, and you don't really need to visit too many websites. So we're going to use Amazon and eBay. Now, to find the best sellers on Amazon, simply go to Google and type in Amazon bestsellers and then the country that you want to look at. So Amazon bestsellers US, or Amazon UK bestsellers, or Amazon France bestsellers, Amazon Canada bestsellers, whatever it is. And that's the easiest way to do things, because that will give you a direct link to the bestsellers page. Now this is bestsellers for amazon.co.uk. And to look at any particular category, you just click a link along the side here. So for example, let's say we want to look at, let's say we're going to look at garden and outdoors. And now we're going to be able to see the top 100 bestsellers in garden and outdoors. And this is updated every hour. So you know that you are finding really hot selling products here. Now, if you revisit these bestseller pages repeatedly, what you're going to find is that there are particular products that are always in the top 100 bestsellers. So if you don't mind spending a bit of time to go back to the bestsellers list in any particular category and look to find products that are in there all the time. So products that virtually never leave the top 100. You know that these are like evergreen products that are selling all the time, selling really well all the time. Nevertheless, just knowing what's in the top 100, that's going to help you a lot. And here's the very same over on Amazon.com. So once again, we can just choose a particular category, any category you want, and we can see the top 100 bestsellers in these categories. Okay, so that's Amazon. Now another place we can look is eBay. The website to go to here is watchcount.com. This is free and it is really great for finding out what is selling and what is popular on eBay. The thing is that if a product is a top seller, it's popular on Amazon or it's popular on eBay, we know that that is a product that is a hot seller that has a lot of appeal. Regardless of whether we're selling it from our own website or where we're selling it from, we know that we've got a popular product. Now the great thing about Watch Count is that you can choose any eBay marketplace. So whatever country that you want to sell in, that would be the one to choose here. So you just click to choose any at all. I'm just going to click on ebay.co.uk, that's the UK marketplace. You can either enter a keyword or you can choose a category. So if you have no idea, you don't know what you're going to sell, you just want to find hot selling products in any category, what you can do is choose a category. So let's choose, for example, let's go for health and beauty. Click show me. And then you can scroll down the list. Now the most popular is at the top. And it shows you how many watchers. It doesn't show you how many sales, it shows you how many watchers. But we know that on eBay, if there are a lot of watchers, we know this is a popular product. You can choose different categories, or if you have an idea of what you wanted to sell. So for example, if I just type in the keyword dog, if I thought that I was going to create a store around dog products, I just would go no category, keyword dog, show me. And straight away I can see what is going to be most popular among dog products. So what are the most popular dog products on eBay? Now if they're most popular on eBay or if they're popular on Amazon, as I said, it means it's a popular product. So these are the two places we can look. So we go to the Amazon bestsellers and we go to watchcount.com to find out what's the most popular on eBay. Now, the next thing we want to do is once we've decided on a product or we have made a list of products that we're interested in selling, we then want to find out, get a rough idea who our target audience is. So we want to know, are they predominantly male or female? What country do they live in predominantly? And we should also try and get a rough idea of the age group. Now using free tools, I'm not going to be pointing you to any paid tools here. Using free tools is a little more difficult to get an idea of the age group. that is why it does help if you can sell in a niche that you have some experience of, or selling products that you know appeal to your particular age group. Otherwise, other than that, you're going to have to just do some research around the internet to get an idea of the age groups. Now, a lot of it is common sense, really. I was recently looking at gaming chairs, and it is, to me, common sense to think that gaming is predominantly a male pastime. Now, we know that females do game, but it's more males than females. Now, most of us know this. Also, I know that gaming is predominantly a younger age group activity. So most gamers would be under 30, and we don't want to target under 18s, obviously, because they don't have credit cards usually. But we want to think about, okay, 18 to 30 is a male is probably the main target audience for gaming chairs. That's what I would say in my head without even doing any other research. But then I could do some research around on Facebook and just on the internet in general, just to get more of an idea if I felt I needed to. I really don't think I would need to for that, because I already know. But if I didn't know, I would really have to spend some time just going to different stores online, that sort of thing. Maybe even going to physical stores offline if possible, and going into those stores just to see who's the customer in here, who are these customers in here. If I walked into a gaming store, a physical brick and mortar store, I'm sure I would see that there'd be mostly males in there, and they'd be mostly under the age of 30, most of them. So we can do that as well. There are various things we can do as far as the age group is concerned. Now, for finding out where your target audience is located, we can use Google Trends. Now, to do this effectively, we actually need to have an idea. We already need to have a list of products, in other words. So, for example, let's say gaming chairs. And this is interesting because what it's showing me here is that there is more interest in Ireland in gaming chairs than there is in the United States, which surprises me a lot. Now, it doesn't mean there are actually more searches for it though, because it's relevant. So it's relevant to the population. So I'm quite sure there aren't more searches because Ireland is a very small country. So it's very unlikely that there will be more volume of searches for gaming chairs on Google in Ireland than there would be in the United States, but relative to the population, there is more. So there's more interest in gaming chairs in Ireland. And you can also look at the related queries to give you other ideas for products. Now, there's nothing really here that gives us any other ideas for products, but if let's try another one. Let's try dog bed, for example. And if we look at the related queries, we can see that people are looking specifically for Ugg dog beds. They are looking for crushed velvet dog bed, unicorn dog bed, harmony dog bed. And these are the rising related queries. So this is up by 650%. So a lot of people have been looking for Ugg dog bed. But while I'm making this video, it's Christmas. So these results here are going to take into account the fact that people have been buying gifts as well. Nevertheless, this here is great information. What I'm seeing here is that if I was going to sell dog beds, just generic dog beds, there's more interest in the United Kingdom than there is in the United States, and there's more interest in the United States than there is in Australia. Now, that of course does not mean that you wouldn't do well or you couldn't do well selling dog beds in the United States, Australia and Canada, because remember, this is all relative to the size of the population. And in any case, you know, dog bed, that's quite a general term. We could make it something like indestructible dog bed. And what we can see here is that this is a search term that's used in the United States and pretty much exclusively in the United States. So in the United States, people are searching for indestructible dog beds, but not so much anywhere else. Now, the other thing we can do is we can go from past 12 months, we can change it to say the past 90 days. So let's go back and do another search term. Let's go back to gaming chairs. Now, when we looked at the 12 months for gaming chairs, what we saw was that Ireland was at the top. But now that we're looking at just the past 90 days, what we can see is that there is more interest from the United Kingdom. In fact, they're showing a lot of interest in gaming chairs because they have even overtaken Ireland as far as interest is concerned. Okay, well, I hope this lecture has been helpful in helping you to decide what to sell. See you in the next one. All right, hi again. Now, the platform that we are going to use is the Shopify platform. Now, Shopify is now the most popular selling platform for e-com store owners. Regardless of whether you're dropshipping or not, it is really irrelevant here for this part of the process. So the advantages of Shopify, which is a purpose-built e-commerce platform, is that, well, there are a lot of advantages, but one of them is very user-friendly and easy to use. So if you don't have any experience, it's much easier to set up a store with Shopify than if you were trying to build a store from scratch, for example, on WordPress. And also, it has a lot of free apps that we can integrate that really make it into like an all-singing, all-dancing e-commerce store. And it's very easy to integrate these apps just with a click of a button. They're all purposely built for the Shopify platform. So let's take a look at the pricing for Shopify. Now, the basic Shopify, which is all you will need, and you will not need to upgrade from basic for until you are turning over at least $10,000 a month. So at that point in time, you won't really mind upgrading because you're making the money. But a basic store at $29 a month is really all you're going to be needing, certainly for the time being. And Shopify does have a 14-day trial. So during that 14 days, this is when we're going to be getting everything set up and getting a lot done, so that by the time the trial finishes and your first payment kicks in, you are hopefully going to be pretty much ready to launch your store. Now, some of you will take longer than others. Some of you will do this very quickly. Some of you will go through this course in a day and then do everything else in the space of a few more days. Some of you are going to take longer. It really is, everybody is different. But you're going to need this. Now, you can complete the course first, and I still recommend this. I recommended this at the beginning, and I recommend it. I'm reminding you again that I recommend that you go through this entire course, then come back to the beginning and start taking action. So you don't have to go ahead and sign up right now. You can finish the course first. If you're going to finish the course today, then you probably as well to go ahead and get your Shopify account now. But if it's going to take you a few days to complete the course, then just come back and do this when you're going through the course for the second time. Now, I know that some of you may be thinking, well, I don't really want to pay $29 a month for my store, and maybe I'll just use WordPress because that's free. Well, here's the thing, WordPress is not free because you're going to need hosting. You can't use you can't borrow WordPress's platform and use the free platform. If you're having an e-commerce store, you must have your own hosting, or you use a hosted platform like Shopify. So it's not free, it wouldn't be free, you need hosting. But aside from that, all the different apps that we have here and all the different add-ons and extras that are free here with Shopify, then you're not going to have all those with WordPress. So you probably need to pay for things. You're probably going to end up paying about the same. And if you don't know how to do it, it's going to probably take you a long time. So I really highly recommend, folks, if you are a beginner, and even if you're not a beginner, I highly recommend that you make things easy for yourself and you go with Shopify. Also, the lessons from here on in, we're going to be using the Shopify platform for the lessons. All right, see you shortly. All right, now that you have your Shopify account set up, what you need to do is you need to install a theme. So by default, there may be some themes down here, but the best way to do this is to, if you click this little icon here for online store, and then that's going to bring you to this page by default. And if it doesn't, click themes up here, and then click this blue button up here to visit the theme store. Now it used to be, when I set up my first Shopify account, which was in 2014, there were about 100 free themes to choose from, whereas now there are less than 10. But each theme has a number of styles, so most of the themes have more than one style. So in fact, we've got quite a bit of choice when we look at it like that. And there are some really good ones. So let me just show you. So when you first come to this page for themes, so you've clicked up here to visit the theme store, you're on this page. By default, you'll be seeing all the themes, free and paid. To get to the free only, you click on the free tab, and there's only one page. But the themes that I recommend, not any of these three at the top, but this one here, Venture, which has 3 different styles. And when you install a theme, by the way, you can change the style quite easily just from inside by clicking a button inside your Shopify account. And Boundless, which has 2 styles, Not Simple, and Not Brooklyn, Not Bliss, Supply, Yes, that has 2 styles, and Minimal, Yes, which has 3 styles. So the ones I recommend would be Minimal, Supply, Boundless, and Venture. Let me just click on one of these to show you how you can see the theme properly. This is just a thumbnail. So as you can see, 3 styles included. Click on View Demo, and this is just one of the styles here. Now the header image you see here, you'll be replacing this. Okay, this is just there for demonstration purposes. But what I really like about this theme is, well, it's a nice layout anyway, and it really is a nice theme. This is actually my favorite theme among the free themes. If we scroll down, I love the footer down here. It's got a nice big footer. Some of the Shopify themes, well, quite a lot of the Shopify themes don't have a big footer, and there are advantages to having a footer like this. So that's good. If we just check the other styles as well. So this is snowboard. Let's try outdoors. And really all that's changing here is the colors and the font styles, that kind of thing. Let's look at the last one, which is boxing. Yeah, see, this is really nice. This is a really, really nice theme. Okay, and you can do the same thing for the other themes as well. So for Boundless, check out the 2 different styles there and check out the theme demo. And for Supply and for Minimal. Minimal's a really nice theme as well when you click through and look at the demo and the different styles. So once you've found one, in fact, let me just go ahead and show you. Let's say I wanted to install this theme. I'd click on Install Theme. And then I have 2 choices. Install as an unpublished theme, and that will place it inside my Shopify account. Or I can click Publish as my store's theme, and that will make it the theme of my store. So you can click on this green button here, and you can change your theme. So if you install a theme, you publish it as your store's theme, and then you think, no, I don't really like this, I want to try a different one, you can go and change it, anytime you want. Just bear in mind that once you have a lot of content on your store and you change to a completely different theme, not a different style, changing to a different style of the same theme is okay. You can do that anytime, even when you have a lot of store. If you have a lot of content on your store and you change to a completely different theme, you're going to lose some of the formatting. So you'll have to do a bit of work to reformat it. So before you start to add products and that kind of thing, you want to decide on a theme. But before that, you can change it anytime you want. All right, in the next lecture, we're going to stay with themes, but we're going to customize the theme that we just installed. Welcome back, everybody. Let's take a look at customizing the theme that you've just installed for your new store. So once again, on the same page, Online Store and Themes, click on Customize Theme. Now, one thing to point out is that the customization options are different for every theme. So what you see here for this particular theme that I have installed will not be exactly the same as the customization options that you see for your own theme, because they vary from theme to theme. However, all themes will have certain options, so all themes will have basic options regardless. But some themes will have more options than others. And this is again where you can come to the customization part. And if you feel that you can't customize your theme quite the way you want, you can go and try a different theme. But I also advise you not to spend too much time worrying about the customization and trying to get it perfect, because you're never going to get it perfect, because no theme ever has everything that we want. The only way we get that is by getting some special customization done and paying for it. But a theme just on its own will not have everything you want. No theme ever does. So for example, this particular theme here, this is a theme that I actually purchased quite a long time ago, but now I don't really like this theme so much because there's a couple of reasons, and one of the reasons is that it has a very small footer. And that's one of the things I don't like about themes, because it's really good to have a nice big footer on your theme. So anyway, that aside, let's go take a look at customization options. So under general settings, this is where you can do things such as changing the colors of your theme and that kind of thing. Now, most themes will allow you to change all sorts of colors. So you'll be able to pick from color palettes as well to get a different look and feel for your store. So take a look at the options you've got for changing the colors of your store and play around with that a bit, but just don't spend too much time on it. Now, whenever you make any changes at all in the customization, you need to click Save at the bottom. So for example, if I wanted to change something here and I wanted to choose a different color, I would then need to click Save at the bottom for those changes to take effect. I'm not going to change this, but just to show you that. So let's go back. And let me also show you here how you change the style of your theme. So if you selected a theme that has more than one style and you want to check out the other styles, you need to find the button that says Change Theme Style. Now for this theme it's here, but yours may be in a different place. It's going to be in this customization section somewhere. And when you change the style, you can see what it looks like, what your store actually looks like with the different styles that are available for your theme. And I'm just going to click Cancel here because I don't actually want to change the style. So there we are, back to the way it was before. Now you may have some options for layout as well, which means you can change certain ways that your store layout displays. I don't have a lot of options for different layouts here on this particular theme. If I want to, I can change from rounded corner elements to square elements. I can change the mini cart if I want. The mini cart up here at the moment, that's a cloud. I could change it to something else. And I can change the background of the footer here if I want to as well. Currently I have it set to no background, but I could change it if I wanted to. Like so. Now under typography, this is where you can change the font of your store. So if you don't like the font that's already displayed on your store. You can change it here, choose a different one, and then the style as well, the weight, whether it's bold or not. So you could change that too. If you have social media options, this is where you can enter your social media, different social media accounts if you have any. Now currency, some themes have the option of allowing the user, so the visitor to your store, to choose a currency from the drop-down menu. Now, in a previous lecture where we were looking at where you should be selling, which country you should be selling in, we talked about the fact that even though a user can choose a different currency on your store, so even if they can choose a different currency on your store, when they get to the checkout, they will see they will see the price that they're about to pay. They will see that in the original currency of your store, which is the currency of your own bank account, unless you use PayPal. So if you use PayPal, you can get around this. All right, now if you can't remember what I'm talking about here, go back and look at that lecture about where should I sell, which country should I sell in. Okay, because that explains more about this currency thing here and the issues that the things that can basically potentially go wrong when a customer gets to the checkout and sees the total price they have to pay in a currency that is not their own currency. Okay, go back and look at that lecture if you're confused here and you can't remember what that lecture actually said. Now, the default currency for my stores is euro, and the reason for that is because I live in Europe and my currency of my bank account is euros. And if your theme allows it, you can also customize the checkout as well. But the checkout that is actually default with the theme default checkout is usually fine. Now, other customization options that you will have is, first of all, you'll be able to customize the header, and that's going to be in every theme. You're going to be able to customize the header. So often you can customize the menu, and you can decide what size of font you're going to have for the menu. I've got this set at 18 pixels. You can change the size here, make it larger or bigger. It has a maximum size, and that's because if it gets too big, it's going to knock out the actual styling of the page. And if you're going to upload a logo to your header, you do that here in theme customization. There is no logo uploaded here for this theme. This is just the text of the store name. Now, if you have a sidebar, you can also format your sidebar here, what you want to display and what you don't want to display. If I didn't want the social icons, for example, I could untick this box and they disappear. And don't forget again, when you change something, click Save at the bottom. Now this store has the option of having a banner ad up here. And if I didn't want this banner ad to display on all pages, if I didn't want it to display on any pages, I'd just untick them all, or just untick the ones that I don't want it to show on and tick the ones I do, etc. So I can have it showing nowhere or everywhere. Now these options here for the collections, this is where you can add certain collections that you're going to set up in your Shopify admin area, and you can have those displayed in various places or different places throughout your site. So I can choose a collection here, and I do have some collections already set up on my store. If I wanted to choose one of these, I'd choose one. You can choose any collection that you have already set up in your store. Now for this basic customization here, you haven't set up any collections yet, you can just leave that be and come back to it later. Now logo list, let me show you if I just display that here. This is where if you are selling brand name products that you would list the brands that are being sold on your store right here. So if you have this option and you want it displayed, you can tick the boxes. If you don't want it displayed, you can untick the boxes. And footer, this is where you can do some customization to your footer. For this particular footer, there's absolutely nothing to customize because footer is virtually non-existent. But if you have, a bigger footer, then you'll have some more customization that you're able to do there. The only thing I can do here is choose the menu which is going in the footer and decide whether or not I want to show payment icons, which I definitely do. And you definitely want to show your payment icons in your footer. Alright, so hopefully that's given you some ideas about customizing your own theme. But one more thing I want to point out here, almost forgot about it, is that the theme you choose, if it has a header image, this theme does not have a header image, but if your theme does, then you're going to need to replace the demonstration header image with an image of your own that's more fitting to your store. So in the next lecture, we're going to look at that because there's a very good chance that your store does require a header image. Hi everybody, welcome back. Let's take a look at finding a nice header image for your store. The website I am on is called pixabay.com and I use this website a lot. There are others, but this one is a really big database of very high quality images, and they're all free for commercial use. So this is important because you can't just go and grab an image from Google or anywhere at all, because usually they're copyright, or even if they are free to use in some capacity, most of them are not free for commercial use, and you need an image that's free for commercial use. So come along to Pixabay, and there are literally tens of thousands of images here. You can use the search bar to narrow down what you want. Well, there are almost 1 million images, it says here. So let's say, for example, that my website had something to do with cooking, so I was selling cookware and that kind of thing. I might want to have a header that was about food. Now along the top you're always going to see some sponsored images. These are paid images, so you can ignore those and then just scroll on down through to find something that you like. There are 329 pages of images related to food. Now, anything you want to find, you just go and type up here. So let's say, for example, camping. Oh, camping. "14 pages of images related to camping." You're sure to find something on here that is a nice image that's related to the niche that you're going to be selling in. Now once you've chosen an image, then you need to crop it down to the right dimensions for your theme. Now usually when you're in the theme customization and you're going to upload a header, it's going to give you the dimensions of the image that you need to upload. But the image, when you download it here from Pixabay, it's not going to be the right dimension, so you're going to need to crop it to those dimensions. And first of all, when you download it, you need to make sure that you download it in a big enough size. So let's say I was going to take this image here. Click on the free download button and you're going to see that there are a number of sizes here. Now, some of them are going to be too small because they're not going to be wide enough for your website. This one here is definitely going to be big enough. When you click on download, you're going to be prompted to enter a CAPTCHA, or you can sign up for an account and you won't need to enter the CAPTCHA. This is now downloaded to my computer, and to get this to the right size, to crop it to the size you need, you can use any kind of free image editing tool. If you're using Windows, Microsoft Windows, then you will have, or you probably will have, a built-in tool or built-in software called Paint, so Microsoft Paint. And if you don't have it, you can go and search online to download it for free. If you're using Mac, then you'll have something different. I don't know because I don't use Macs, but find something that's similar to that, something that's a very quick and easy free image editor. So I'm going to go ahead and open this in Microsoft Paint. So I am now going to decide what part of this image that I want in my header. Not going to be able to get the whole thing in, but I think I would like to have the camper van in my header. So I'm going to just go ahead and select to say here. And then I'm just going to crop this. Now, I don't know what size of image that you will need for your actual theme. Your theme customization settings are going to tell you that. But I can go up to resize and choose pixels because the image dimensions in your theme customization settings, they're going to show in pixels. Let's say that the size of the theme that I had to upload, so according to the settings in the theme customization, let's say it was 1800 wide and 600 tall. So what I need to do is I don't want the image to go skewed or out of proportion, anything like that. So I'll leave maintain aspect ratio. I know I wanted 1800 wide. And I wanted it 600 tall. Now it's still a little bit too tall, so it's a little bit too high, the image. I want to crop a little bit off this to get it closer to the 600. Now it doesn't have to be exact. Normally you don't have to get it exact, but as close as possible. So I'm going to resize it at the moment, and now I'm going to crop a little bit more off. I can't really crop much off the bottom. I could crop a little bit off the bottom. So let's see, I'm just going to crop a bit off the top and a bit off the bottom. And check the size again in pixels. Still a little bit too tall. So let's just do this again. Crop a bit more off the top, a bit more off the bottom. And this next time we're going to be pretty close, and we're going to be close enough anyway. Well, 630, but this is close enough. So I have now cropped and resized this image so that it is ready to upload to my theme under the theme customization options. Of course, I need to save it here. All right, so go along to Pixabay, choose a nice image for your header, and use a very simple free image editor to crop and resize your image to the correct dimensions before you go ahead and upload it in your theme customization. Hello and welcome back everybody. The next thing we're going to do in the store setup is we're going to create some pages, and these are the necessary pages for our store. So if you go over to the navigation here and click on pages, and what you can see here is that I have 6 pages. Now these pages here, privacy, refunds and returns, terms and conditions, these are the legal pages that go in the footer of your website. And these pages here, FAQs, get help, delivery information, these can go in the main navigation bar. You can, if you wish to, put delivery information in the footer, and in fact I'm going to do that because I'm going to have FAQs in the header and get help in the header. So I'm going to have delivery information also accessible from the main navigation bar. And I suggest that you do this as well, and you do it the way that I'm going to show you how to do it now. So first of all, you need to create your legal pages. Now, when you have a brand new install of Shopify, I think that there may be some templates already installed, the legal pages already in the footer. You would need to edit these templates though. You can't just leave them as is. But just in case you don't, I am going to give you the templates attached to this particular lecture. So if you download the resources that go with this lecture, you can get those templates. Now your privacy and terms and conditions, these are going to be pretty standard anyway. Regarding your refunds and returns, now what you need to be careful of here is that the country you are selling in, that you are being compliant. So you are complying with the laws in the country or the continent that you are selling in. Now for Europe, we must have by law a 14-day return policy, so the customer is allowed to change their mind within 14 days of placing the order. Now, providing that they return the item in the same condition they purchased it in, then they are entitled to a full refund. Now, if they don't, they're not entitled to a full refund, and this is something you've got to work out. So if the item comes back damaged and it's unusable, then you don't have to give them a refund. And you can also, if it comes back and it's just the package damaged, you can sell it again at a discount. You can take some off. You can refund part to the customer. But here's the law here in Europe that we must give the customer 14 days. So whichever country that you are selling in, you need to make sure that you're complying with that and it's on your refund and return policy. Now, there are some items that can't be returned, and that's in the interest of hygiene, that kind of thing. Food, if somebody's eaten it, that sort of thing. There are some things that can't be returned. So I will give you this refund and return policy, but make sure that you do edit it to suit yourself, and also make sure that right throughout all of these legal pages that you remove any reference to my contact details and this website, and put your own in there instead. Now, when it comes to the pages that are going to go in your main navigation bar, that's the top, so your top navigation bar, I recommend that you have an FAQ page, and I recommend you have a Contact Us page. And in this case, I've called the Contact Us page Get Help because I think it sounds a lot more friendly. Now, over here on the template, if you choose, instead of choosing page, you choose page.contact, it's going to insert a contact form on the page. Right, so it's going to actually look like this. So you can't see anything here, but because I've chosen the page.contact template, it's going to look like this. So I'm not going to bother to put any text in here at all because it's pretty obvious, Get Help, and here's the form to enter their contact details and the message. Now, as far as FAQs are concerned, what would you actually put in there? Well, I recommend that you put things like the delivery information. So you could have questions such as, when will I receive my order? And then the answer to that question. So all the questions that you can think of. So what I'm doing here, as well as providing you with the templates for the legal pages, I'm going to provide you with a sample Q&A page as well. So you can just look at those questions and you can use those questions to base your own FAQ page on. And your delivery information page, which we're going to put in the footer, I'm going to show you how to do that in a moment as well. This is just the information letting the customer know when they expect to receive their items. If you are drop shipping, then normally it's going to take a little longer for your customer to receive the items, and this is going to be all depending on the supplier. In the meantime though, although you can't enter any accurate information on the delivery information page, I'd like you to create the page, and I would like you to put something on there about delivery times being 5 to 15 working days. And the reason for that is we're doing this for a particular reason right now. We're setting up this basic site for a particular reason, and we're going to talk more about that shortly. But to add a page, create a page, you just click on Add Page, give your page the title, put the information in here, and make sure you've got the right template, which will be page, and then you click Save. So that's how you create a page. So once you've created all your pages, then go over to Navigation, and you'll have some different menus. If you don't have a sidebar, you won't have a sidebar menu. So you may only have a footer and a main menu. So you click on the menu, in this case footer, and then you click Add Menu Item. And then what you do is you add whatever you want to add here. So for example, I've added a search in the footer. So I've just typed in the word search, and then from the drop down box I've selected search page. Now that just adds a search link, a link that a user can click on to type in a keyword or whatever and search for something on my site. Contact Us, I've chosen page, and then I chose from the drop down box Get Help from the pages I'd already created. Did the same thing with returns and refunds, terms and conditions, privacy, and delivery information. Now, I don't want this, I just added it to show you. And then click on Save Menu. Now go back to navigation and you're going to do the same thing for your main menu. So with your main menu, you're going to add menu items again. You're going to give it a name. And then you're going to select the page or collections. We haven't set up any collections yet. We're going to be doing that shortly. But when you set up collections, you're able to add those to the main menu as well. Alright, so that's menus, and again, if you have a sidebar, you also may have a sidebar menu, so you can add things to the sidebar menu. Now, I've created all these collections here and I've added them to the sidebar menu. So again, we're going to look at doing collections shortly. Alright, so that's how you create pages, and that's how you add the pages to your menus, to your top menu, your footer menu, and your sidebar menu if you have a sidebar as well. See you in a minute. Welcome again, everybody. Now we are going to set up some categories for our store so that we can then start to add some products. Now you're thinking, hang on a minute, I haven't even found any suppliers yet. But what we're actually doing here at this stage is we are setting something up so that when we start to contact suppliers, we find interesting suppliers, they have the products that we want to sell, or they have the type of thing we want to sell, and we're going to contact them. Very often they will ask for your website, to see your website. They do that because they don't want to be supplying to Joe Blogg's general public. They only want to supply to real retailers, so people who are retailing or planning to retail, because since it's drop shipping, that kind of leaves it a bit open to abuse. So you could have some savvy members of the general public who decide they're going to get cheap products by buying them from drop shippers for themselves or for their family or whatever, as opposed to buying them retail. So drop shippers don't want that, obviously. They want to know you are a retailer, so often they will ask for a website. So for that reason, we're going to have something ready to show them before you even start to contact suppliers. Now, before we can add any products, and we're going to be getting onto, where you're going to find these dummy images and dummy listings to put on your store. We're going to get onto that next, but we need to set up some categories first. They're called collections here on Shopify. So go to products here, click on products, and then click on collections. So to create a new collection, click on the blue button and give your collection a title. So first of all, you do want a best-selling collection. So create a collection called best-selling or bestsellers, it doesn't really matter. Now you don't need to put anything in the description box. Also, it doesn't look great, so I would just leave the description box for your categories or your collections. I would leave those blank. Now down here for conditions, you need to choose either manually select products that you will add to this particular collection. If you do that, that means that each time you add a new product, you select, when you add the product, you select which collection that product is going into. You can also have automatically select products based on certain conditions. Now, let me just show you an example of that. Now, this store is actually selling soft toys, so plush animals, stuffed animals, basically for kids. So let's say that I was going to make a collection of frogs, so toy stuffed frogs. So I give it the title, and then under conditions, I can leave it at manually if I want to, but to make it easier, what I can do here is I can have products must match all conditions, and then product title contains the word frog. And then I can add another condition. product title contains toad, say. And in fact, the better way of doing it is having any condition, because the title may contain the word frog or it may contain the word toad, but it's not likely to contain the words frog and toad, because if I have this stuffed toy, which is a frog, it's going to have the word frog in the title. Have another stuffed toy, which is a toad, will have the word toad, but it won't have frog and toad in the title. So therefore, if we had matching all conditions, it wouldn't work if we had a title with just frog in it or a title with just toad in it. So we have any condition. Hope that makes sense. So we can add as many conditions as we want. It doesn't have to be the product title. It could be product type, price, weight, variant title, all kinds of things that you can add here as a condition, so that when you add a new product, it automatically goes into a particular collection. Now, if you don't want to do that, or if the collection that you are creating doesn't lend itself to that, instead choose manually select products. Now, it's a good idea to upload an image for each collection that you create. And when you click the blue button here, upload image, it's going to allow you to select an image from your device. So again, you can use Pixabay to find images that will be relevant and appropriate for the collection that you are creating. You can also use product images as a collection image. And in fact, that's what I would normally tend to do. I would select one of the products from that collection and I would use an image for that as my collection image. Okay, so with these collections I've already created, you can see here that I've added conditions to some of them. So I've added conditions to this one here. Product title contains pig or cow or chicken or sheep or lamb, because these are farm animals, so farm stuffed animals. And for this collection, dogs and puppies, I've got product title contains dog or product title contains puppy. Now, some of these collections I haven't put any conditions on. So for best selling, I've put no conditions on. I've put no conditions on newest arrivals. I haven't put any conditions on any of these others yet. So I probably would on some of these, but I just haven't got round to doing it yet. And none of this is set in stone. You can delete a collection, add a new collection, edit a collection anytime you want. So just set up a few collections loosely based on your niche. Okay, once you've created some collections, now we can add some products to the store. Here's a quick video to show you how to remove the sales sticker from the minimal theme, because it's not that obvious, and a student has just asked me about it. It was really difficult to explain, so I thought I'd made this video. So I'm right here in the theme customization section of my store, and this is the minimal theme. Now, to remove the sales stickers completely from your store, first thing to do is you want to navigate to one of the category pages. So I'm just going to click here to go to women's bracelets. Now, over on the left, we have this little icon here for collection pages. Click on that and untick show product sales circle. Click save. And to remove the sales circle from the actual product pages, just click on any product. And over here in the left, click on product pages. Scroll down and under show sales circle, make sure this is unticked, and then click save. And that's all you need to do, and that will completely remove the sales circle or the sales sticker from your store using the minimal theme. Alright, welcome back. Now we are going to get some dummy products to add to our store so that we have something on the store when we apply to suppliers. And for this, we're going to use AliExpress. Now, the products that you add to your store, they don't have to be the exact type of products that you are going to apply to suppliers for, that you're going to be looking for. Now, really, at this stage, with your research that you've done using Facebook Audience Insights, research into your audience, your chosen demographics, at this stage, you should still be fairly kind of open-minded and have a number of different things that you may possibly want to sell. This is going to make it a lot easier for you when you look for suppliers. So even if you have a niche or some niches, you don't need to narrow it down at this stage to sub-niches. At this stage, still, you have just a framework of a store, and you could go in a number of different directions. But for the store Little Pets, the demo store Little Pets, I'm looking for toys. I know I'm looking for toys. Now, I could add any toys on there, but I'm going to look for some plush toys. So you can either use the search bar at the top, or you can just find your category and then subcategory. So right here, I'm looking for stuffed and plush animals. No need to spend too much time selecting. It really doesn't matter. These are just dummy products that you're adding to the store. Now, you want it to look real, so you want to add several products. I would say 20 to 30. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it's going to make the world a difference when you are contacting suppliers. So I'm just going to take this one here. I'm going to copy and paste the title. Just put it onto a text file for now. I am going to grab a couple of images. I want this image here, but I can't download it. So instead, I'm just going to take a screenshot of it. And maybe this one here as well. And I want a few things for the description. And I'm going to do the same with some more. So I'll take this one, and probably this one, maybe this one, and I'll just keep going until I've got about 30 of these like this. We don't need to worry too much about getting detailed descriptions, because when we do this for real, so when we are adding products for real, we do want to have a detailed description, but we'll go into that later on. So, for now, we don't need any of that. There's a frog. I'm going to take that one as well. Now, in case anybody's wondering about what we spoke earlier about not taking copyright images from Google, using Pixabay for images because they are free for commercial use and we know they're not copyright. In case anybody's wondering about this, this is not the same, okay? This is completely different. Nobody is going to care if you use these images. For one thing, you could be a retailer that's purchased these products from AliExpress, or you could be dropshipping from AliExpress, like a lot of other people are. If an image is watermarked with the seller's watermark, you can't use that image. So you have to make sure the image is not watermarked. None of these images we've been looking at here are watermarked, and they leave them without watermarks on because there are so many retailers who are actually buying from them and want to use the images. So really, this is completely different to just say going to Google and doing a Google search for an image and taking an image that somebody may well be using on their website and has all sorts of implications going along with it. Okay, now let's go back over to Shopify and let's add these products to the store. Welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to add products to our store. So we're adding these dummy products to the store, and adding a product is easy here in Shopify. So over on the navigation menu, and then click on products, and you'll get this page, add your first products. So just click the blue button, and here's where we want to put the title that we copied and pasted earlier. Now we're not going to use this whole title here because some of it doesn't sound right. So let's just paste it in here. We don't want this new hot or waiting. So we're just going to take that out. I think I'll just remove all of this here or leave it like that. I just removed some of the stuff that was duplicated in the title and removed some of the words from the beginning. So you do have to check these titles. Sometimes they don't make a whole lot of sense, so you just need to check them first and edit them as necessary. Now in the description, I'm not going to put much at all. I'm just going to get this here. I've got the size. So there, I've just changed it a little bit and I haven't added anything else to it. And as I said already in the last lecture, when we are adding products for real, we need to create a proper description, but this will do here for now. I'm going to upload the image as well that I took. So I'll just click here and upload the image. And I'm just going to give it a price here. No need to enter anything here under inventory and no need to enter anything under shipping. And then just go ahead and click save when you've added your first product. Oh, and you should also do the organization over here. So product type, I'm just going to put this as a soft toy. And then I'm going to choose a collection for it, which I think would be other, and save again. And you just want to keep going until you've added about 20 to 30 products. So just going through the same process, adding 20 or 30 products. And make sure you add a few of those products to a best-selling collection as well. All right, so you don't need to watch me adding all these products to the store. It's just the same process for every one. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Hi everybody. Now we are going to add a payment method. So a method of accepting payments. So I already have payment methods set up, but when you first come to this page, which you get to by going to settings and then clicking on payments here, and it's going to bring you to this page, you will have no payment method set up. Now, depending on the country that you are in, you will have several different options. There are a number of built-in options, but the options will be different depending on the country you are from. Now, if you are in the UK, the US, Ireland, Canada, and I think Australia, you are able to use what's called Shopify payments, which is Shopify's own credit card processor. If you are not, you have various different options, and the best one is usually Stripe. It used to be that if we are from Ireland, which I am, we weren't able to use the Shopify payment credit card processor. So I've always used Stripe. So I'm now considering changing over to Shopify payments, but I've been using Stripe for a long time. I'm kind of used to using it. However, I probably should change it. But anyway, what will happen is you're going to be given various options. And if you are eligible to use the Shopify credit card payment system, their own system, then you will see that it's recommended that that's what you use. Now, if not, you'll be able to select from a drop-down box and you will see what's available to you. If you can't use Shopify payments, so if you're not in the UK, the US, Canada, I think Australia, Ireland, I think there are now a couple of other countries as well, but if you are not able to use Shopify payments, then I recommend that you use Stripe if Stripe's available to you, and if not, choose another one. Now, your other option is to use PayPal, and I have PayPal as well. So if you look here, I've added PayPal, so I have PayPal as an option as well as Stripe. Stripe is just basically a credit card payment processor, but I also give customers the option of using PayPal, so I have attached my PayPal account there as well, which is very easy to do. So you do obviously need a PayPal account before you can do this. Anyhow, whichever payment method you choose, you just follow the on-screen instructions. And if you happen to choose Stripe, so if you're not able to choose Shopify payments and you choose Stripe, then you'll be prompted to sign up for a Stripe account. It's a very simple process. And before they actually pay you, before Stripe pay you for your order, so you've received orders on your store and Stripe has processed the payments for you, before they send that money to your bank account, they will ask for some kind of verification of your identity. Okay, so you'll be asked to upload something, upload some kind of documentation like a scan of your passport or something along those lines. I can't remember exactly what they asked me for, but it wasn't much anyway, and I uploaded it, and that was dealt with very quickly. Now, when you use PayPal, let's say you decide to use PayPal alone, on its own. Now, remember the earlier lecture about which country to sell in, deciding which country to sell in. If you use PayPal, it means that you are able to sell in other countries, and the customer, when they go to pay for their order, they will see the total in their own currency. Whereas if I wanted to sell in, for example, let's say I wanted to sell in the UK, but my currency on this store is euro because my bank account is a euro account, then when the customer gets to checkout and goes to pay for the order, they're going to see the price in euro and not in pounds, even though they are in the UK, which doesn't make for a great experience. And that's why using PayPal can sometimes be an advantage for that. A second advantage of using PayPal is that you've got instant access to the funds. Now, when you're using Stripe, for example, so a credit card processor, they are taking the funds, and then it can take a week for you to get those funds into your bank account. So if cash flow is going to be a problem for you when you first start out, you may just want to use PayPal, so you'll have instant access to that money as soon as the customer has paid for the order. So there are some advantages to using PayPal, but I'll give you a tip. If you're going to use PayPal, if you want PayPal to be your primary method of accepting payments on your store, you want customers to use PayPal, do not have any other options, because what I have found is that if there are other options, they will usually take the other option. But if it's only PayPal, they have no choice and they have to use PayPal. Now, of course, a customer using PayPal, if they don't have a PayPal account, they can still pay for the order with their credit or debit card, because PayPal allows people to buy things with a card even if they don't have a PayPal account. So you have to weigh this up. Do you want to use PayPal? Maybe you want to use PayPal exclusively. Do you want to use a credit card processor and have PayPal as an extra method at the checkout? Or what do you want to do? So you have to think about that and decide. So go ahead and add a payment method, add at least one payment method to your store. Hi everybody, what we're going to do now is we're going to get a domain name and attach it to our store. Because we need a domain name, otherwise our store address would be yourstore.shopify.com. Now, clearly that's not at all professional, so you do need a domain name for your store. Now, by now you will already have an idea of the niche you're going to sell in. You'll have a whole list of products, so you've got a kind of idea where you are going. But at the same time, what if you're not really sure that this is the niche that you really ultimately want to sell in, and you don't want to keep on buying new domain names if you decide to change? You can buy a more generic domain name, and if you look at a lot of stores now, the domain names, they're quite general, so they're not attached to any specific niche. Now, you can buy your domain name directly from Shopify. I'm going to show you how to do that in a moment, and when you do that, you don't actually have to set anything up or connect it to Shopify, to your store, because it's already automatically connected. But first of all, you need to come up with a domain name. And we can't really use the Shopify system to do that because we can't test to find out if domain names are available properly in the Shopify system. So you can use any domain registrar to get ideas for domain names. So I like to use GoDaddy. GoDaddy is the domain registrar that I buy most of my domain names from, but you can use any at all. For this demo, we'll go over to GoDaddy. Alright, so you can use the search bar here to find out if a domain is available or not, and also to help give you some ideas. I can't really help you in choosing a domain name because It's going to be something that you've got to come up with. You've got to try and get a little bit creative, because you will try domain names to see if they're available, and oftentimes they'll be gone and you'll have to think up something else. Sometimes it's good to try and think of a kind of catchy name. This will definitely be gone, but let's just try it anyway. Yeah, so you can see that is taken, the .com is taken. So you may need to try several, and you can grab a pen and paper or a text file on your device and just start coming up with ideas. That's what I do when I'm looking for a domain name. So when I chose the domain name Little Pets with a Z, I had tried dozens of other domain names that were similar to that before I even thought of Little Pets, and all the other ones were taken. Don't go for anything like .org or any of these kind of domain extensions here. Only go for either .com or the country extension of the country that you are going to be selling in. So in other words, if you're going to sell in the UK.co.uk, if you're going to sell in, say, France.fr, you're going to sell in Canada.ca, but other than that, go for .com. And the second tip is about using different characters in your domain name. Don't use hyphens because they get missed out. So if somebody's typing your domain name into the address bar, the hyphen will often get missed out and they'll end up on a completely different website. Don't use numbers, so don't use like a number 4, 5, any number at all. And the reason for that again is that the number could easily get typed as the letters. So if you had the number 4 in your domain, could get typed as FOUR or the number 4. So don't use numbers either in the letter form or in the actual digit form. So yes, really that's about it. Don't use numbers in your domain name, don't use hyphens, and for your extensions either use .com or the country extension that you plan to sell in. Alright, now once you've chosen a domain name, you don't need to buy it here, because if you buy it from Shopify, as I said, you won't have any setting up to do. On the other hand, if you've already got a domain name, so let's say you have an existing domain name you want to use, then you can attach that to your Shopify store. So let's go ahead and click on domains. You have the choice to connect an existing domain or buy a domain. If you don't have one already, then I recommend that you buy the domain that you've just chosen, so the domain you've picked after searching to find something that's available that you like. I recommend that you just go ahead and buy it here from Shopify. Now it's going to cost a couple of dollars more than it would if you buy it from somewhere else, say GoDaddy. But it's going to save you some time and hassle setting it up. There's a little bit of technical stuff to do to actually connect a domain name that you have bought elsewhere. So go ahead and either click buy new domain to buy the domain that you've chosen that you know already is available, or click to connect existing domain. So if you have a domain already, and then you enter here the domain that you want to connect, then you click next, and it will actually come up with the domain provider. So Shopify will automatically detect where you have purchased that domain name from. Now this particular domain actually wasn't bought from GoDaddy, it was bought from Namecheap, so that's correct. And then what you need to do is click the button to follow the instructions to connect your domain to Shopify. Okay, now the instructions are different for every domain provider, but it's not difficult. You just need to follow the step-by-step instructions, and there are a couple of technical things to do. So once again, you don't need to do this. You can buy your domain name from Shopify, so you can go to one of the domain providers like GoDaddy, etc. to find out if a domain is available. Then you can come over here to Shopify and you can buy your domain from Shopify. So right here, buy new domain, and then you won't have any setup to do. Hi everybody, now I'm going to show you how to set up a free professional email account for your store, because when you're contacting suppliers, this is really the main reason we need to do this at the moment. When you're contacting suppliers, You do not want to be contacting them from a Gmail account or something like that, because immediately they're going to think it a little odd, right? They're going to immediately want to maybe check you out a little bit more. If you have a professional email account, you're giving that what the supplier would expect. The supplier would expect you to be emailing them from a professional email account. So go along to zoho.com. Now for me it's defaulted to zoho.eu, but it doesn't really matter. Just type in zoho.com into your address bar and then click on sign up now. For the free account, click sign up, and here enter the domain name that you purchased, whether you purchased that from Shopify or anywhere else. Just enter it here. And now just fill in these fields to create your Zoho account. And for your account email, I just use something like support, and then go ahead and sign up. So now we need to verify that we do own this domain. Obviously, otherwise anybody could use your domain to set up an email account. So to do that, click the drop down box. Now you can see here that if you bought your domain from Shopify, you select this one here, Open SRS /Squarespace /Shopify. So this is the same procedure for any of these three things. So Shopify is included in that one. So you would just click here and select the HTML method. I believe this will be the easiest way for you to do it. Now bear in mind that I have never purchased a domain from Shopify. I always purchase mine elsewhere, GoDaddy or sometimes Namecheap. But from looking at the instructions here and knowing what you can do in Shopify, this is going to be your easiest way. So choose the HTML method and download this file. So right here, click this link to download the file to your computer, your device, and then go over to Shopify, choose Settings, and under Settings, click on Files, click the blue button to upload a file, find the file on your device, so wherever it just downloaded to, and then select it and then click to upload it. Now once you've done that, you should be able to go right back to Zoho and click Verify by HTML, the green button down at the bottom, and that should work. And that's all you actually need to do to connect Zoho to your domain if you purchase that domain from Shopify. And once you've done that, you can go ahead and start using it like a regular email address. So the email address you just set up, which was in this case support@littlepets.com. Now if you purchased your domain somewhere else, for example from GoDaddy, you need to follow the instructions provided, and in fact there's a video here for the GoDaddy instructions to show you what to do. And you've got all these other domain providers here. I note that Namecheap is not actually on the list, but if you have purchased a domain from a domain registrar that's not on the list, you can just select others. Okay, now there will be other places where you can get a free professional email address, but Zoho is really the go-to one, and there's always going to be something to do to connect your domain to Zoho. Now clearly with the Shopify setup, if you bought your domain from Shopify, it's very, very simple, as I just demonstrated. Now let's just have a quick look at my demo store now that I've added some dummy products and I've added some categories and pages and that kind of thing. So as you can see, it looks okay here, the front page. Now I've only added about 10 products here, but as I mentioned already, you should add 20 to 30 before you show your store to any suppliers. Now it only took me, it took me about half an hour, just about 30 minutes or so, to add these 10 or 11 products. I didn't bother to really put anything much in the description. I just added the title and an image and then added the products to a specific collection, like newest arrivals and best selling. Now on the home page here, just let me show you how we set this up to display certain products and also some categories on the home page. So we need to do this in the theme settings. So let me just show you this now because I didn't show you before. So go to customize theme, and in your sections look for your featured collection and your collections list. So in the featured collections here, I have added newest arrivals. So this is a collection I set up, I created when I was creating my collections, and I added these products here to this collection. So when I just choose newest arrivals, I could choose another one if I wanted to, but I've decided to feature the newest arrivals section on the home page. So if we just go back here, this is the collection list here. So I have decided to have 3 collections per row, 1, 2, 3. Could have more than that, could have less than that. And right here, I have chosen the collections to display. If I want to add more, I can add more and create another row of collections down here just by clicking here, choosing a collection to add, like newest arrivals, and that's going to add that down here. And because I've only added 1, it's going right across the page. But if I added 3, it would line up like this here. Anyway, I'm going to just delete this one. So we can delete and add as we want to. But I'm quite happy with the look of that now. If I was using the store now to show to a supplier, I'd be quite happy with this. So we've got the FAQs and we've got the Get Help, which has the form on here. We've got our footer pages. So everything's on there. Of course, I wouldn't have demo store here in brackets, but I still don't necessarily need a logo. You don't necessarily need to use a logo at this stage, as long as you've got the name of your store up here. And this is something that you do in your general settings in your Shopify admin. So that's down here under settings. All right, so once you get your store looking okay, you've got your pages in place, you've got your demo products, your dummy products in there, you've got your collections, you've got your navigation in place, your top navigation, your footer menu, all that kind of thing. You can now use this store to apply to dropship suppliers, and that's what we're going to be doing next. Hello everybody, in this section of the course we are going to cover dropship suppliers, so finding suppliers who will dropship for you. So I'm going to show you a number of different ways you can do that. You've got a number of different options, and as well as the lessons in this section, later on in the course we have a section about dropshipping from China. So we cover AliExpress, Banggood, the related Shopify apps that can connect your store to these websites. So all that is covered as well later on in the course. But the first thing I want to show you is an app that, in my opinion, is essential. Because with this app, you not only get access to a lot of dropshippers, but one of the key things here is that it is fully automated. To get full automation is pretty rare. Even if you connect your store to a website like AliExpress, it's still not fully automated. It's still only part automated. At the end of the day, you still need to go to AliExpress and put those orders through, manually make those orders on AliExpress. But with this app, there's none of that. And you also have an option to add personalized invoices. So you can have an insert put inside the package before it's sent out to your customer with your logo on it, your store website address on it, and your message on it. So let's take a quick look, and then in the following lessons we'll go into more detail. Now the first step is that you choose the level that you are at. Now for most of you that's going to be getting started. So you tick that box, click continue. The next step, choose the type of products that you sell. Now you can choose multiple options here, or you can select all categories, and that's what I suggest you do because it will be personalized to whatever you choose here. If you want to keep your options open, choose all categories. Click on continue, and in the next step, choose where you want your product shipped from. So you can choose United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Europe, Australia, Asia, or just no preference. You can tick them all if you like, or just tick no preference. I selected these 5: US, Canada, United Kingdom, Europe and Australia. But if you want to keep your options open for Asia as well, just tick no preference or tick them all. Continue again, and in the next step, choose the price range of products that you're looking for. Now, I would select no preference here. Again, keep your options open. And as mentioned, you can add your logo, add a personal note, and your URL, so your shop website address, on branded invoicing inside the packages before they are sent out to your customer. So you can have all this done as well. Now, the next lesson is a written lesson which guides you step by step how to install the app and connect it to your Shopify store. Now, this app does have paid plans as well, but it also has a free forever plan. Okay, so read through and go through that next lesson, follow it step by step to install the app and activate it. And then in the lesson after that, we'll go and take a look at the app in action and how to import products, choose products and import them, how to choose the country that you want the product to be shipped from, and everything else. Okay, see you there in a few minutes. Okay, once you have the app installed on your store, and don't worry about all these other apps, you're going to learn about these later, but on your store dashboard, click on Apps and then click on Spocket. And first of all, let me show you right here the top icon. If you click on that, you're going to get the video tutorials. Now, they're very short tutorials, but there's really not a lot to this. It's pretty simple. So you have these 5 short tutorials here which I recommend you watch, but I'd also like to point out a few things to you myself. If you go to the little gear icon at the bottom, settings, and click on that, select automated orders, and this is where you can set it up so that all of the orders that come into your store are fully automated. So you don't even need to manually place the order with the supplier. You don't need to manually make a payment with the supplier for the customer order. Now, this is what you normally need to do because full automation is actually very unusual. So this app has it, which is really good. And the effect of that is that when an order comes into your store, a customer pays for the order on your store, automatically that order is processed, it is sent to the supplier, and the payment is made. So it's all done. And then, of course, it's shipped out to your customer. This is as hands-off as you could possibly get. So if you want to set up automated orders, you simply click on Add Credit Card. And this is completely secure because it's all processed via the big payment processor called Stripe, which is in fact the payment processor that Shopify uses themselves. So Shopify's own payment processor is in fact powered by Stripe. So that's completely secure, right? So that's how you automate everything. We'll come back to branded invoicing in a minute, but let me just show you the pricing rules. Make sure that you set the pricing rules using advanced. So toggle advanced pricing rules on, because just using a default pricing, which is a default markup for every single item on your store, that's not really flexible enough. So with the advanced pricing rules, the way it works is that you add a cost range and then you add the markup, whatever you want to add to that particular cost range. I'll show you. So click Add. Right, say from cost range, this is your cost, not the customer's cost on your store, but your cost from the supplier, the cost price of the item. So I'm going to say here $0 to $3. I'm going to put the markup as a fixed amount, I think. You could do a multiplier. If you did a multiplier, that would be, say, 1.5 or 2. So, for example, if I put 2 in here, that would mean that it's going to double the price. So the retail price that shows on the store is going to be double the cost price. Example, if the item is costing me from the supplier $3, and I do a multiplier of 2, that means it's going to show as $6, the retail price on my store is going to be $6. Otherwise, you can do a fixed amount. So I could do a fixed amount of, say, $5 for anything that costs between $0 and $3. We can add another one now from 3.01 because the last one was up to $3. So next one is from $3.01 to, say, $6. And we can do fixed amount again of, let's say, 7 this time. Now normally the higher the cost of a product, in general, the more of a markup that we can get on it. And this time it's from 6.01, $6.01, going to, I'll say $10 this time. And we'll put our markup now as 9, fixed amount. Now you might wonder where I'm getting these figures from. It's just really based on, we don't want to charge too much as a retail price, but we still want to make a reasonable profit. So we need to look at that. And of course you can come back and you can change these, play around with this, change them and edit them anytime you want. So to begin with, just add some rules, and then later on you can come back and change them if you wish to do so. Now with higher priced products, like for example, if a product was say $100 at cost, we would normally be adding significantly more than just a few dollars onto that, because in general, the higher the price of a product at cost, the more of a profit you can make. Now this is a general rule, and it does depend a bit as well on the type of product it is, but in general we would be adding at least $30 or $40 onto a $100 product, if not more. Alright, that's the pricing rules, and the reason that I wanted to come and show you this here instead of just leaving you to watch the tutorial video is because I wanted to make sure that you know how important it is to use the advanced pricing rules and not just the default pricing rules. And I think what I've just explained there probably helps you to understand why, because as the prices go up, normally we want to add a higher markup to those higher priced products. Alright, now security is just for changing your password. Let's go back to branded invoicing here. Now with the branded invoicing, this is a great option, but the downside is that you cannot use the branded invoicing option with the forever free plan. You would need to upgrade to one of the other plans. So this is the way the pricing works. The free plan, forever free, you can import up to 25 products. So you still have access to the whole database of products, which I'll show you in a minute, but you can import up to 25. So you can have up to 25 at any one time on your store. You have access to the automated order processing as well. With the paid plan, which is either $29 per month if you pay annually or $49 per month if you pay monthly, you can import up to 250 products. You also have access to premium products. You still have the automated order processing. And this is where you get access to branded invoicing. So there's no charge for branded invoicing, but it's only accessible with the paid plan. Now there is another plan above that as well, but the only difference really there is you can import unlimited products, I believe, as opposed to just up to 250. So you can have unlimited products on your store, but there's no real reason why you would want or need that. In the early days, you may well want to import up to 250 and have the branded invoicing. That's a decision that you will need to make. Okay, let's have a quick look at the products. Select by location. Now this is where we can choose the ship from country and ships to country. So for example, if I wanted to dropship in Ireland, then I really want suppliers in Europe. So I'm going to, first of all, say from UK to Ireland, click search, sort by category, or enter keywords to search for a particular product. So for the ship from countries, We have all these here. But I will say this, Australia is a little bit thin, in fact, very thin at this time on suppliers. Of course, I wouldn't want to ship from Australia to Ireland, but for those of you who want to drop ship within Australia, there is not a huge choice, and there's not a huge choice at this time yet for Canada. But they are working on this, and they are constantly looking for sourcing and bringing on new suppliers. Okay, so let me just do a quick search by category. And they have some really great products here. Now, you don't need to sell for the retail price as shown here. So here's the price that it actually costs you for these products, and here's the retail price. You don't need to sell for that price. It's entirely up to you. But I don't recommend that you sell for more than the retail price for most of your products anyway. So let's just check out ships from United States to United States. This is still the bath and beauty category, and scrolling down the page, you can scroll down and there are loads and loads of products. Let's choose another one. Let's go for gifts, try home and garden, and shipping from the US to the US. You're going to get a lot more products. That's just the way it is. That's the way that it's been for a long time and probably always will be. But there's nothing stopping you dropshipping in the US even if you don't live in the US. You can also do a price filter here if you want to. Set a minimum and maximum price and click search to filter by price. You can select supplier, but if the names aren't familiar to you, there's not much point because you don't know what they sell. And to import a product to your store, all you need to do is add to import list. And over here, you've got your import list. Here it is. If you want to edit the title, you can. If you think it needs editing, anything added to it, it's a good idea sometimes just to even make a small edit. Same with description. You can edit this. Now later on in the course, we have some lessons about AliExpress and Banggood and these suppliers from China, and I do cover editing descriptions and titles. I do talk about that in a lot more detail. So I'm not going to talk about it here because it is covered later on in the course. But you do want to edit these descriptions and try and make them a little bit better and more appealing. That's going to help you get more sales. We can check out the images. These are all the images that are going to be imported. Click on Save and click on Push to Store, and it'll be published on your store. Now you can also under here check your orders, and this will be all the orders that you've received through this app. Now I've just added another product to my import list because I want to show you something here. So I just added this. If we click on variants, this one's got a number of variants, but what you can do is you can override the rules that you have set under the global shipping rules by changing the price here. I can make this higher if I want to, or lower if I want to, but also show shipping prices, right? Domestic shipping, it's $3.98. In my case, the costs are showing in euro, but this is the shipping cost. That's the delivery time, 4 to 7 days, which is fine. But you need to factor this in. If you are thinking about doing free shipping or low cost shipping, very low cost shipping on your store, you need to think about your selling price because you're going to have this shipping cost as well on top of the cost of the product. So here we've got price you pay is $3.54. That's the price I would pay for this. If a customer orders this, the customer pays $8.13, I pay $3.54. But because I also have $3.98 shipping, that doesn't really leave much profit at all. I either need to charge the customer shipping or I need to put the price up of this product. Or we can do both. So we could put the price of this product up by say 1 to $9.13 or make it $9.49 say, or $9.99. And then also charge $1.99 or 150, just some low shipping price. Another option we have for the sale price is we can just set the profit here, a percentage, and click apply. I'm going to save that and I'm pushing it to the store. All right, let's find that product on the store, do a search for it. There it is. We've got all our images here, we've got our variants. And let's say I want to add a shipping rule to this product. We need to click on the variants. Here we can enter our compare at price. So if we want to have it on sale, we could say $12.99. That's going to show basically as $12.99 reduced to $9.99 on the website. Inventory. So everything is fully tracked. If this item happens to go out of stock, it will show out of stock on your store so that people can't order out of stock items. Right, for the shipping, because I have my shipping set up as weight-based rules, I want to enter a weight here, let's say 0.5, and that is going to charge the customer shipping at the checkout. Save. And you can also do it like this. You can select them all, click on edit, and then quickly go through them like that, one at a time. All right, so play around with it. Import some products to your store. You can always delete them again afterwards. Just get a feel of it. So that's Spocket. And in my opinion, this is an excellent app. It's an opportunity to fully automate the whole process, which, as I said earlier, is pretty unusual, and we don't get this very often, this opportunity to automate things to this extent. Okay, see you in the next lesson. I wanted to show you the upgraded version of the app with branded invoicing. So I've uploaded my logo here and put a note in here, and we can see what the invoice will look like. So this is what will go inside the customer orders. That's just a sample address there, obviously, and sample name. Okay, so that's one of the things you can do with the upgraded version. Now the other thing you can do is you have access to premium products. These are products that are only available with the upgraded version of the app. And just as with the free version, you can select by category. And here we can see the shipping times. This is United States to United States, 4 to 7 business days. We've got the shipping price right here. And I didn't mention in the previous video, but if you wanted to get a sample of a product before you decide to add it to your store, you can just click on this button here to order samples. And as before, we can also select our shipping from location and to location. For anyone who does decide to upgrade from the free plan to the Pro plan, I have negotiated a 15% discount. I know it's not a huge discount, but it's something. And providing you use the link in the second lesson about this app, you will have that discount if you do upgrade at any point. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to look at locating suppliers, so locating dropship suppliers. Now this is a lot easier than you may anticipate, and we are making it even easier by not being too specific at this stage. So in other words, at this stage you should still be quite open-minded. So even though you may have a niche chosen, a main niche chosen, you should be open-minded about the sub-niches. So if your audience research that you have done using Facebook Insights has told you that your particular target audience is interested in a number of different things, so you know the different things that these folks are interested in. So at this stage, you should still have a fairly open mind about what you're going to sell to them. So as I say, even if you've got it narrowed down to a niche, so for example, let's say I had this narrowed down to jewelry, and then I could be very open-minded about the type of jewelry that I was looking for. So when we start to look for dropship suppliers, there's a few things that we can do. Now, first of all, we can look specifically for dropshippers. So to do that, just simply do a Google search for what you're looking for. Now, let's say that one of the things that I think that I may want to sell, one of the things that I would like to sell to my target audience is hip hop jewelry for men. So men's hip hop jewelry. Now, when we looked on AliExpress, I already know that this is a pretty hot little niche. So it's quite a big niche actually, but it's a specific niche, but there's still a big market for it. It sells really, really well. Now, the most obvious thing to search for is hip hop jewelry dropshippers, and certainly there are some here. We can find some just by doing this search. However, it's a kind of specific search. What we need to remember about wholesalers in general is that they're not particularly good at optimizing their pages and their websites for specific searches in Google. So doing a search for jewelry dropshippers, or even just men's jewelry dropshippers even, would be a better start, because we can then go and look at those dropshippers to find out whether or not they have the type of jewelry that we're looking for. So in this case, hip hop jewelry. So that would be a much better start than starting off very narrow with searching for hip hop jewelry dropshippers. Now, the other thing we can do is we can forget about the dropshippers bit and just put in wholesalers instead. Now, the reason that we do this is because not all wholesalers actually advertise the fact that they dropship, or it's not anywhere prominent on their website. So very often when you see a wholesaler that has the kind of products you want, but you can't see anywhere on the website that it mentions dropshipping at all, you can contact them and find out whether or not they do dropship. And the reason they don't always advertise the fact that they do dropship, or they are willing to dropship, is because they don't want to be inundated with inquiries from people who are just kicking tires, which happens a lot. So that's the second thing. Now, here's something else. You may be searching for dropshippers in a country that you are not located in. Now, what Google does, it tends to try and show you results that are more relevant to the country you're searching from. And it used to be that there were easy ways around this. So we used to be able to type certain things into the search bar that would actually redirect the searches to another country. So for example, if you wanted to search in the US, you could just type in /NCR, no country redirect. This doesn't really work so well anymore. Now, Google's changed things so it doesn't work so well. It tends to show us results that it thinks are more relevant to where we are actually located when we're doing the search. So what you can do is, so I'm here in Ireland, but I don't want to find any jewelry dropshippers in Ireland. I want jewelry dropshippers in the US because I plan to sell in the US. So let's just assume that. So I would just type in the US. And that's going to change my results a bit to give me results that are more relevant to the United States. So that's a really simple way of doing things. If I wanted to do the UK, I could just type in the UK. Now, it is true that you can't always find the suppliers you need for the exact products that you want to dropship, and that's why you need to be flexible and open-minded at this stage. So you don't want to be set in stone about your ideas. You don't want your ideas to be absolutely set in stone. This is what I want to sell, and I'm going to spend the next month trying to find a supplier for this particular thing, even though I'm not having a lot of luck. So, that's why it's better to have several products now that you could potentially be selling at this stage, so that you don't have to spend too much time looking for a supplier for a particular product if you can't easily find one. All right, so that's one way of finding dropshippers, but it's certainly not the only way. So let's move on and talk about some other ways to find suppliers. Now, one obvious place to dropship from is AliExpress, and a lot of people are using AliExpress to dropship. Now, I have always said that this is not an ideal solution. It's far from an ideal solution. Now, you can only do this if you are dropshipping in the United States. And AliExpress now has something called ePacket, which is a reasonably quick way of getting a product, an item, to your customer from AliExpress. It's still a lot slower than it would be if the item was being shipped domestically, so from the US to a US address. Still a lot slower than that. It is possible to make this work, but you have to provide absolutely top-notch customer service, which would probably include some kind of online chat, because otherwise your customers are not going to be satisfied with the long delivery times. And once again, you can only do this if you're drop shipping in the US. You can't do it from anywhere else because it simply wouldn't work. Now, since I made the first version of this course, things have changed a little over on AliExpress. Because drop shipping from AliExpress is now such a big thing, a lot of the suppliers, they are very geared up now to drop shipping. So they know that a lot of the orders that are coming through are drop ship orders. And in fact, you can chat with these suppliers even prior to starting placing orders. So you can build up a relationship with certain suppliers here on AliExpress, which is something that you couldn't really do very well in the past. But, things have changed. So you can actually build up a relationship with them. You can ask some questions before you start using them. Some of them even mention dropshipping on their product listing pages. So you know that they are doing quite a bit of dropshipping. Now, if you decide to dropship here from AliExpress, clearly there are millions of products here. Absolutely advise you against just using one of these plugins to import thousands of AliExpress products to your store across tons of different categories and niches with titles that are written by the Chinese sellers and descriptions that are written by the Chinese sellers, importing the whole lot into your store and expecting that to work. It does not work. You still need to select your niche and your products based on your target audience. And you would then need, now we're going on to this later on in the course here when we're talking about writing titles and descriptions and uploading images. We haven't really done that yet. All we've done so far is set up some dummy products, and we weren't really worried too much about the titles and descriptions. But when it comes to the real thing, the titles and descriptions and everything like that, this is what's going to actually sell your products. So if you decide to use AliExpress, firstly, you must be dropshipping in the US. Secondly, you must be providing absolutely excellent customer service. And thirdly, you still need to narrow down for your target audience, know what their likes are, what they want to buy, what they will purchase, and what's popular among that particular demographic. All right, so that's the second option. And thirdly, you can use a directory of wholesalers and dropshippers. Now, there are free directories and there are also paid directories. The free directories are obviously quite limited. Now, if you feel the need to use a directory and pay for a directory, so you feel that you really want to shortcut this, you really want to save the time and perhaps find things that you may not otherwise find, and it's within your budget to use a paid directory, you need to be really careful because there are a number of paid directories out there that are really just not worth it. Now, on the PDF download, the resource document that goes with this lecture, I have listed some free directories that you can go and check out, and I've also put a link to the the only paid directory that I would actually recommend. So I would go and take a look at those if you are thinking that it's within your budget and you would like to have a paid directory. Now check those out before you make any decisions. All right, see you in the next lecture. Okay, now before we move to the next section, I just wanted to give you a little preview of section 7. This is information that we cover a little later on in the course, and this is also relating to suppliers, and in fact it gives you more options for suppliers. Now this will also give you options to dropship from a website that is quite similar to AliExpress, doesn't have as much choice, but still very good website. And this is suitable for dropshipping to most countries in the world, so not just the US, because there are warehouses in Europe and warehouses in the US. So that does make a huge difference. Now the reason that I'm not giving you all of this information right at this point in the course is because I don't want this to be a course just about dropshipping from websites like AliExpress. Many dropshipping courses focus on that as if there's no other way. But the reality is, as you've just seen in the previous lessons, there are lots and lots of options for dropshipping. All right, so when you get to section 7, you're going to find a whole lot more options for dropshipping suppliers. And if you wanted to go ahead and check out section 7 now and then come back to this point in the course, then please go ahead and do so. All right, see you in a minute. Hello everybody, and welcome to the section of the course where we are going to discuss apps. So the different apps that you can install on your store to make life easier and to get more sales. And this is one of the great things about Shopify, the extensive suite of apps that you can integrate with your store. And this can make a world of difference to everything you do. And as you can see here, Shopify has over 1,000 apps. They're not all free, but a lot of them are free. And the ones that we are going to be looking at here today, they're either free or they have a free version. So on your Shopify dashboard, just click on apps and then click the blue button to visit the App Store. Now the first app we're going to look at is a currency converter. Now remember we discussed the problem of selling in another country, and when the customer looks at the prices or gets to checkout, they're going to see those prices in your currency and not in their currency. And that is most definitely a problem, and most definitely it would affect sales. It could affect sales quite dramatically if, for example, you were trying to sell in the US, your currency is something else. In the US, they are not necessarily very aware of different currency conversions, and they may not have a clue what they're actually going to be paying for something, and in which case they're going to abandon the checkout. Now this is not so much the case the other way around. So if you are in the US yourself and you want to sell in other countries, the price is in dollars, then people tend to be a little more aware of what a dollar means. At the same time, it would still lose you sales. So there is a solution to this, and this is not a perfect solution, but it can certainly help. There's an app called Best Currency Converter. Now, these apps will be on the download resource document that goes with these lectures, and it will be attached to the last lecture in this section. So I'll put everything on the one download. So Best Currency Converter has two versions, a free version and the paid version, and the paid version is $10 a month. Now with the free version, that allows you to set, I think it's 5 different currencies. Let's just check here. Yeah, up to 5 currencies, and allows you to design it as well to suit your store. But the free version is really lacking in what we really need it for. And this is the only app that I'm going to say to you, if you want to sell in a different country, you should probably invest in this app at $10 a month. But it does have a 30-day trial, 30-day free trial, so you don't pay anything for the first 30 days. Now what the paid version allows you to do, first of all, it auto detects the currency of the country that your website visitor is in. So the visitor doesn't have to select a currency, it's auto detected. But also, and this is very important, on the cart, so when the customer adds something to cart, there's a message on the cart to let them know in advance that the checkout currency will be in a different currency. So let's just have a look at the demo. There's a demo here. Now this is just a demo store, so it hasn't been set up to be very aesthetically pleasing or anything like that, but we can see how it works. So as you can see, this has auto-detected that I am in the Eurozone and my country is Euro. So the prices are automatically showing as Euro. If I click on one, I'm going to add this to cart. So add to cart. And right here, what we can see is the message. All orders are processed in USD. While the content of your cart is currently displayed in Euro, you will check out using USD at the most current exchange rate. I've got two in here because I went here earlier. So just remove one. The customer cannot miss this message, it's impossible. Now when the customer goes to checkout, which I would actually make this red as well because it doesn't stand out so well. The only thing I don't like about this is this big gap. That's the only thing that I don't like. I guess if there was a lot more in the cart, there wouldn't be a gap, but because there's only one item in the cart, there's this big gap. But that's just a small thing, okay? That's me being picky. So if I go to checkout now, the prices are showing in dollars, so no longer is it showing my price in Euro, but at the same time, I just read that message, I had that message, so I was expecting it to be in dollars, and I know this is the current exchange rate as per the message on the previous page. Alright, so that's best currency converter, and at this time, this is your best option, your best solution if you want to sell in a different country. So if I, for example, want to sell in the US, I would use this app to show my customers their price in dollars and then give them a message before they actually hit the checkout to let them know price will show in Euro at the checkout, but it will be converted at the most current exchange rate. So as I said already, it's not an ideal solution, but it's the best solution that we have. And I would certainly be happy to work with this app and use this solution. So to install an app, if you're logged into your Shopify dashboard, all you need to do is click on Get, and it's going to automatically install that app on your Shopify store. Now the next one, this is a good one, is consistent cart, abandoned cart, etc. What this does is, like, let's imagine that you go to an online store, you add something to your cart, but then something happens, you get distracted, you're not sure, whatever. Anyway, you just leave the website. Now when you go back, that cart could be empty, so you start all over again. That's often the case. Or maybe you'll see that those items are still in your cart. Now that's what consistent cart does. If a user goes away from your site, comes back again, even if it's a week later, doesn't matter when, those original items are still in the cart. And this is proven to increase conversions. So this is completely free, so use it. Just click on Get to install it. Alright, now since we do have a few apps to cover here, I've split this up into different lectures. So I'll see you in a minute. Now then, if you're planning to dropship from AliExpress, you're going to love this app. Oberlo is built specifically for dropshippers who are dropshipping from AliExpress. It allows you to import products to your store, and it allows you to filter on AliExpress to choose the type of products you want. So remember what we spoke about earlier. If you are going to use AliExpress for dropshipping, don't just bulk import anything and everything into your store. Still select based on what you are going to be selling to your target audience, or what your target audience likes. And once they're imported, you can then edit the titles and descriptions, which we're going to be doing. We're doing all this in the next section of this course. Now, when a customer places an order on your website, you still need to manually then go to AliExpress and order that product. Okay, so it's not like full automation or anything, because that would be impossible, because you've got a payment to make. You have a payment to make to the dropshipper, but it does automate a lot of the process. So if you are going to be dropshipping from AliExpress, you definitely want to install this particular app, and you will only need the free version until you get to the stage where you're doing pretty well, and then you can upgrade to the paid version. Now here's the thing, folks. Once you start to make money on your store, you should be reinvesting into building that store further, making that store better, adding more to that store, and getting more customers and getting more sales. So you really should be doing that anyway. So that's Oberlo, and I think there'll be a few of you watching this that are going to really like this app. Now the next one is the Quick Announcement Bar by Hexon. This is a really good little app, and you only need the free version. Now basically what it does is it pops up a bar on your site with various different announcements. So you can announce anything at all, a sale or a discount, anything at all, any kind of news or announcement that you want to make. So it pops up at the top of your site, something like this. Here's a screenshot. Yeah, so some examples of what it looks like, and it actually pops up right at the top of your site, and it does catch the eye. I've used this on 2 of my stores in the past, but you can also get another version of this called the free shipping bar, which is, it looks the same, but it actually lets customers know how much more they need to order in order to be eligible for free shipping. So for example, let's say that you wanted to have free shipping over $50 on your store. So if customers place orders to the value over $50, they get free shipping. You can have this bar at the top, which it actually calculates as the customer adds to cart, it calculates how much is left that customer needs to spend before they qualify for free shipping. And it tells them, it pops up a message saying you need to spend X to qualify for free shipping. They add something else to their cart and it changes again, and now you need to spend XX to qualify for free shipping. And as soon as they've qualified for it, they've added enough to their cart, congratulations, you now have free shipping. So that's really good. So that's down here. I think you can just click through to that. Yeah, here it is, free shipping bar, and it works in exactly the same way as the announcement bar, but you wouldn't want to have both, because it'd be kind of overkill to have 2 bars at the top of your website. So decide whether you want the free shipping bar or the announcement bar. Personally, I tend to use the free shipping bar more than anything else. Okay, now I'll see you in the next lecture where we'll look at some more apps. Now folks, having some kind of chat on your website boosts sales. It really boosts sales, there's no doubt about it. And this particular app here is the Facebook chat app, which has proven to be very, very popular. Most people who buy online are on Facebook. So basically, most of your customers will be on Facebook, at least 3/4 of them. So you're going to be able to capture most of your customers like this. Now, what happens is that you get this little box pops up on your website. In fact, let's just go find the demo site here. I know there's one. Here we are, demo store. So it looks like this. So this is their demo store for this app. Now, you do need a Facebook page to use this. We are going to be setting up a Facebook page a bit later on in the course, all right? What happens when I click on chat? The little box opens up, and if I type something in here, I can click send, and it's using Facebook Instant Messenger, so it's connected to Facebook Instant Messenger. Now this is excellent because you've got the familiarity of Facebook. You're bringing the familiarity of Facebook onto your store, onto a chat box. So a lot of people will use this. You don't have to reply instantly either. When you've got a Facebook page and you start to get messages and you start to reply, Facebook calculates how long on average it takes you to reply, and it lets people know that. So typically replies within an hour or 2 hours or whatever. So when we go to look at setting up a Facebook page, then I'm going to recommend to you that you do reply to your messages as soon as possible. Try not to leave them longer than a couple of hours, because when you use this Facebook chat app, well, you can see it here, typically replies instantly. So we know that this is set up as a demo, right? But if this was real, then we would know that this particular store, their Facebook admin or whoever's running their Facebook page or whoever's doing this for them, or if they're doing it themselves, very likely, with a lot of people do everything themselves, which is fine till you get to a certain stage. We know that they are really on the ball with replying to messages. But even if it said typically replies within an hour or 2 hours, that's not going to put people off sending a message, because most people are now connected to Facebook through their mobile device, so through their phone or whatever. So they know they're going to just get the reply anyway when they're on the go. And you can reply, obviously, you get a message through this chat app. You can be on the go as well. You'll just see the message coming through on your phone, as long as you've got the Facebook app on your device. So on your mobile device, which you should have if you're going to be running a store and you want to make as much money as possible. You want it to be as successful as possible. Okay, that's the Facebook chat app. Now, I'll see you in a minute in the next lecture. This app is absolutely incredible. It's called Privy, and it does so much to help increase your sales. Basically, it's pop-ups on your site, so email pop-ups, lead capture pop-ups, and these pop-ups look so great and they look really professional. So you can have different types of pop-ups. One of them you can have is exit intent, which is really effective. So if I was going to close this page and I went up here to hit the back button, or I went up here to hit the X, I would get a pop-up offering me X amount off, a discount, so 20% off, etc., to help to stop me from leaving the page, and that's going to be very effective. You can watch a little video here to see it in action, but there are also some screenshots here that are really quite informative as well. I mean, you can create pop-ups that look like this. I think that looks really, really good, to be honest. And it is very user-friendly. It's a drag and drop. You don't need to know any coding or anything like that. So you can use something like this as well, that pops up at the bottom of your website, like an overlay, which is excellent as well, or a bar at the bottom of your website. There are various different things you can do here. Now let's see if there's a demo store. I'm not sure if there is or not. I don't see one. But anyway, this is an excellent, excellent plugin. And it's free. You won't need to pay for it until you're making good money. Always free, so you've got unlimited volume. You can use it as much as you like. And if you want to remove the branding, which honestly doesn't really matter, but if you do at some point in the future, you can upgrade to one of the paid plans. Now, one thing you will need to use this is you will need an email autoresponder account. This app, Privy, integrates very easily. It's built to integrate with all the main email autoresponders. So an autoresponder is simply where you collect and store emails and send CAN spam compliant emails to your email list. The best one to use, I would recommend, is MailChimp, because this is going to be free until you have 2,000 subscribers. That's a lot of subscribers on your list. A list of 2,000 is actually pretty good. So when you get to that stage, you're going to be making money, and then you'll be paying $10 a month for MailChimp. But you'll be expecting to pay for tools. When you're making money, you have to reinvest, as I just said. All right, so let's just go quick look, MailChimp.com. One of the most popular, if not the most popular, autoresponder for e-commerce stores. So it's a good idea to do this first, to register for your free MailChimp account, and then you can go back and install Privy by clicking on Get. And the last app that we're going to take a look at for the time being is Sweet Tooth. And Sweet Tooth is a loyalty program where your customers can build up points and then redeem those points against future purchases. You will only need the free version, probably only ever need the free version. I installed this one, so let me just go over to my site and I will show you how this works. It's very simple. So under your apps here, you just click on the one that you want to edit. And what we do is down here, we set the settings that we want. So for earning points, now this gives the customer, a new customer, 30 points. And then I have another rule I created. Every time a customer spends €1, they get 1 reward point. And if I click here on edit, you'll see that I could change this if I wanted to give more reward points. Or I could delete the whole thing if I didn't want to give customers reward points based on what they spend on my store. But that's really the whole point of having this. It encourages customers to spend more. You've seen those loyalty cards that you get and loyalty programs in different stores. So you spend X amount, you get X amount of points. Sometimes they give you a card. With this, customers don't have a card, it's entirely online. And then the next time, once you have enough points, you're able to redeem some cash. So you're going to get some cash off a future purchase. So it's always a good way to get people coming back to your store to buy more because they're building up their reward points. And if we look at spending points, this is how I have set it. Once a customer has accrued 150 reward points, they're going to get a coupon for €5 off. And this is all set up here with this little app. If they have 300 reward points, they can get 10 off. 600 reward points, they can get 25 off. Actually, I might change this because I would like them to get a little more off for 300 because I would like to encourage customers to keep on going before they redeem their reward points. I'm going to go with 12 this time. Save reward. Right, and now we can see that's changed. So the customer gets a €5 off if they have 150 reward points, but if they wait till they've got 300, they're going to get 12 off. If they wait till they've got 600, I'm going to change this as well. I'm going to say they're going to get 30 off. Because in effect, if a customer has 600 reward points, they have spent €600 on my store, less say 30 reward points that they got when they first signed up, but near enough, they spent near enough €600. So there we are. So that is now going to encourage some people anyway to wait until they have 600 reward points before they redeem. So they're going to spend more. Okay, so that's Sweet Tooth. Now download the PDF resource that goes with this lecture and you're going to get a list of these particular apps. Now before we move on, I just wanted to make another quick lecture about installing apps. I don't want anybody to feel overwhelmed or lost at this stage in the process. So installing apps and setting them up, this is a simple process, and some apps require some setup and some apps don't require any setup at all. But the apps that do require setup, they have very good instructions. So first of all, you're over the App Store. If you want to install an app, as I mentioned already, you should be logged in already to your Shopify store. If you're not, when you click on Get, you'll be prompted to log in. If you're already logged in, when you click on Get, the next thing that's going to happen is you will get this screen. And this screen is where you give the app permission to access your store. Now, there will be different things that the app needs to be able to do, and the things the app needs to be able to do will be listed down here. Now for this app, and this is the quick announcement bar, it only needs to be able to modify script tags in your store's theme template files. Some apps need to be able to do a lot more than that, and it all be listed here. It really doesn't matter. You can just trust the app that the app is going to do what it says it's going to do. So you go ahead then and you click on Install App. Now, one of the apps that I anticipate some students may be a bit apprehensive about is Privy, because it requires that you connect it up with an autoresponder, and I recommended MailChimp. And it also requires that you set up campaigns so that you can have these pop-ups coming up on your site, these exit pop-ups, these overlays, and you actually collect email addresses. So you're building a list of subscribers, people that are interested in the products on your store. You can then email these people with new releases to your store, special offers, coupons, and all kind of things. So it's an incredibly valuable app. But let me just show you what happens when you install Privy. As soon as you have connected the app to your store, you're going to see this screen. So this is what you will see initially when you connect the app to your store. And I want to just point out here that there is a wizard that guides you through step by step to set Privy up. And also down here, you're going to get a message, and I advise you to click on these links rather than just close the message down. To click the links here, because this is going to give you the step-by-step instructions you need to connect this app, Privy, to MailChimp, if that's the one that you're using, if that's the autoresponder you're using. Also going to give you step-by-step instructions on how to design and create your first pop-up or your banner or bar, whatever it is that you're going to create for your store. You will also get a guide on how to check that your pop-up is working properly and on how to use coupons. Now, when you are paying for an app, so for example, with the Best Currency Converter app, the app we looked at for those of you who would like to sell in another country. So for those of you perhaps who would like to sell in the United States, but you live elsewhere, and we looked at the Best Currency Converter as the best solution at this time for your customers being able to see their own currency on your store, that kind of thing. And we also talked about the fact that in order to have this do what we really need it to do, for that purpose, the paid version of this app would be much better. So these guys, when you have the paid version of this app, they will go in and they will put the currency converter in the right place on your website to make sure it's displaying correctly. So you can get that kind of support when you have paid version. Now, even the free versions of the apps do have some support up to a certain point, but obviously when you're getting something for free, you can't really expect to get any kind of in-depth support. But they are usually very, very simple to use. Now, all the apps that we've looked at in this section, these are all apps that are established in Shopify. So these are apps that are working and running smoothly. So we're not looking at any new apps or any apps that are in the testing phase. We're only looking at apps that are established, and we know there are no bugs and glitches in those apps. So you shouldn't have any issues at all with the apps that we've looked at. And always, to access the apps that you have installed on your Shopify store, to edit them or to do anything at all, you click on the name of the app. You don't click on View Details. You click on the name of the app, and that's going to open it up in a new page so that you can work with that app. Okay, see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. Now, before I go ahead and show you how to write good titles and product descriptions, I want to show you how to set the shipping and the shipping rates in your Shopify store. Now, here's the thing. You may be shipping from multiple suppliers. You're going to have to use your own common sense here. If you are shipping from multiple dropship suppliers, that means you're going to have to come up with some kind of average rate some kind of average shipping that you can charge across the board, which is going to work out reasonably okay for you. If you are only shipping from one supplier, it's going to be a lot easier. Now here's the thing, I do get a lot of questions from students about shipping rates. What should I set as my shipping rate? This is a question that I get quite a lot. Well, the thing is, you have to decide what you're going to charge for shipping. And there's a couple of ways to go about this. You obviously need to know what your total cost is going to be from the supplier. So what does the supplier actually charge you for shipping that order to the customer? So what do they charge you in total for the fulfillment of it, the dropship part of it? Sometimes that's free and sometimes they charge a small amount. And for the shipping, what is their shipping rates? So you need to know the total cost you're going to pay the supplier before you decide to set the price for your product in your store and then set the shipping as well, so that overall you're making a profit. So there's no answer to that. I cannot say to you, this is what you put for your shipping rate, because it's going to be different for different stores, different types of products, the suppliers you're using, what kind of profit you want to get, and that kind of thing. So it's something that you need to work out for yourself. So you can set your shipping zones, and then you can set shipping either by price of the order or by weight. Now I've added 2 shipping zones here. I've added domestic shipping zone, which is shipping within Ireland, and I have added the rest of the world. So I've added 2 shipping rates for Ireland, standard delivery for orders up to £29.99, and I've set that at £2.95, and then delivery for €30 and up, so orders of €30 and up, set them at free. Now the rest of the world I have set here as a standard rate of €20. And the reason I would do that is because if I only wanted to sell within Ireland, I didn't really want orders from other countries, I'd set the shipping rate extortionately high so that if I do get visitors from other countries coming here and going to add products to cart, and when they get to checkout and they see the extortionately high shipping, they're not going to check out. It has happened to me on occasion, because we can't block people from coming to our website. That's impossible. And we can't block people from adding products to the cart. We can just dissuade them from placing the order in the first place. But let's say I did want to ship all over the world. In that case, I would not have this here. Now, let's just go ahead and let's just see how it works to add a shipping zone. So I'm going to click on Add Shipping Zone. And I'm going to say United Kingdom. In fact, I'm just going to say Europe. No, actually, I'm going to say United States. This is just the zone name for my reference, so customers don't see this. And I'm going to add the country. I'm going to add just United States. Now there's a choice. You can do price-based rates or weight-based rates. I tend to find price-based rates are easier, especially when you're drop shipping. So I'm going to add a rate here, and I'm going to call this, I'm going to call it standard shipping, standard. And order range from 0, and I'm going to say 100 euro. No, 99.99. This is the best way to do it. And I don't want to offer free shipping. If I did, I'd tick this box. I want to set it at $6.95. Done. Now I want to add another price-based rate for the United States. And this time, this is free shipping. And it's from 100 and to no limit, no maximum. And this is the free shipping. Done. So now what I have is I have the standard shipping rate for the United States. So if anyone orders from my store from the US, this is what they pay. If they place an order up to $99.99, they pay $6.95. If they place an order of 100 or over, 100 euro or over, they don't pay anything. It's free shipping. And this will show at the checkout when they get to the checkout. So I'm going to go ahead and click save there. And now if I just go back to shipping again, and now I can see that I have a new shipping rule here for orders from the United States. I still have my original shipping zone, domestic, and I still have the rest of the world unchanged. If you ever want to delete a shipping zone, that's quite easy. You just click on it, and then we just hit delete zone down here. So you can add and delete zones as much as you like. And once you've added these zones, then shipping cost is automatically calculated at the checkout as per what you set up here. So if a visitor comes to my store from Ireland, they place an order, it's automatically detected they are from Ireland, and the shipping rates will be calculated accordingly to what I've put in here. Okay, so that's shipping rates. And to begin with, if you're just not sure at all what to set for your shipping rates when you're just starting out, I recommend you just set up some very standard shipping rates. Well, you'll know the country that you plan to sell in, so you could set up a very general shipping rate for that country, and then something for the rest of the world. If you don't want to ship to the rest of the world, perhaps your supplier only ships to the country that you want to sell in, perhaps only ships to US, perhaps only ships within Australia. In that case, you can set a really, really high shipping rate, extortionately high shipping rate for the rest of the world. You could even set it something ridiculous like $100 or something like that to make sure you don't get any orders. And if you get the odd one coming through, you can hit refund. And you can process refunds from right here within Shopify. No problem at all, just a click of a button. And you do that under orders. I can't show you here because there are no orders on this store, but if there were, I could just go ahead and click a refund on an order if it hadn't been fulfilled at that point. All right, folks, so that's shipping rates. If you have any confusion at all over this, please do ask in the Q&A. Hi, everyone. We are going to look at writing titles and descriptions for the products on our store. And the reason that this is an important part of the process is because, well, there's two reasons actually. The first is for search engine purposes, search engine optimization, to help people find your store and your product pages in the search engines, so in Google when they're searching for a particular product. And also it's for the user experiences to help sell your products when visitors come to your website. So these are the dummy products I added earlier. Let me go ahead and click on this one. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give it a proper title and a description. So instead of just saying 65 centimeter height large plush elephant, I'm going to add some sales copy to the headline. So this is the new title, Large Huggy Soft Plush Baby Elephant. Now huggy is not even a word, but it doesn't matter because basically I'm painting a picture of what it would feel like to have this toy, to have this cuddly elephant. I also want to use the words elephant, I want to use the words plush, probably large, because this is large in the title for search engine purposes as well. And also to tell the user exactly what this is. But we're doing more than just telling the user what it is. If we were just telling the user what it was, we'd just say large plush baby elephant. But instead of that, I've added these words here, huggy soft, to paint a picture of how this elephant actually feels. Now in the description, there isn't a whole lot I can say about this. Some products, there's a lot you can say about them. There's not a whole lot I can say about this, but I'm going to still write something in here. Alright, so I've put some features about the toy. So the height I've put the colour and the material. Now this here is just a little bit of a blurb, a bit more sales copy, wrinkly skin, baby soft, plush, realistic elephant. Now if this was something that had certain specifications, then you would put a lot more in here. So it kind of depends on the product, but you need to try and put all the relevant information. So all the information that the potential customer would want to know, you should make sure that's in the description, as well as having maybe a short sentence or even 2 sentences at the top of the description, like up here. There's basically your sales copy, along with your title, which is also your sales copy. Now titles, they don't have to be long. You don't really want a great big long title either. So sales copy doesn't have to be long. If you think you are going to struggle with titles and descriptions, I highly recommend you get Cashvertising from Kindle. You can get it as an ebook, so it's just a few dollars. Now going down to the images, I only uploaded 1 image here for this dummy product. Ideally we'd want more than 1, but just 1 is okay if it's a good one. So this is a good image. It's a nice clear image and it really shows the toy well. So it's okay just to have 1 image if it's a good image. And again, it depends on the product. If you have a product that needs to be shown from different angles and different sides, then you need to have images to show that as well. What we also should do here for search engine purposes, click on the Alt, A-L-T, and then add some image alt text. This is just a very brief description of what this is. This is nothing to do with sales copy, just a very brief description of what it is. Baby plush elephant. So that'll do for that. Now you set your price, so whatever price you've decided. Inventory, if you're dropshipping, is not relevant because you're not tracking inventory. If you weren't dropshipping, you would enter here the number of units you had in stock. And then what happens is Shopify automatically tracks that. So when you sell 1, it goes down to 2. And you always know then what your stock levels are. But when you're drop shipping, you don't. Now shipping, this product requires shipping. You only enter weight here if you are using weight calculated rate. So in the shipping settings that we set up in the last lecture, if you decided to do it by weight, you need to enter the weight of the actual product here. But if you're doing it price based, like you watched me doing in the last lecture, you don't need to enter anything here under weight. A fulfillment service, you just leave that as manual. And right here we have the search engine description. This is exactly what shows up in the search engine. So we've got the large, huggy, soft, plush baby elephant. That's the title that I wrote. And here is the description. See down here? Oh, I should change that to 65. It's 65 and not 60. 65 centimeters. There we are. Wrinkly skin, baby soft, plush, realistic elephant. Height 65 centimeters, color grey, material, plush cotton. So there we are done with that. And this is what you must do for every product that's added to your store. So even if you're using a plugin, so an app, to import products from either AliExpress, if you're going to use AliExpress, or any other supplier, because some suppliers do have a way for you to import products to your Shopify store, you still need to do this. You still need to go through each product individually and do this. You will get fast at this. But this is one of the reasons why you don't want to have thousands of products. You don't want to just import thousands of products to your store. There are plenty stores out there and plenty Shopify stores that only have 30, 40, 50 products. And they're doing very well. But they've got those 30, 40, 50 products highly optimized. So they've got good titles, they've got good descriptions, they've got good images. And this is more important than having hundreds of products that have not been optimized at all, have really awful titles that are not at all user-friendly and not friendly for when someone comes to your website and is looking at your products. They are often written for you, the retailer, when you're buying products wholesale, or from AliExpress, they're not really necessarily written for the end user, the consumer. So you need to bear that in mind. Now, this is not the most exciting part of running an online store, but it's a necessary part of the process. All right, I'll see you in a minute. Hi everybody, I'm going to explain to you why you should have all of your products showing a discount. It's a psychological thing, and it's been proven that you will have higher conversions when shoppers believe that they are getting a bargain. So here is the listing that we just set up. We just did the title and description for. And when we set the price, there's also a box that says compare at price. Now this is the price that we're selling at here, the price that we know that we're going to make a profit at. So we then put a higher price in the compare at price. This is just normal marketing. This is not tricking anybody. This is marketing. Every retail outfit does this, on and offline. So this is just normal marketing practice. So I've put something in here, $45.99. I'm going to go ahead and click save. Now let's view this. And now we're seeing the $45.99 crossed out, and we get the price here of $39.99. And on the home page, you can see it here, $45.99 crossed out, $39.99. Now see this sales sticker, you don't want that on there because you're going to do this for all of your products. You're going to set a compare at price for all of your products. You don't want the sales sticker on everything. It doesn't look right. Now to get rid of the sales sticker, you do that in your theme. Now your theme may not even have options for sales stickers, but if it does, you can switch them off in your theme customization settings. So right here, I can untick the box for sales sticker. I don't know where this will be in your theme settings. It depends on the theme you are using. And again, you may not even have sales stickers anyway, so there may be nothing to switch off. So if I refresh the page here, and the sales sticker has gone. So that's what you want. You want for every product on your store, you want to set a compare at price. Possibly the only time you might not do this is if you were selling something like very high-end watches or jewellery. Something that appeals to only people with a lot of money to spend. Those people are actually put off. They will be put off by the fact that they might be getting a bargain because they don't want bargains. They live in a completely different culture where they actually want to pay top dollar for something because that basically it's like a status thing for them. So that would be the only exception. Other than that, you always want to use the compare at prices so that everything on your store is actually perceived to be discounted. Welcome back everybody. We are now on to the section of this course where we're looking at launching your e-commerce store. So launching your dropship store. Now every single day online there are dozens of new stores opening, maybe even hundreds. Now in fact 90% of these stores, they're never going to go anywhere. They're never even going to get off the starting block. Because the biggest mistake, and it seems to be a very common mistake, it's a very naive way of looking at things, but it's basically through lack of awareness and a lack of knowing how things work online, and just lack of understanding of the whole scale of the online world and of e-commerce in general. So the mistake that most people seem to make is that they think that once their store has been opened, so once they've done everything necessary to get their store actually opened, so it's live online, they've done most of the work and they can pretty much celebrate at that stage and congratulate themselves for having done all this work and got this online store live on the internet. Now, you can congratulate yourself at that stage because you have done a lot. If this is your first time doing this, you have achieved a lot by getting to this stage. But there is much more to do. And for Those people who don't realize this, they're very soon going to become frustrated and disappointed when they realize they're not getting any sales. And they're going to be wondering why it is that these other stores are doing so well, and here they are, and nothing's happening at all. So that can obviously be very frustrating and disappointing. So before we go any further, I'd like to give you some motivation. I'd like you to pause this lecture now and go to this website here. Go and type this into your address bar, sugarandcotton.com. And then once you've spent just 2 or 3 minutes taking a look at that store, come back and unpause this lecture. All right. Now that store that you just had a look at, it doesn't look anything really special, right? There's nothing about it that would say to you, this store is making an absolute fortune. In fact, that store gets over 1 million visits every month and is generating 6 figures, possibly even 7 figures in revenue every month. And they're doing it all drop shipping. Most of their drop shipping comes from China. So most of their orders are fulfilled in China. And they use suppliers in other Asian countries as well. But primarily it's China. And more than likely, primarily, it's from AliExpress. Now, you may be wondering why this store, it doesn't look anything special. This is a Shopify store. They are using a regular Shopify theme, so an off-the-shelf theme. There's nothing about this store that you could look at and say, I can see why this store is doing so well. They don't even have that many products. But what this store has done is they have built up a very, very big following. In fact, their Facebook fan page now has almost 1 million likes, almost 1 million followers. And they have also built up a very large email list from their store visitors and previous customers. So they've built this up over time. But it's not just that. You need to realize that behind every successful store, there is a story. And it's a story of trial and error, of frustration, of failures, of determination, of grit, and everything else that goes with success in business. And this doesn't just apply to running your own online store, it actually applies to any business. So any kind of big success like this store is experiencing, this doesn't come easy and it doesn't come overnight. It requires a particular mindset and a particular way of looking at things. And that way of looking at things is that when something goes wrong, you don't fall at the hurdle. You see every failure as an opportunity to take what went wrong and turn it around so that you can do it a different way the next time. So that is really the type of mindset it takes to create the kind of success that that store is experiencing. And it takes a lot of hard work. There's no question about that. Now, that particular store, there is now a whole team of people working on that store. So basically, there will be people who are over on AliExpress and their specific task is to evaluate and research products on AliExpress to find products that may well be winners and hopefully will be winners or have good potential for being winners. There will be somebody dealing with the social media side of things. There will be somebody who deals with the email marketing side of things. So, there's a whole team of people working now on that business. Any one of you studying this course right now can get to that stage, can be at the stage and get to the stage where you are employing people. Even if it's virtual employees, that's fine. So you don't have to have employees in an office. It can be virtual employees, so outsourcing. Any one of you can get to that stage. Remember what we spoke about earlier on in the course. Your ideas, your niches, your products, your store, none of it is set in stone. You can change anything whenever you like. You can change complete direction if you want to. And almost certainly, I can say this with almost without a doubt, that that is not the first store that the people behind it or the person behind it ever set up. All right, so please do take on board what I have said here in this lecture, and don't go and try and model your store on sugar and cotton. You won't have that success they are having just because you model your store on theirs. Their success now is down to the massive following that they have built over time. All right, let's move on and get started with launching the store, because this is the first step. Nothing happens until we take the first step. All right, now let's look at how to create a Facebook page for business. There's really not a lot to this, but let me just walk you through the steps. So first of all, if you go up to the menu and select Create Page, and then select a business or a brand. Now, Facebook keeps changing the layout here, but right now this is what it looks like. You have two options and you're going to select a business or a brand. So click on Get Started and then give your page a name. And it should of course be a name that is very related to your store, to the niche that you are in. And then choose a category. To do that, just start typing in the category box. Now, if you can't find anything that is close enough to your niche, just choose shopping and retail. You will then be asked to enter an address. Now, if you don't have an address that you want to use, you can go to a website called clevermail.com, and you can get an address there for, well, it's nothing for the first 6 months, completely free, and then for $1 a month thereafter. Now, you can actually hide your address anyway on your Facebook page, but if you still don't want to use your own address, go along to clevermail.com and get one from there. Once you've done that, click Continue and then just click Skip, because these are the things that you're going to do later. Just skip the next steps until you get to your actual page. Okay, now the first thing that you should do is add a cover image and a profile pic. Now the dimensions that you want to use for your cover image up here, 820 by 462. That's what I recommend to make sure that it displays properly on mobile devices as well as on desktop. And for your profile pic, a minimum of 200 by 200. So it could be bigger, but definitely not smaller. And it's a square picture for your profile pic. Now, it's quite a good idea to have a logo for your profile pic. But in the interim, before you get to one, if you don't have one yet, then you can use something else. Now, you could even use a product pictures from your store, if that's going to work out well. You could even use a product picture from your store as a cover image, but very often it won't be the right shape or size. So what I recommend you do is go over to Pixabay, pixabay.com. You're going to find thousands or tens of thousands of high resolution images here, all free for commercial use. Just do a search here in the search bar and then you can download any image that you want. You will probably need to crop the image using some kind of free, simple image editing program. Now on Windows, you have Microsoft Paint. You should have it installed by default. If you don't have it installed by default, just do a search for it online. Mac, something else very similar. Mac would definitely have image editing programs built in. So just use something very simple just to crop it down to get it to the right size. Now you can change these things later, folks. Don't worry about getting it perfect right at this stage in the game. You can also add a Shop Now button to the header of the page. Now by default you will have something that says Message Us or Message, but if you click on it and then click on Edit button, look for the Shop with You or Make a Donation, click on it. Click on either Shop Now or See Offers. I would imagine that you would want Shop Now and then just click Next to save that. Click on Settings. Now here you can put your page unpublished if you wish to for now, but if you do that, don't forget to go back and publish it again. For visitor posts, anyone can publish to the page and anyone could add photos or videos. That's up to you, but I tend to leave that as it is. Audience optimization, the ability to select newsfeed targeting and restrict the audience for your posts. Now this is by default turned off. I leave it off and I recommend that you do the same. People can message my page privately. You should leave that on. Tagging ability, I recommend leave as is. Others tagging, leave as is. Page location for frames, leave as is. Country restrictions. Now here, if you want your page to be only visible from a specific country. So if you're dropshipping in the United States and you are not dropshipping anywhere else, you're not dropshipping worldwide, just the US, you really only want US people, US users on Facebook coming to your page. So here's what you can do. Only show this page to viewers in these countries. Type the country in here that you want the page to be visible to. So let's say United States. Only show this page to viewers in these countries, save changes. It's as simple as that. Now age restrictions, most of you, I assume your page would be suitable for everyone, but if it's not, you need to edit that. Page moderation, this is where you can block certain words from your page. It can be useful. If you want to do that, just click edit here and add the words. Now profanity filter, I never have this turned on because what happens is there are certain words that are used in certain contexts that are not profanity. In other contexts used, they may be profanity, but the problem is that Facebook doesn't know the difference. So I tend to leave that off. Similar page suggestions, choose whether your page is recommended to others. Yes, definitely leave that. Page updates, leave that as is. That's what I recommend. Post in multiple languages. I have this turned off normally. The ability to write posts in multiple languages is turned off and it will be off by default. It's up to you, but I personally don't want posts, so users posting on my page in a language that I don't understand, so I don't know what's actually been written. Translate automatically. If this is switched off, then this doesn't really make any difference whether it's on or not. Comment ranking, most recent comments are shown by default. That should definitely be like that. And content distribution, I normally leave that as allowed. Now the rest of these are for your own use if you want to download the page, merge another page with this page, or remove the page. Okay, so now we have the basic framework of the page, and let's move on to the next lesson. Okay, now we're going to finish setting up the Facebook page. So right here, add a short description. Type something in here. Now this is just 1 or 2 sentences about your store and about your products. Once you've done that, go over to About in the navigation menu, and here you can enter some other information. So right here, enter email. Now I recommend you enter the email you set up earlier on. So when we were setting up a professional email for your store, enter that here. Enter your website URL here. So put that in here, your https mystore.com. And company overview, if you want to put something in there about your store and your niche, you can enter the start date here if you want to, you don't need to. And here, edit products, enter your main products here. Now once you've done all that, go back to home and first of all tidy up your feed a little bit, because you don't want all these images that you just uploaded, you don't want these to be in your actual feed. So right here where it says demo niche page uploaded their cover photo, click here and we can say hide from timeline. And right here as well, this was my original cover photo, hide from timeline. And right here, demo niche page added a shop now button to their page. We don't need that on the timeline, so we can hide that as well. Okay, so that's tidier, but we can't have a completely blank page. We need to put something on the page. We need some posts on the page. So the best thing to do here is to share some of the products. So post some of the products from your store across onto your Facebook page. Now we can do that directly from our Shopify store, but we need to use a Facebook share button. So we need some kind of social sharing app installed on our Shopify store. So for that, go back over to the App Store, type in social sharing buttons up here in the search bar, and you'll come up with this app here. Now just click on Get and install the app. And here's where you can choose which buttons to display. So you can just go with Facebook for now if you want to, like that, just leave it at that and click Save. And down here you can choose follow or share. So we want share. Refresh the page. So if I want to share one of these products, I'll click the button. Now here's the share box opening up. I don't want to share on my timeline. I want to share on a page I manage, and that's the page I want, demo niche page. Post to Facebook. Now let's refresh this Facebook page. And there we go. Now if I click on this, it's going to take me back to the website. There we go, back to that page. Now this is not the way the page looks for visitors. This is me in the page as an admin. If I want to see what the page looks like to visitors, I'm going to view page as a page visitor. Now of course, I set the audience to be United States only, and because I'm not in the United States, Facebook is not letting me view my page. So that means I need to go back. I need to change the page settings, and this is what you'll need to do. If you have your page set so that the audience is specifically in a country that you are not in, you will not be able to view it as a visitor. So in order to view it, you'll need to go and remove the country restrictions, and then you can put it back later. Fine, now go back to the page and now view as page visitor. And there we go. This is what your page looks like to a visitor. So as you can see, the visitor doesn't see all that stuff at the top that you see when you are in your page as an admin. So you can go back to your store and you can do the same with several products. I'm going to go ahead and share this one. Share on a page I manage, demo niche page. And additionally, rather than just share it, I could type something such as and refresh the page again. And there we are. Only 5 left in stock, hurry. And if I click here, it's going to take me to the website and to this exact page with this toy on it. So do that for around 7 to 10 products anyway. You can do more if you like, but do enough to make your page look as if it's got some content on it. You don't want it to look completely bare. If you want to invite your Facebook friends to like your page, then do so. But if you don't want to do that, that's fine. You can start this, you can do this without having likes on your page. Having likes definitely helps, but it's not something you absolutely need to have before you get started. All right, so that's it. It's very quick and simple to create a Facebook page. Let's move on to the next step. Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm going to show you how to set up a very simple contest. Now, step 1 is to choose a product from your store. Now, you're going to give this away as a prize. So choose something with a relatively high perceived value. Now, for this lecture, I'm going to use the example of an outdoor pool game. So for this example, my store would be maybe selling outdoor games, backyard games, or it may be selling everything to do with swimming and swimming pools and that kind of thing. So once you've chosen a product from your store, create a new page on your store. So go into your admin area, click on Pages and click on Add New to create a new page. Name it, win and whatever it is that you're giving away. So in this case, it's win an outdoor pool game. Then go ahead and save your page, and this is going to give you a URL for the page, yourstore.com, and then whatever your title of the page was. The next step is to go and log into your autoresponder account. So if that's MailChimp, log into MailChimp, or if you have a different one, log in there and create a new campaign or list. Sometimes they're called campaigns, sometimes they're called lists. Like for example, I use Aweber. That is my autoresponder service that I use. They're called lists in Aweber, but some autoresponders call them campaigns. All right, so just go and set one up and just call it launch contest or something along those lines, because the name of it is for your reference only. Now, inside your autoresponder, create a form, create an opt-in form, a sign-up form with 3 fields: first name, email address, and then a multiple choice. So a multiple choice field, this is usually drop down, check boxes, answer A, B, or C. Now folks, if this is all new to you, if setting up lists and campaigns and creating forms in your autoresponder is new to you, all autoresponders, MailChimp included, have excellent tutorials. Everything that you need to do, you will find in the tutorials, and if not, reach out to their support. Now step 4 is to create an email message in your new campaign with the subject line, "You have been entered to win XXX," or whatever it is. In this case, is "You have been entered to win an awesome pool game." In the body of the email message, just put a short blurb about what they've been entered to win. Perhaps you can put a link back to the page on your site where you have that product, so where that product is actually listed on your site, so they can go and check it out again if they wish to do so. Basically, you're just confirming that they have been entered into this contest. Now, step 5 is to go to the new page that you just created on your store, click on edit, go into the page and enter a heading. So you have your title here, and now you want to enter some more information, such as enter below for your chance to win an awesome and fun swimming pool game. And below that, you need to create a question. So a question that is relevant, related to the product in the contest. In this case, I've created a question: what percentage of households in Florida have their own private swimming pool? Select your answer below, A, B, or C. Now next, below the question, you need to add the form that you've just created. So the form that you created in your autoresponder. And to do that, usually you need to go into the HTML of the page. So you can click the icon here to open up the code of the page, and then you would paste the form code. So you would copy the form code from your autoresponder and you would paste it here on your Shopify page, and you would make sure it's being pasted below the question. And it would also be a good idea to add an image here as well of the product that you are giving away in the contest. Now, once you've done all that, the next step is to go over to your new Facebook page and create a post. Now, in a moment, we're going to go over to my Demo Niche Facebook page and we're actually going to do this. But here's an example of how it could look. So you would want a nice image in your post, and this would really be much better being an image of the actual product itself. Now, at the top, just a sentence here or a couple of sentences, and then the question, and then enter here because you want them to go to your website. You want them to enter the contest on your website. That's where you have the page with the form on it. All right, let's go and do this on the Demo Niche page. Hey, and welcome back. Now here we are on the Demo Niche page, and I'm going to add a post to promote this competition. So here I've created the post. Now I'm going to add the image before I add the link. Now, when you add the link, you can sometimes pull the correct image, or Facebook can pull the correct image from the page to display on your post, but it doesn't always work. You don't always get the image you want. So I'm going to do it this way around. You can try it. You can try adding the link first if you want and see if Facebook pulls up the correct image for you. If not, you can delete it again. But I'm going to do it this way around because from my experience, I know that this to be the quickest. So I'm going to add a photo here, so add an image. And then up here, I'm going to enter the link. And the reason I didn't do it the other way around is because if I enter the link first, the option to enter an image actually disappears. So now I'm going to put the link in here. And now Facebook can be a little bit temperamental. So when you enter a link, very often it will Facebook will pull all the information from that page and display it below the link. And you can click hide. If all the information from your page, like the form and everything, displays below your link, you can actually click hide. There's a word hide, little link says hide beside it, and you can click hide. Now in this case, it hasn't pulled the information, and maybe because I added this image, I'm not too sure. Let's just delete the space here if we can. No, we can't. So that's it. I'm going to go ahead and click publish for this post. We'll see how it looks. If it doesn't look good, we can always delete it. Now let's go and check that out. I can't actually see it here. Let's see view page as a visitor. And there we go. Win Herman, the cute and cuddly rainforest sloth. What do sloths eat? Answer A, B or C. Click the link below to enter free. So that was very simple. And now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to boost this post to get some people seeing it. So we're going to boost this post to our target audience. We know who our target audience is. This is something we did way back at the beginning of the course, near the beginning of the course. So let's move on to the next lecture and boost this post to get some visibility. Okay, now we're going to do a tiny bit of paid promotion. And we're going to boost this post, so we're going to boost the contest. Before you do that though, you want to add a billing method to your ad account. So go up to the blue bar again and click on Create Ads. Go up to the flag and select the page. And then up in the menu here, choose Billing and Payment Methods. Add a payment method and you will automatically see the available options for your country. Now for me here in Ireland, I can use a credit or debit card, or I can use PayPal, or I could use online banking. Now Facebook ad coupon, these are very, very hard to come by nowadays. It used to be that you could get a $50 Facebook ad coupon for to use on a brand new ad account with Facebook by, for example, purchasing a $4.99 product from GoDaddy. So you could spend $5 or $10 on something and get a $50 or even $75 Facebook ad credit for using on brand new accounts. But that's all stopped. Occasionally, Facebook will randomly send coupons to new users. Now, if that happens to you, it could be like a $30 coupon. If that happens to you, you're lucky, but you can't really rely on it. So let's assume that you don't have a coupon. You're just going to enter a billing method here. Now, for many countries, it's post-payment. So what that means is they will charge your card. They will take the payment when you get to a certain level. So that could be $20 in spending, it could be $30, it could be $50. They tend to decide what it's going to be. Now, if you ever start using paid ads on a regular basis with Facebook, the payment threshold goes up and up and up. So it'll go up from maybe $20 to $50 to $100 to $200 to $500 to $1,000. So that you can spend more and more before you reach that threshold and the payment is taken from your payment method. There are some places that you actually have to prepay, so you, in fact, the funds have to go from your card. You have to put a certain amount in before you are allowed to start advertising. So you could put $10 in or $20 in, and then that's the amount you're allowed to spend until you put some more in. That's prepay. But for a lot of countries, post-pay is available. Now, I've never used prepay, so I've always used post-pay. So paying after I've actually accrued the bill. Anyhow, you add your payment method here, and then we'll go back to the page, find your contest post, and click on the blue button, Boost Post. Now here we're going to choose our audience. So first of all, we're going to choose the demographics and the location and the age group and gender. This is based on the earlier research we did in Facebook Audience Insights. You certainly don't want to leave it at the default targeting, so click here, Edit. And let's say I'm going to target women between the ages of, let's say, 28 right up to 40. This is just an example, by the way. And for my location, I want to have United States. Now that's just the main demographics. Now you want to start targeting by interest. So how do we do this? We do this by going back to Audience Insights if you need to do so, and looking at the pages that your audience likes. So the pages that have the most affinity to your audience, these will be the pages that are the most relevant to your audience based on what you can see in Audience Insights. So I'm going to just choose parenting or something along those lines here, but you will be being a lot more specific. You will be targeting actual pages that this demo audience, your demo audience, likes. I'm going to go for this parenting magazine. Now that's a couple of million people. To narrow the audience, I could say, and must also include one of the following. So I could make this even more targeted by choosing another interest. So in other words, my target here must like parenting magazine and also something else. Let's see, preschool, is there anything to do with that? No, I don't think so. Walt Disney World. Yeah, let's have that, and parenting magazine. My audience, my potential reach is now 500,000. Still fairly broad. I could narrow it down even further, but you don't want to make your audience size too small. So I would recommend that you don't go below 200,000 if possible. So it's going to depend on the country you're targeting. You may have to go smaller than that. But I could actually now narrow it down further and add another interest if I wanted to. And this is targeting it, this is getting it more and more laser targeted. So I'm just going to save that there for the audience. Now for the total budget, this is really down to you, but you want to be reaching enough people. So the total budget here is defaulted at 3. I can pick one of these here, or I can, just choose my own. So I'm going to say 20 for my total budget. And that's going to reach at least about 3,000 people. And for the duration, I recommend you do 7 days. And what this does is spaces your budget out over 7 days. Now, I don't recommend you do 14 days with a low budget like €20 or $20 or whatever, because there's not really enough being spent per day. And I don't recommend you really spend any more than that. If it works really well and you get a lot of people entering the contest, then you can always come back at the end of the 7 days and you can rerun it. You can run it again and just set another budget. You could maybe even choose a different targeting if you want to, so slightly different targeting. You've got the same demographics, but under the interest, you could look for some different target interests and run the very same ad to those people. All right, so when you've filled in your budget and chosen 7 days, then just click on Boost. And then what happens is your ad is in review. So Facebook will take a look at your ad to make sure it complies with the terms and conditions. Now, it's probably a good idea to read these terms and conditions down here. Click here and read them, because you do not want to be trying to run any kind of advertising on Facebook that is non-compliant, so that Facebook doesn't allow. There are things Facebook doesn't allow, and that would be things like, there are certain supplements, anything they consider to be dubious, so anything that's got anything to do with weight loss or any kind of magical results, they don't allow those kinds of things to run. So, and there are other things as well, but some of those would be very obvious. So it's probably a good idea to review those terms and conditions at this stage, and then go ahead and hit boost. Wait till your ad has been approved. It can be very fast. It can be as fast as 5 minutes. It can take as long as an hour or two. All right, so it just depends on how busy they are, really. Once your ad has been approved, you will get a notification up in your bar here, up in the blue bar, that will tell you your ad has been approved and it's running. Okay, so now you have set up a contest, you have created a post on your Facebook page, and you've boosted that post to a specific target audience. Now, in the next lecture, I'm going to talk about an alternative way to do this. So if you don't want to spend even as little as $10 or $20, then I'm going to talk about an alternative way, and we're also going to tidy up a bit and clarify a few things about the contest, just to tie up a few loose ends. So I'll see you in a minute. Hi everybody, let's take a look at the final few things you need to do to make sure you get the most from your contest. And let's also look in this lecture at an alternative way to do this, alternative or additional way to do it. So first of all, you should add your contest page to the main navigation menu of your store. So just log in to your store admin, click on navigation, select your main menu, and add your page here, add a menu item, give it a title, give it a name that you want to show up in the menu, and then select the page and click Save Menu. That's because when people click through to your website from your Facebook post, for your contest post, if they start clicking around your website before they've entered the contest, they won't be able to find it again unless it's in the navigation menu. And secondly, because you have now set up a page on Facebook, you may start to get a few random visits to your website. So it's a good idea to have this in the navigation menu for the duration of the contest. And the second thing you should do is go into your Facebook page and pin the contest post to the top of the page. So if you add anything else to this page, which you should do, by the way, you should be adding, at least every couple of days, you should be adding something new to your page. And you want the post for the contest to stay at the top while the contest is running. So you do that just by hovering your mouse over the drop down arrow on the post and selecting pin to top of page. And when you want to unpin it, you do the same. You just go to the drop down arrow again, and this time you'll have an option to unpin from top of page. Now, in case anybody is not clear about this, what's the exact purpose of the competition? It's to get visitors to your store. It's to start building a list of potential customers you can market to, because everybody that enters the competition, they are now subscribed to your email list. Get likes and engagement on your Facebook page, and even to start getting some sales. Now, something about competitions and contests on Facebook, they often get shared a lot, so they can go viral, and that's because they're kind of fun and entertaining. And when people are on Facebook, it's kind of downtime, so they like to be entertained. So competitions and contests, they do go down very well on Facebook, which means that even when you pay for a boosted ad, so let's say you've decided on a $20 budget, your posts may get seen a lot more than just what you pay for, because you could get a lot of people sharing it or tagging others in the post. So you can get a lot more views on that post than you actually pay for, and therefore a lot more people to your website and a lot more entrants to the competition. Now, for the duration, I recommend about 21 days. That's a good time. You don't want it too long, and you don't want it too short. You want to give it enough time. Even if you're only boosting for 7 days, give it another 14 days because it could be circulating. So people could be sharing it. So it could be circulating. Give it enough time, but you don't want it too long. People don't like to wait too long for the results. Now, to pick a winner, you should go into your autoresponder and download the email addresses of the entrants. So everybody that's actually on that list is an entrant to the competition. And then you can paste them into a free online random picker. Now let's look at an alternative or an additional way to promote your contest on Facebook. So this would be if you don't want to spend any money on boosting a post, or you may want to do this as well to get additional activity. Identify the pages that your audience has the most affinity with. You do that in Audience Insights. So we did this, remember, earlier on in the course. You can go back to Audience Insight now if you need to do so, and identify those pages that are the most popular among your target demographic audience, and then interact with those pages. Now you want to do everything as your page, not as you, because by default, you like pages and comment on pages as you. And you don't want to do that. You want to make sure you're doing everything as your page. So when you click through to a page that you want to like, make sure it's a popular page. Like this one is here. This one has 1.5 million almost people who like this. So this would be a good page to interact with if this was a page that your target audience is actually on. So this is a page that your target audience is interested in. So instead of clicking like, because if you do that, you're liking as yourself, click the ... The menu opens up and select like as your page. And that will now like it, like this particular page you're on, as your page, not as you. Similarly, when you are commenting on posts on these pages or liking these posts, even sharing them, some of these posts on these pages would be appropriate to share on your own Facebook page. You need to do the same, otherwise you end up liking posts and commenting on them, etc. as you instead of as your page. So instead of clicking like or just typing a comment in or clicking share, go to this little drop down arrow here. When you hover your cursor over there, you're going to get a message liking and commenting as you. So click on it and then you're going to get the menu drop down, select your page, and you are now liking and commenting and sharing as your page, not you. Make sure you do this. Get into the habit of doing this every time. And that is because it's completely pointless doing this as you. If you're doing it as your page, then everybody who sees your comments will also see your page and be able to click through to your page. Now you do need to be quite active in doing this and provide value in your comments. You can create your own posts on these pages as well, but the idea is not to promote. The idea is to provide value. Once people start to see your page name once or twice, they're going to start clicking through to your page, and you will get likes and you will get people entering the contest, because remember, it's pinned to the top of your page, so it's the first thing they're going to see when they land on your page. So do this with all of the most popular pages in your target audience. Now this is a slower way to do things. You may want to extend your competition, so instead of 21 days you might want to do 28 days. Now of course you are giving away a product every time you do this, so if that's going to cost you say $20 and you're doing this, even let's say you run a competition once a month, $20 a month for a competition, you're running this completely for free because it's not costing you anything to run this competition except for the cost of the boosted post. You're not paying for any software to run a competition, because the way we've done this, we've done it without using any kind of software, any kind of paid apps or anything like that. So your only cost is the cost to boost the post if you're paying for it. If you're going to do it this way, this method instead, exclusively this method, you don't even have that. And then the cost of one product a month if you decide to do this once a month. And so really it's a small price to pay for getting visitors and activity to your site and starting to build up those sales and build up your list. Remember the store we looked at earlier, Sugar and Cotton? They've built up an enormous, huge list of email subscribers. So every time they add a new product or they want to promote a new product that they've just added to their store, they can just send out an email to that list and make thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in sales with one email. All right, folks, now in the next lecture, I'm going to introduce you to some other methods of promoting your store. Hey, everybody. All right, let's look at a couple of other ways that you can promote the products on your store. So a couple of quick and easy ways to do this. So first of all, go into your store and to your apps. So go to your social sharing buttons app, click the link here, and enable Pinterest. And that will now place the Pinterest sharing button on your store. Click Save. And the next thing to do is to go to Pinterest.com and sign up for an account. Now you want to give an account a name that is related to your niche. And like everything else, Pinterest accounts are disposable. So if you decide to change direction, which you may do, who knows, then you can just delete the account and create a new one. Actually, I have multiple Pinterest accounts and I've never had a problem with that, with logging into all of them from the same IP. All right, now this is a demo Pinterest account that I set up for another course, and I want to give you a few tips. So you should set up several boards. Now I have 3 here, but it's a good idea to set up 5 to 7, between 5 and 7 different boards. And once you have the board set up, you can then add pins to those boards. So you can share images from around the internet and of course from your own website as well. And to give your board some content to start off with, I recommend that you just use the search bar up here and you search for other pins on Pinterest that are related to your niche, and then you can fill your boards up a bit with some of those pins, such as if I'm searching for wine, and if I click the red button, choose a board, I can now choose one of my boards to add this pin to. So let's see, I'm going to create a new board because this doesn't really fit with any of the boards I've created. And now you can see, oh, it's disappeared. There was a little notice here that says that I have added this pin to my board. And then you can keep doing that. So you can find pins that would be suitable for different boards that you have created. Now, when you're naming your boards, try and be a little bit creative. So this particular board here is wine accessories, but instead of just calling it wine accessories, I've called it wine accessories for all occasions. So try and be a little bit creative when you are naming your boards. Now, to share your own product pages on Pinterest, so to share the images which will then link back to your website, you click the Pinterest pin, but normally what you would do is you would be sharing one specific product. So let's take a look at this one here. And if I want to share this, click the Pinterest pin, choose this here, pin it, and now I just choose a board. I simply choose a board to pin it onto. Now, I'm not going to pin this because this obviously is a cuddly toy and these boards are about wine. But that is how you do that. It's as simple as that. And if you want to add a caption, click edit here, and right here you can remove anything you want and you can add text to it. So for example, if you've got something on sale, if you want to promote something, you could add something like 30% off while stocks last, something like that. So that's how simple it is to share your products on Pinterest. Now, as I mentioned already, that would automatically, you don't need to add any links, because automatically sharing it from your website, automatically those images, those pins on Pinterest are going to link back to the particular page that you pinned from. Now, Pinterest can be very, very good for e-commerce, and that's because people, so visitors coming from Pinterest, clicking on pins and coming to your website, the buyer intent is very high. And in fact, it's a lot higher than it is when you get visitors coming from Facebook. That doesn't actually mean that Pinterest is a better place than Facebook, but nevertheless, it's still a good place to be posting your product pages. And because it only takes a minute, you can literally set up your Pinterest account and create your boards in a matter of 15 minutes. So definitely use Pinterest as well. Any traffic you can get coming to your store from these kind of places, it's because it's completely free. Any traffic coming to your store, this is a bonus. Now, the second thing you can do is sign up for an Instagram account. I recommend that you log in with Facebook. So I recommend that you just use your Facebook account. And the reason for that is because if you in the future decide to do any paid advertising on Facebook, you can have the whole thing linked together because Facebook owns Instagram. Now, here's the thing about Instagram. I expect that the majority of you watching this already know exactly what Instagram is, but in case you don't, Instagram is all about images and videos, whereas Facebook, you get posts and all kinds of things. Instagram is an image and video sharing website. It is also set up for mobile devices. It's not set up for sharing from your desktop or a laptop. It's for mobile devices. Now, it is possible to share and post from your PC or your Mac, whatever, but it's not particularly simple. It really is designed for sharing and posting things from your smartphone or from your tablet, so from your mobile device. So before you can really do anything, you need to go to the Play Store or to iTunes and download the Instagram app. There are actually dozens and dozens and dozens of Instagram apps, but the one you want is just the main one. Now, instead of me going through step by step how you share images from your mobile device to Instagram, there's a very good tutorial here on Wikipedia. Actually, it's WikiHow. For anyone who doesn't know how to do this, if you've not done this before, you can go along to wikihow.com, post on Instagram. And this assumes you've already downloaded the Instagram app to your mobile device. Okay, so step by step there how to do it. Now, you probably won't have your product images on your mobile device. So you would need to download any product images that you want to share on Instagram. You would need to download those from your desktop or your laptop to your mobile device before you can go ahead and post them on Instagram. Now, I just want to say something here. Instagram for business is an enormous topic. It's way beyond the scope of this course. It would take an entire course to teach you this. But if you just get the basics down, so creating an Instagram account and sharing images to Instagram, adding captions to the images and that kind of thing, if you just get the basics down, and you need to start to build an Instagram following as well. If you're going to use Instagram, you're going to need to build a following. Now, sometimes you will get images that get shared and go viral, especially if you've created some kind of urgency, like a sale, and you've got a really good image. Instagram images, they do need to be good. They can't be poor quality images, but then you wouldn't have poor quality images on your website, on your product pages anyway. So you need to have good quality images, and if an image gets shared a lot, then you can start to get quite a lot of Instagram followers and people coming to your website and quite a lot of sales that way. But you also need to build your own following, and that's something that does take some time to actually do. But anyhow, I recommend you do this because it's a quick and simple way to get some more exposure, and it's not costing you anything. Now later, when you are ready, there are so many things you can do here with Instagram, and there are paid tools out there on the internet that you can get to help you automate things. And there are also Instagram apps on the Shopify store that will allow you to actually sell directly from Instagram. So there's a lot you can do, but you need to walk before you can run, if that makes sense. Now, you can't add a sharing button for Instagram on a website because it doesn't work like that. You can only add an Instagram button to get followers on Instagram. And there is an app on Shopify that can do that for you, but it's not free. It's $8 a month. So I will leave you to check that out and decide for yourself. It may be something that you want to do later as opposed to right away. All right, so that's Pinterest and Instagram to get some additional exposure for your store. Hi everybody, over the next 12 lessons or so, we are going to cover dropshipping from AliExpress. We are going to cover dropshipping from Banggood, including dropshipping from warehouses in the United States and warehouses in Europe, as well as dropshipping from China. We are going to be covering the best free tools and resources available to you to help you find the best products to dropship and to save you a lot of time with the dropshipping process. Now, I recommend that you watch all of the lessons in this section before you decide which website you are going to dropship from and which tools you are going to use, because a lot is going to depend on where you are dropshipping to and also on your own preferences. Once you've watched all the lessons in this section, you are going to have a much better picture of how this all works. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Hi everybody, I wanted to make some extra lectures to show you how Oberlo and AliExpress work. So I set this store up in the space of 2 days, and I did it myself because my assistants were working on something else. So this was actually set up specifically to show you guys just how to do this. So I've done the whole store setup here, including the logo, which I had created over on Fiverr, and the apps. So here's the Facebook chat app down here. And up here, this is the free shipping bar by Hector. So that's another free app that we talked about previously. Now I have imported products from AliExpress. If we scroll down the page, and I want you to know this is a free theme. It's the theme called Minimal, which I recommended in an earlier lecture as well. I'm going to click on some of these collections here, and you can see the way I have this laid out. I have it going 4 across the page. Now regarding the prices here, something that I want to point out is that the pricing rules that I talk about for dropshipping between say $40 and maybe $200 at the upper limit doesn't necessarily apply to AliExpress, and that's because the products over there, the prices are very, very low. So for example, these bracelets here, these bracelets are only maybe $1 or so, or $2, maybe $3 over at AliExpress. And I'm going to show you exactly how I have set up the pricing when we go in to look at the Oberlo app. But first of all, I want to go over to AliExpress, and you will need to install the Chrome extension for Oberlo. So for the Oberlo app. Now in order to do that, you simply go to the app. So obviously before you can do this, the app will be installed on your store. And then on this page, now I've already installed the Chrome extension, but on this page, if you haven't already installed the Chrome extension, click here to watch this video and you'll be able to install the extension. Now the extension is for Chrome, it's not for any other browser. It works on Windows or Mac, but it does not work on mobile devices. So you need to be on your desktop or your laptop to use the extension. But you need the extension in order to use the app properly. So let's go back over to AliExpress. Now I have the extension installed. Up here, this little grey icon, this is the extension. It's not active at the moment because I'm on the AliExpress homepage and I need to be in a category before the extension becomes active. So let's go over to, let's say jewellery and watches, and let's say digital watches. And now you can see the extension has turned blue and it's active. So we have a page here of men's digital watches. Now here's where you can select your filters. So first of all, you're going to select your country and then select your shipping option. Now there are two shipping options that will work, or the only two shipping options that are suitable, and that is AliExpress standard shipping or ePacket. Now generally to the United States, ePacket is going to be a little bit faster, but ePacket is not available for every product. So if you want to expand your options, then choose AliExpress standard shipping. Probably the best way to do it is to choose ePacket first. And if you don't get enough options with ePacket, you can always then search for AliExpress standard shipping. Make sure this is toggled to on and this is also toggled to on. Click Update Settings. So now you have a list of products on this page that fit with your options, with your filters here in Oberlo. Now just let me explain why I said you must use either ePacket or AliExpress standard shipping. That's because these are the only two low-cost shipping options that offer tracking, and you must be able to have tracking. You must be able to give your customer a tracking number if they want it. The longer shipping times, you will have less issues if you are able to provide the customer with a tracking number. At least that way they know their items in transit. Okay, so let's take a look here. First of all, processing time 3 days, 2 days, 3 days. This tells you how long the supplier takes to process your order and actually send the goods out. Now sometimes this can be as long as 7 days, which is not so good because we know that's going to add to the length of time it takes for that product to arrive at the customer, and it's going to mean the customer has to wait longer before they even can get a tracking number. So the shorter processing times are better. And what you're looking for here, you're looking for products that have a lot of orders and a lot of feedback. And this product here is obviously a good product. There has been 2,500 orders, around 2,000 votes, and it has a 4.8 star rating out of 5. Anything over 4.7, 4.8 is fine, but you don't want to go below that. Now this one here similarly has hundreds of orders, not as many as this one, but this is still acceptable. So I would say over 200 orders, at least 200 orders. More is better than that. But you want feedback rating of at least 100, 4.9 out of 5. Now over here, this is another product that has a high score, 4.9 out of 5 with 660 votes. And there have been over 2,000 orders. Now down here, this is where we can get an idea about the seller's feedback overall. So how well this seller is rated here on AliExpress. Now this seller has a positive feedback of a 98.7, which is very good. You definitely want over 95% for the feedback score. Anything over 95% is good. So this is how you basically decide whether a product is a good bet or not over here on AliExpress, because you can look at the number of votes the product has got from people who have bought it, but you need to have a reasonably high number of orders before you can get a reasonably high number of votes. Now, a lot of these products here have a very high number of orders and a lot of votes. So clearly, men's digital watches is a very high demand product. Okay, now if I want to click through one of these and take a further look at it. Now here's where we can see how many are in stock. There are 347 pieces available of this one. Different colours will have different numbers of pieces left in stock. Now this one doesn't have many in stock at all. I would probably not want to add this to my store at this stage. It's getting very close to probably running out of stock. Let's go back to another one. Now, as you can see, there are a lot more pieces in stock of this particular watch here. Looks really nice. So this one will be okay. And another thing that we can look at down here, add to wish list, it's had 11,000 adds. So clearly this is a product that has demand. People like this watch. All right, so to add to store, just click the app, add to import list. This has now been imported, but it is not live on the store yet. So the next step now is to edit this product and push it to the store. But before we do that, I want to show you something very important about setting the pricing for the imported products from AliExpress. And we do this inside the dashboard here of the Obolo app under settings. But what we'll do is we will do this in another lecture. So I'll see you in a minute. All right, go to settings, click on global pricing rules. And this is where you can set up the rules for the pricing for the products that you are importing from AliExpress. Now you have two options. You have advanced pricing rules or simple pricing rules. And now I have switched on advanced pricing rules and I recommend you do the same. Here's why, because simple pricing rule means that you set one fixed markup for everything, regardless of the cost of that product in AliExpress, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. What you want to do is set up tiered pricing, and this is how I've done it. I'll show you. If a product that imports from AliExpress costs between $0 and $1, so in other words, if the product costs say 50 cents or 10 cents or 99 cents, anything up to $1, my fixed markup is $6. So that will add $6 to the price, and the price would be, well, for example, let's say the cost of the product on AliExpress was 47 cents. My fixed markup is $6. The selling price of that product on the store, on my store, will be $6.47. The compare at markup price would be $11.47, because that's what I've set it at. And this is what it looks like on the store. So the price of this particular bracelet here, the selling price is $11.52. The compare at markup price is $19.52. So this is where everything is on sale, or as far as the customer is concerned, everything is on sale. Now the next tier is any item that costs between $1 and 1 cent and $2 on AliExpress. My fixed markup is $7 and my compare at markup is $13, and so on down. Now you have a choice between fixed markup and multiplier. Now if I chose multiplier for this one, for example, it would multiply the price by 6 instead of giving me a fixed markup. Now you can play around with this, but fixed markup is most definitely easier to work with. Now down here, assign cents. If you wish to, you can assign a particular cent value to every product. So for example, if I assigned 49 cents, that would mean that all of the items on my store were something 49 cents. So $5.49 or $10.49, whatever. Or I could say 99 cents, because a very common pricing point is something 99 cents or $9.99 or $10.99 or $7.99. So that's up to you if you want to do that. I didn't bother to do it, but if you wish to, you have that option there. And then click Save Settings. Let me just go back over to AliExpress. I want to find another watch here and import it. Alright, now let's go and take a look at these products we just imported. That's over here on the menu in your Obolo app, and Import List. So here's the two watches that I just imported. Now first of all, I'm going to show you how the pricing works, clicking on variants, and now you can see the prices. Now as you can see, because I have my global pricing rules set here in the Obolo app, the cost price on AliExpress, $7.99, that is the actual cost of this item on AliExpress. So when a customer orders this item from the store, and I go ahead and place that order on AliExpress, that's what I'll be paying, $7.99. The selling price on the store is $21.99 because that is according to the global pricing rules that we just set. And the compare app price is $31.99. So that, again, is according to the global pricing rules we just set. Now, you can change this manually if you wish to do so right here. So you can override the settings if there are particular products that you want to mark up a little bit more, or even mark down a little bit more, perhaps do an extra discount, whatever. You can do that manually. And let's go back to the title and description. Now right here you're going to need to edit this title and description. So let's see. Okay, so I've just edited there a little bit. So I've removed the things that really shouldn't be in the title, and I've just tidied it up a little bit. Now for collections, this is where you would choose a collection that you had already set up in your store, and obviously we've covered this in an earlier lecture, so you choose a collection from here. And again, type, you will already have some of these set up in your store. Now for the description, you're going to need to edit some of this as well, because this is not a really customer friendly kind of description. It's not a user friendly description. It's okay for you, the wholesaler, going to AliExpress, but not really for the retail customer on your store. So we can edit this a bit. I would remove the brand names, by the way. And as you can see, we've got all this stuff down here that is just not what we want in the description. So we're going to just remove all this. Now that's much tidier, but apart from that, we also need to write a couple of sentences at the top of this description. So we need to write something about this particular product. So what do we know about it? We know it's got LED display. We know it's water resistant. It has an alarm. We know it's shock resistant because that was in the title. So let's see. Let's just look at it again. Alright, so a couple of short sentences there at the top, and that's now looking a lot tidier. We've got the title, we've got the description, we've checked the pricing there, Now right here we can see the inventory. It's not very high for this particular watch. And this inventory is being tracked, by the way, so that when a product goes out of stock, it will go out of stock on your store. A customer won't be able to buy it. And that's all done through the Oberlo app, which is pretty good. Now let's check the images. Now this product has 10 variants, so 10 different colors. Now what we expect to happen here, and hopefully it will, is that Oberlo will pull the correct images here. So, and as you can see, it has. So any image with a tick means that Oberlo has pulled that image. This is the image, these are the images that will be on the store. So you see the ticks are here because not all images are relevant. So Oberlo's pulled all these images for the different variants. And it does work pretty well. It's 99%. Well, when I was actually setting all this up, I found that there was the odd one where it didn't work for the image part, so Oberlo didn't pull the images. Now for those products, I find it easier, and I would suggest you probably do the same, is to just delete them, because you won't know exactly which images are supposed to fit with each variant. So that's a bit tricky. So if you have a situation where Oberlo has not pulled the images for the variants, I would simply just remove that product and forget about it. Okay, now once you're happy with that, you can click push to shop. And now if we go to the shop, and here it is. And of course, once you have pushed a product to the store and you have it on your store, you can of course edit it from here as well if you wish to do so. And there are all the images. Now I'm happy enough with that. Let's view it on the store. And there it is. And there we have all the variations. And everything is as it should be, and it looks okay. Okay, so that is how you use the Oberlo app with AliExpress, and I hope this has been helpful for you. Hi everybody, I'm going to show you some new tools and new features through AliExpress. One of the tools is very similar to Oberlo, but the difference is you can use it to dropship not just from AliExpress, but from multiple other websites as well. And we're going to be looking at that shortly. But first of all, the first thing you need to do is you need to sign up to AliExpress's dropshipping center. You need to have an account with AliExpress. So if you don't have an account with AliExpress yet, just go ahead and sign up. It doesn't cost anything. Once you've done that, you want to go to this URL here, which is home.aliexpress.com/join_drop_shipper.htm. So go along to that URL. Now what I've done is I've created a new AliExpress account here just for the purpose of making these videos so that I can walk you through. So once you go to that URL that I've just given you, you're going to get this page. Join in the Dropshipping Booster Program. Click to agree to the terms. If you want to read them, you can. And then just click Submit. All right, now from here, we have a few things that I want to show you. First of all, they have pages and pages of what they call hot dropship items. And you can either scroll through and browse through, or you can look by category. So right here, you've got all the different categories and subcategories. Now here we have Trusted Supplier Rank. And this is where we have several thousand suppliers ranked by number. Now there's no information to say exactly what this means, but what I'm assuming is that these are ranked overall in AliExpress. So Tan's store being the #1 store on AliExpress, according to whatever their criteria are for trusted suppliers. I don't know if I will be taking too much notice of this because I prefer to look at the actual reviews and that kind of thing on the products themselves to know whether or not people have been satisfied and happy, not just with the product, but with the overall experience with that actual seller. So I think that is more reliable. We don't all want to be going and using Tan Store simply because AliExpress has said this is the #1 store. That's just my opinion because I think that we would be missing out on a lot of great products and opportunities if we did that. Now over here we have product analysis, which I'm going to actually demonstrate here in a moment, and this is pretty useful. So let's go back to the hot dropship items, and I'll take this one first of all as a demonstration to show you how the product analysis tool works and show you how I think it can be really useful. Now what you can do is just take it right up to the question mark. Everything else after that you don't need. So just up to the question mark and including the question mark. It might work without the question mark, but I usually take that question mark at the end as well. Copy that over to product analysis, paste the URL and click search. Now what this line here is, this is giving us for the last 15 days or so the daily sales, and these are units sold, not dollars. I only know that through having looked at several different products. So I know that these are units sold. What we're seeing here is that over the last 15 days anyway, this product has been selling a lot. Thousands of units every single day. So that's pretty impressive. Now it is only a 10-cent product, of course, but nevertheless, this is a popular product. There's a lot of interest in it. Now this is, in my opinion, the most valuable information we're getting from this product analysis tool. Now, logistics reliability, this is related to shipping. So shipping the product to you or to your customer. It says average, but what I have found, because I have been playing around with this obviously for a while here before I made these videos, my conclusion is that average is okay. If it was anything below that, if it was poor, below average, you would probably want to avoid that particular product. So let's just have another quick look at how you can use properly the hot dropship items lists. Let's say we go for consumer electronics and 3D glasses, virtual reality. We've got one here with 1,800 orders. Let's take a look. Pricing, so it depends on which one you select. I would say this one is the best one. $37 plus whatever it's going to cost you to ship. You should always check out the shipping times as well, because I don't think this will be available through ePacket. I think it's probably a bit too big and bulky. So let's just go ahead and check this. I'm going to look at the US, see what it says. Yeah, it's not available through ePacket. It's available only through AliExpress standard shipping, which is a very long shipping time there, even to the US, up to 39 days. That really is a long time. And of course, you can't use DHL because the shipping price is too high. So with this particular product, perhaps this not so suitable because of the shipping situation. But anyway, I'm sure you're getting the idea here. And we could try that URL in the analysis, see what it comes up with. Logistics reliability is average again, which is fine. It's not selling very many. It's only selling a handful of units per day. But I think this is actually a really good feature to let you know just how well a product is selling at this time, because we can't really tell that just by looking at the listing. We can tell it's had a lot of orders and we can tell it's had a lot of reviews and ratings, but we can't tell when those orders were placed. Whereas here, with the product analysis feature, we can see just how popular this product is right now, and that's really useful. Okay, now we're going to move on to the next lesson where I'm going to show you Shopmaster, and this is the tool that lets you dropship from multiple different suppliers. All right, I'll see you there in a minute. All right, now that you have your account with AliExpress's dropshipping center, you can go ahead and register for Shopmaster. But let me show you a couple of things first of all. These are the supported suppliers. While Shopmaster is a similar tool to Oberlo, Oberlo only supports AliExpress, at least at this time, whereas Shopmaster supports all these different suppliers. So we've also got Amazon, we've got Banggood, we've got China Brands, DHgate, eBay even. But there are some limitations, and I just want to point these out here. Although you are able to import products from all of these suppliers, the products monitor doesn't work on all of them. And it's crucial to have the monitor because it's going to monitor the prices and the inventory levels on the supplier's website. If you don't have that, then you have no way of knowing if the price has changed or if it's gone out of stock unless you keep manually going back and checking on the supplier's website. That might work okay if you're only selling one product on your store, but if you're selling lots of products, it's really not feasible. So I would personally ignore anything that doesn't have the tick for products monitor. Alibaba is not really a website suitable for dropshipping anyway because there are very few products that allow you to purchase one unit at a time, and the shipping is expensive as well. So I wouldn't really take any notice of Alibaba for dropshipping. But obviously you've got AliExpress, we know that, and Amazon here, but Amazon.fr doesn't have the products monitor, which means that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to use unless, as I say, you are only going to have one product, one or two maybe, on your store. Same with Amazon Mexico. It doesn't have the monitor either. And neither does China Vision and DHgate. And neither do all these here, including Walmart. That still leaves us a lot of websites though. And in fact, we are going to look in detail at Banggood, at all the 3 different Banggood websites in separate videos. Okay, now let's look at pricing. So we've got the starter, which is forever free, no credit card needed. And that's going to be fine for you to start out with because that allows you to fulfill up to 100 orders a month. So that's okay starting out. Once you get above that, you would need to upgrade to the $19.90 a month. But if you are fulfilling more than 100 orders a month, then really you can expect to have to start paying for tools and things anyway. Once you get over 500 orders a month, you need to go to the $39.90 a month plan. I think that's very reasonable. And even the top plan is currently only $79.90 a month, and that's for unlimited orders. This is not an expensive tool, and as I say, you can start off free until you're getting more than 100 orders per month. Okay, now they have their own support page here with all these different documents. For example, let's click on auto order. And here it shows you how you can set up auto order for AliExpress, Banggood, China Brands, and Amazon. So you can have orders that are automatically placed on these suppliers' websites. That's pretty good. I am going to help you get started with Shopmaster, but there are still going to be things that you will want to delve into yourself and educate yourself further. And not only that, but as you will start to use the tool, that's when you're really going to learn by hands-on and figuring things out as you go along and finding answers to things that maybe are specific to you. So for example, you might want to dropship from a particular website, and you're going to learn about that as you're using it and looking up the answers here. And you can even contact Shopmaster support as well. So there's a lot of information here, and if you scroll down here, there are a few videos, not many though, but there are a few. And this here I think is just going to the same information as we just looked at. Pretty sure it is. That's pretty much the same that's all on here on this page. So you're going to learn a lot about this tool as you are using it. There'll be certain things that you'll be figuring out as you go along, but I'm going to help you to get started with it. So what you need to do is you need to go in to your dropshipping center. So log back in if you're not in there already. Click on Shopmaster, sign up for free. Now here's where I would advise using the same email address and password as you use for your AliExpress account. I don't know if it really matters, but that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to use the email address and password that I used to set up the new AliExpress account just for these tutorials. Alright, so now we've got the setup wizard, and we're going to go ahead and click on Shopify to start setting it up. So I'll see you in a minute in the next lesson. Alright, I'm going to click on Shopify. Now I need to enter the URL here of my Shopify store. First of all, enter a store nickname and click connect. You are about to install Shopmaster. Yes, yes, yes. Install app. And now I'm just going to close this down, and I'm getting this message, join the dropshipping program to purchase orders and sync tracking numbers automatically, which I've done already, but let's just see. You need to join the dropshipping program first. Let me just see what happens here. If I click connect for AliExpress, I agree, authorize. Okay, that's worked all right. So I just ignored that message about joining the dropship program because I knew that I was already joined. Now with Banggood, I know that this won't work because in order to get this part of the process, we would need to have a paid plan for Shopmaster, but we can still use it. It's just that we can't use the auto order. So we'd still need to place the orders as we would normally do. Now with China brands, I think we could do this, but we need to sign up for an account with China brands first and get an API key. So if it's something that you want to do, you can check out China brands. I've not used them, but that doesn't mean to say that they're not worth checking out. Okay, let's go to the top and work our way down. Under General, Order Settings, Sales Channel, Order Settings for each sales channel. Let's put this on. When your order is fulfilled, Shopify will send shipment details to your customer automatically. Save changes. Dropship settings. Under General Settings, let's leave this as is for now, default quantity. And for the SKU preference, this really is for your own reference. So how you want to generate the SKU numbers, and that could be the source product ID or a Shopmaster SKU. I think it would be better if you use a Shopmaster SKU. Keep it all uniform. And for the description preference for imported products, I would leave that as original. So we haven't changed anything here. Listing settings. This is for eBay, so not related to Shopify. Company. This is where you can add an address and your information. Now, if you don't want to use your own address, for example, if you're operating as an individual, you don't want to put your home address on here, you can use a mailing address, and there are lots of these services around that you can use. They do vary greatly in price, so you need to do a bit of research to find the best one. There is one somewhere here in the course. It's called clevermail.com, but even they have gone up in price a little bit. It used to be free for the first 6 months, but now it's not. It's still very low cost though, just maybe $3 or $4 a month, which is very cheap. And advanced, this is where you can choose your default currency. I'll just choose US dollars here. My country doesn't seem to be working. Inventory management, let's just enable that. The currency seems to have disappeared again. Let me see. Oh, I need to save changes before I do anything else. So save changes there. Changing the default currency will affect the pricing rules and price monitor. Please make sure that you have adjusted the pricing rules to be adapted to the default currency. Well, I haven't done anything with the pricing rules yet, so we'll just click confirm. Next, integrations, manage channels. We only have one connected, Shopify. That's fine because we don't have any of these. And we've done this with the suppliers. Manage carriers. I'm pretty sure this is a paid service. Register for Shippo. This is an app and I think it's a paid app. So let's forget about that. Account, my account. You can fill this in with your details. Click Save Changes. Staff accounts, change your password, billing. We won't have any billing because this is a free plan. All right, let's go back to the dashboard. And down here we've got some of the latest news here. So these are the latest notifications, and I do suggest that you read through the last month or so worth of notifications, maybe even a bit more, get yourself up to speed, anything that looks interesting there. And here we've got the FAQs, so it's really good the way they've got all this laid out. And if you by any chance closed the wizard down before you went through it and connected your Shopify store, you can get back to it anytime right here. Alright, so in the next lesson, we're going to look at importing products, setting the pricing rules, and that kind of thing. I'll see you there. Hello again, everybody. Now I'm back here in the dashboard for Shopmasters, and I'm going to go to the dropship settings up here. Before I do that, I just want to quickly tell you that once you've connected Shopmaster to your Shopify store, you can access it then from your Shopify dashboard under apps and then click on Shopmaster. The other thing I want to point out here, just in case I forget to mention it, is that I don't advise that you have both Oberlo and Shopmaster installed. I think it could cause issues. Certainly it could cause confusion if nothing else. So once you finish watching these videos, you can decide whether or not you're going to use Shopmaster or Oberlo. All right, so let's go back to the dashboard and click on Dropship Settings. Now the first thing here, General Settings, we already looked at that. So we're going to go to the next thing here, which is Pricing Rules. And this is really very similar to Oberlo. We need to switch it on first of all. And what you can do here is you have an option just to have one rule for everything. So you could add percentage, say you want to add 100% to everything, or by value X amount of dollars to everything based on the cost price. So for example, if an item on, say, Banggood is going to cost you $5 and you want to mark up that by 100%, you would click percentage, type 100 in here. Or if you want to mark it up by value, you would put a dollar value in here. But really what we want to be doing is clicking the advanced rules on so that we can do this in tiers. Right, so $1 to 99, if this is your cost, then you're going to add on X amount. Let's see if we can change this, and let's say $1 to $3. Yeah, we can do that. So If an item at cost price to me is between $1 and $3, wherever I'm purchasing it from, AliExpress or Banggood or wherever else, and I want to add on X amount as my profit margin, and that is the price that will show on my store. So we can either do it by percentage or by dollar value. If we wanted dollar value, I could put in here, say, $3. And next we would go price range. I think we need to go from $3.01, say $3 to $5 cost price. And I am going to add on, let's say, $4. Now these figures you need to decide for yourself. And with these very low cost products, I advise that you don't bump the price up too much. You can bump the price up significantly more on higher price products. Add another one, and another, and so on. And you can just keep adding more and more, and ultimately then, once you've finished adding as many as you want, then the rest of the price ranges, which would be the higher price ranges, you could set a price here or a percentage. I'm just going to say 50% for that. Now this here, I don't fully understand. That's the manufacturer's suggested retail price. Well, if you set the prices here, I don't really see why you would do this. Assign cents. This is if you want to set everything as $.99. So for example, $10.99, $9.99, $50.99, $55.99. I don't really like to do that, but that's up to you. I don't like to have every single product on my store ending with 99 cents, 97 cents, 49 cents. It doesn't look normal. But if you want to do that, you can. Now here, supplier discount, set the discount rate you would like to apply to the supplier price. This is if you want to sell something for a lower price than you are actually paying for it. This is not something that you would want to apply as a blanket rule across all products that you're importing from any of these suppliers. So I don't recommend that you do that. Let's click Save and Apply. Apply pricing rule. Depending on the number of your active listings, this may take several hours. Yeah, because I've actually got quite a few listings already on the demo store. Therefore, I'm not going to do this right now in case it stops me from using the dashboard properly, because there are other things I need to show you right now. So I won't bother with it, but you would click Apply. All right, click Back. Now the products monitor. We need to switch this on. When out of stock, set item quantity to 0, correct. Restock when the item is available again. Yes, we want to do that. When disabled, set to 0. Yes, we'll do that. Price monitor on. Apply to pricing rules. Yep, we want to do that. So the price monitor and the inventory monitor, just to make sure that you do fully understand what it is going to monitor the price changes on the supplier's website and the inventory levels of the listings that you have imported. But it only works for these websites. So anything else, as I said earlier, the websites that did not have a tick on them, when we looked earlier at all the different suppliers that you can use with Shopmaster, those that didn't have a tick, you probably won't want to use those because your prices and inventory level is not going to be monitored, and it's not going to change automatically on your Shopify store, which is going to make things very difficult. So we just want to use the websites where the product monitor, the inventory monitor and the price monitor is going to be working for us. All right, suppliers preferences. This is Amazon. Products monitor on, yes. Prime monitor. This is when you only want to drop ship products from Amazon that are Prime eligible. Prime eligible, That is where a Prime customer can get free shipping and other benefits. Now shortly I'm going to give you a little bit of information about Amazon, and I'm going to tell you the reason why I personally would not dropship from Amazon, and you can make your own mind up after that. AliExpress products monitor on. Inventory threshold. When the item's quantity is equal or lower than the threshold level, Shopmaster will treat it as out of stock automatically. Now what I would do here is I would erase this a little bit and I would put, say, 10. Now the reason for that is because the monitor only runs once every 24 hours. That means that potentially you could sell a product on your store that has actually gone out of stock on AliExpress. So if we set the threshold to 10, it means that it's going to go out of stock and show out of stock on your store when the supplier only has 10 left. So it's a little bit of a safety net. Banggood on. Now with this, let's put this at 5. Reason being that products don't sell as fast on Banggood, so let's just put that at 5. Now China brands, I don't really know much about. I'm just going to put that at 5 as well. And eBay, if you were going to drop ship from eBay, let's put that at 5 as well. Save changes. Okay, click back again. Auto order settings. Auto fulfillment. Switch this on. Turn on auto fulfillment, enable. Override phone number. Now, when I'm placing an order on AliExpress, I never enter a phone number, neither my own phone number or a customer's phone number if a product was being drop shipped. That's AliExpress. Let's take Amazon, for example. If you do decide to drop ship from there, when you enter the address for the order to be sent to, you do have the option of entering a phone number there, although you don't have to, it's optional. So what I would do here anyway though, just to be on the safe side, is I would enter a phone number here. I would put your phone number in here. And that's just to be on the safe side. Suppliers very rarely phone a customer about their order anyway, but in the event that that does happen, you don't really want the supplier to be calling the customer that you're drop shipping to. It's better if they call you. So I would enter that there. Custom note, a note to the supplier on the checkout page. You could enter a custom note here, something like, this order is being drop shipped. Thank you very much for your service. Something along those lines, just to confirm to the supplier that you are drop shipping and this is not going directly to you. All right, now here we've got the default shipping method for AliExpress. You can only set this for AliExpress. So what you can do is you can choose the one that you would prefer, which is going to be ePacket. If possible, we will select this shipping method during automatic place of the order on AliExpress, only if possible. So if it's not available, they will select something else. But don't forget that before you decide to import a product from AliExpress to your store, you are going to be looking at those shipping options anyway to make sure that you can get a shipping option with tracking, and it's going to be inexpensive and it's not going to take too long. So you would normally be checking this anyway, but you can enter here ePacket as your default shipping method. Click Save Changes, back. And finally, we've got the import settings. All right, now preference, ship from, this will be your preferred country to ship from. Shopmaster will import products from this country if it exists, or from China. All right, now I don't know how well this works, but Banggood, for example, which I've created some lessons on, and you're going to be seeing those shortly, you can actually ship from either China or from the US or from Europe. So if you're drop shipping in Europe, you can ship only from Europe. Drop shipping in the US, you could ship only from the US. So this is something that you can think about depending on where you are drop shipping to. And you can even tick the box to say only import from this country. which means that there'll be no products imported to your store that ship from any other countries. Now, as I say, I don't know how well this setting works, but when we come to the lessons here shortly about Banggood, I'm going to be showing you the Banggood EU site where everything ships from the European warehouse and the Banggood US site where everything ships from the US warehouse and the main Banggood website where most of the products ship from China. So if you decide, for example, to only use Banggood EU, then everything that you import to your store is going to be shipping from the European warehouse anyway. So really here, what you can do is you can either select something now, or you can just leave it as it is for the time being and perhaps come back to it later if you need to. Right, Amazon import variations. So, for example, if there's a product on Amazon that you want to drop ship and it comes in 3 different colors, that will be 3 different variations, or it comes in 3 different sizes, and you want to have all of those variations, those color variations or size variations listed on your store, that would be on Prime only. Okay, now I mentioned Prime just a few minutes ago. Prime customers can purchase Prime eligible items on Amazon, free shipping, and they have other benefits. Now here's the thing, and here is why I would not drop ship from Amazon. It is because of this Prime thing primarily. If you use your own customer account on Amazon to drop ship to other people, and you are a Prime customer yourself, like I am, then you are in danger of losing your Amazon customer account. And that is because you are not allowed to use your Prime customer account for commercial purposes. And if you use it for drop shipping, that is using it for a commercial purpose. So if you are a Prime customer on Amazon, I highly advise you to think carefully before you drop ship from Amazon. Okay, so that's just my warning. It's up to you what you decide to do. Okay, if you've made any changes, click Save Changes. All right, we're now finished with the dropship settings, and the next thing we're going to do is we're going to import some products to our store. I'll see you in a minute. All right, it's time to import some products. Up to Sourcing and Product Importer. Now we need to install the Chrome extension. Well, we don't need to, but it's a lot easier if we do. Get Chrome extension. Add to Chrome. Shopmaster Importer has been added to Chrome. Okay, now the way this works, this is a little different to the Below extension. So if we click on it, click on Import Products, now what we can do is we can enter the URLs of the product one per line. For Amazon, we can enter the ASIN. I will show you how to do that. We've got the different Amazon marketplaces here. We can also import by category, but that's not going to allow us to choose our products one by one, and we really do want to do that. So let's go back here, Import Products. So if I go to AliExpress, okay, so I'm over here in the Dropshipping Center in AliExpress. So let's just find something to import. So let's import this toy microscope. Here's the URL. Add it there. I'll just do one more. Okay, this one's pre-order, so I won't do that one. I'll just take this, whatever it is. Oh, okay. Right, just take the URL again here. And let's import these. Imported 2, failed 0. Let's click on Import List. And here they are. Now if I want to push these to my store, I've got to click this little icon here. But we can edit them first. So just like we edited the title before, when I was showing you O below. We would do the same thing here as well. For now, I'll just tidy it up a bit. And the description. So we can go ahead and edit this here. So this is showing the product in use, which is pretty good. And as you know, we would want to change this description. We want to write some sales text at the top. So, be an archaeologist, excavate a dinosaur from a plaster block. I don't quite know how this is going to look on the store yet, but we will see. Alright, I'm going to remove all this because it doesn't make a lot of sense in the English language. Cultivate patience and perseverance, but also feel the rainbow of the history. Okay. Alright, I'll just get rid of that. And this would have to be edited a bit as well, just to make it sound a bit better. Check out the images. Has a lot of images. That looks okay. Let's click save. We can see what this looks like on the store. Import to store, Shopify. Now, which collection do I want this to go in? And now it's not recognizing the collections that I have on my store already. Anyway, let's just click to publish. Still doing it. The little circle here still going round. Alright, it says active listing. This does need fixing. We've got all this at the top here, which we don't need. Product type and collection still does not seem to be working. So I'm going to leave that for now. Only 6 images have been added, but that's okay because this is pretty good. We've got 6 good images here. Settings, Shopify tracks this product's inventory. No, it doesn't, because we're drop shipping. Under action, we've got inventory monitor on, price monitor on, and I'll go ahead and click publish. Publish successfully. So we're going to want to take a look at this. In fact, let's just go and check it out on the store. Alright, here it is. Now the images look alright. The title's okay, but it shouldn't be all in uppercase. So that needs to be changed. It just so happens that on the AliExpress listing, the title was all in uppercase. So that's how it came over. And I really don't like the way this is at all. It's just not formatted properly. It does need some work. But as we scroll down, we're seeing lots of images and this is pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's just the description needs some formatting. Okay, let's see if we can do something about this. So it's starting to look a little bit better, but still needs a bit of work. But the thing is, you'll get used to it. You get the hang of it. You get practice with these things. When you use something for the first time and you're doing it for the first time, yeah, it's going to take a bit longer. But once you do this a few times, you get used to all the formatting. If it's going to import something with very poor formatting, you're going to need to put more work into it. It really is depending on the listing, on the dropshipping website, in this case AliExpress. So it depends a lot on how that's formatted on the listing and how it comes across. So if it comes across as a mess like this is, you're going to have to do some work to tidy it up. But as you can see, it's already starting to look a lot better. Now we don't have this product added to a collection yet because that unfortunately didn't work on Shopmaster. So anyway, what I'm going to do here is just add this to a collection just for the purpose of this video. And now I'm probably going to want to do a compare at price. So I'm going to put it at $8.94 or $7.94. Inventory, now I did change this already, but we don't want it tracked. So if you see Shopify tracks this inventory, you need to change that because you're drop shipping. So Shopify is not tracking the inventory. It's being tracked by the price and products monitor through Shopmaster. Down the bottom here, we've got the search engine listing preview. And we do need to change this title. We don't want it all in uppercase. But the rest of it is okay. Be an archaeologist, excavated dinosaur from a plaster block, features material resin, 6 assorted dinosaur styles sent randomly, etc., etc. So that would be okay. Just refresh this. Yeah, this is starting to look better here now, as we can see. Still needs work further down, but it's looking better. Okay, so we just imported a product from AliExpress, and if we want to import from Banggood, we would do the same thing. We take a URL, just like we did here. If we want to import from Amazon, we need to get the ASIN. So let me quickly show you for anyone who does not know what an ASIN is on Amazon or how to get it. Okay, so I'm just going to go to any listing. We scroll down, and what we're looking for is the product information. Sometimes it says product details, but basically round about here somewhere under product information or product details, you're going to find the ASIN, ASIN, and this is it right here for this particular listing. Every single listing on Amazon has an ASIN. You just need to scroll down the page and find it. So it's the ASIN that you use if you want to import a product from Amazon using Shopmaster. All right, I'll see you in a minute in the next video. Now let's take a look at the auto order feature here in Shopmaster. Now it's not automatic in that the customer's order goes straight over to AliExpress, gets fulfilled, and everything's done without you even logging in. But it is a huge time saving over and above you doing it manually. So let me just show you. Okay, here's what you would do. So first of all, I'm going to show you this page. Now this is the instructions for placing an order automatically on AliExpress. Now we already have AliExpress connected. I did this earlier, and I'll show you here under Dropship Settings, Integrations, Manage Suppliers, and there's AliExpress connected for the auto order process. Now Banggood, you can't use the auto order feature unless you have one of the paid plans here with Shopmaster, but that's okay. When you get an order on Banggood, you just need to head over to Banggood, to the product that you want to order, click on add to cart, fill in the customer's details, and just as you normally would. This is showing in pound sterling simply because I have this set to ship to United Kingdom. I could change it here, ship to United States, change the currency to US dollars, and it's changed to US dollars. So basically, yeah, that's all you do here on Banggood. You place the order as you would any regular order and use the customer's address so that the order will be sent to your customer. All right, let's go back. I'll close this down. We don't need that anymore. Let's go back here to placing an order automatically on AliExpress. So we got this connected. Now you can connect China brands if you want to as well. As I said earlier, you can go and check them out and maybe worth your while using China brands as well. All right, so we've got this part. We've got AliExpress connected. So we're down here to step 3. Now when you have an order, so let's go to the dashboard. When you have an order, it's going to show here under orders ready to ship. I don't have any. This is the demo store I'm using this on. But when you do have an order, it's going to show ready to ship right here. So you would find all of your AliExpress orders under here where it says ready to ship. Click the purchase button and then click AliExpress to place the order. So you're doing all this within your dashboard here. Then next you can choose a suitable shipping method. Now we have already set a default shipping method. If you remember, we did this earlier. Under dropship settings and under auto order settings. Down here, we selected ePacket as the default shipping method. Now step 5 after that is that Shopmaster will fill out the customer's address automatically, but you do need to look at it. If there's anything that you need to edit, you need to edit it. Now here in the phone number, this is where the phone number will be that you entered earlier here under override phone number. So remember we spoke about this, that it's probably better to put your own phone number in here so that if the supplier does need to contact anybody about the order, it is you they are contacting and not the customer. So that's what should show here in the phone number. And the last step, and again you're still doing all this on your Shopmaster dashboard, the last step is to click checkout on AliExpress, and this is where you will be taken to AliExpress to complete the payment. So while this is called full auto, there's still an input from you, but it's much less of an input than it would be if you were doing this manually. It's going to save a lot of time. All right, now I think you're going to get a much better feel of this once you use it yourself for real. So once you get your first order in from AliExpress and you use this auto order feature for yourself. But following these instructions, and these are right here, let me show you how to place AliExpress order automatically. If you click on there, you're going to get this page. All right, so that's Shopmaster. Now for support, you can go to the support center or you can contact support. So you can talk to them on Facebook Messenger or you can leave a message here. So that's how you get support if there's anything that you cannot find in the FAQs or in the help center. All right, I'll see you in a minute. All right, a few extra things here. First of all, this is a feature that was only released on 1st of November. So it was released after I made these videos at the end of October. So up at dropship settings, if you go to import settings now, there is now an option to choose your language, and if you choose a language other than English, so any of these languages here, you've got Spanish, Russian, Portuguese, etc., your listing will be imported to your store in that language. Now, I don't know how accurate it will be because it's obviously using some kind of program like Google Translate or something like that to translate into these languages. So what I'm suggesting here is that you only do this if you can speak that language, because then you can look at the listings and see, is there anything that needs editing because it simply doesn't make sense once it's been translated into the language. All right, but this is really useful for those of you who are going to be drop shipping in a country where their primary language is not English. This is going to be really helpful to you, but as I say, I just want to stress, I think that you should be able to speak that language so that you can check the listings and edit anything that needs editing. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now the second thing I want to show you is something regarding the product import process. So let's go to the product importer and let me get a URL of any product at all just to show you here from the dropshipping center. Take the URL Just going to paste it in here and import it. All right, imported one. Now I'm going to import to store. Right, now previously there were no collections showing here. Now the reason for that was because I had not synced my store collections to Shopmaster. The solution is to click this. And then you should see this message, sync success, and then you should be able to select a collection from your store just like that. You can add to more than one collection, of course, if you wish to. And then we can either publish directly to the store or just click create so that we can edit it first before we push it to the store. Alright, so that was the second thing I wanted to show you. Now here's the third thing I'd like to quickly show you. Let's just go over to the Dropshipping Center. Now we can import products directly using the Chrome extension. Alright, so let me just choose anything here. Right, so these are kind of big, so they don't have ePacket, but we could in fact just click here to import to Shopmaster without even looking at the product itself. However, that's probably not the best way to do it because you haven't checked the product out. Another way we can do it though is we can check the product out first and make sure we're happy with it, and then we can simply click on the extension and click import to Shopmaster. This product imported successfully. View imported products, and there it is. So there are a number of ways you can do this. Import products to Shopmaster. You can do it either by URL. You can also do it simply by clicking import to Shopmaster on the thumbnail, or when you open up the product page itself on AliExpress, you can use the button here on the extension, import to Shopmaster. Okay, and finally, I want to show you this last thing. Let's go here and click edit for this particular product. We can edit these images right from here by clicking on the little pencil. We can crop, resize, fix any blemishes, change the color, the lighting, we can draw on the image, we can even write on the image. So we've got a few different options here for editing the images right within Shopmaster before you push the listing to your store. Now this is the main banggood.com website, and there really are some great products on this website, and some of them have really good prices too for what they are. So I just went to the sports and outdoors category here. I'd like to show you this one as an example. Now this camera has 5-star reviews. In fact, 140 of the 157 reviews are 5 stars. So it's obviously a good product. Now the price is excellent, $45 for this type of camera. So it's a sports camera, Wi-Fi enabled, and it's 4K. If you know anything about the prices of these types of cameras, you will know that this is a great price. Now, the thing is here, this is shipping to the US. It's got free shipping via air parcel register, but that's 7 to 20 business days. Now, you can in fact get USA Express just 5 to 9 business days for an extra $6.80, which I think will be worth it to get this to your customer a lot faster. So even factoring in the shipping cost and giving your customer free shipping, there is a $15 to $20 profit to be made on this camera. So there's a good profit margin to be made on this product, and you're going to find a lot of products like this on Banggood. Similarly, you're also going to find a lot of products where you can't make that kind of profit, but even so, it's a great website to look at. And you will also get an extra 5% off this price as well if you register for Banggood's dropshipping program. So here are the dropship program FAQs and how can I join. So first you need to sign up here for an account on Banggood, and then you can apply for the dropship program, which, as I say, is going to give you 5% off. If you're going to be getting a lot of orders from Banggood, the percentage that you get off those orders is going to go up. Okay. I want to just point something out to you here though. They do ship to other countries, so they do ship to a lot of countries. But let's say the UK, for example, we could put this price in pounds sterling. Now what we're seeing here is that we actually get free shipping to the UK, and it's only 4 to 9 business days. Here's the problem. When you're shipping into the UK or Europe from outside of the UK or Europe, your customer is going to get hit with VAT and or customs fees for anything over, it's £15 sterling in the UK, and it's around about 20 to 22 euros in Europe, depending on which country it is. Now, obviously, you cannot have your customer getting hit with customs fees because you're going to end up with a lot of problems. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you the EU version of Banggood, and these are all products that ship out from an EU warehouse. All right, I'll see you there in a minute. This is the Banggood US website. So all these products are stored in a US warehouse. And what I have found by looking at the shipping rates and shipping times to the different countries is that a lot of these countries here, so for example Australia, that you would want to go to the main Banggood website and have products sent from China because it takes far longer to ship from here to Australia than it does to ship from the China warehouses, so the main Banggood website, to Australia. But for those of you who are drop shipping in the US, this is going to be a great website. Now it also says that shipping is free to Canada and Mexico, and it's quite fast. But when I try that here, let me show you on this particular product, which we're going to look at in a moment. Let me just choose Canada. Now what it says is 10 to 30 business days, whereas elsewhere it says 7 to 10 days to Canada, and it also says it's free. Whereas here it's saying it's not free, and it's saying 10 to 30 days. But anyway, let's assuming that we are drop shipping in the United States when we're using this particular Banggood website, because it's definitely best for that. This product here, it's a car dash cam, and it's got 227 reviews. It's got 5 stars. This is obviously a really good product. If we scroll on down, it's got a lot of details here, and this is where we get the information about the shipping, but it doesn't seem to be correct according to what is up here. Anyhow, right, let's just take a look here at these reviews, because we can get image reviews and we can get text reviews, video reviews, but there aren't any. Now this is a great product. It's a good price as well, with free shipping to the US. So there's definitely a $20 profit to be made on this product. But there are lots of other similar products like this. So lots of other similar car dash cams with just as good reviews that cost a lot less. Now you would make probably less profit on these per unit, but still it'd be good to actually have some lower price ones on your store as well as a higher price one like this particular listing. So if we go to these image reviews here, click on this one for example, and now we've got you might be interested in, and we've got these other mini cameras here. Now I don't think these are car, yes they are, here's one here, but that's an expensive one. Here's a different type of camera, but there are lots of car dash cameras ranging in price from $15 right up to $100+ here on this website, and even the cheaper $15 ones have a lot of good reviews as well. This is a mini camera. It's got night vision as well, which is excellent. Works perfect with Windows 10, no drivers needed, cute little action cam, so small it can easily be mounted anywhere you need it, definitely a good deal. Yeah, this sounds like a really good product as well. Quite a few people have sent in pictures, and we actually do have some video reviews here as well. Yeah, this one's currently sold out, but there are tons of deals like this on this website. Now something like this, so it's saying $15.99 here, the price of it, free shipping, something like this, you could make a $8 to $10 profit on, no problem at all. So the great thing here with this website is that you can drop ship them into the US a lot faster than you can with AliExpress, for example. So your customer's going to get these products much faster. And now that we've got these new tools from AliExpress that work with Banggood, we've really got a lot more options. Okay, I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, I'm over on Banggood EU, and these are all the products that are shipped out from the EU warehouse. So anywhere in the EU, you can drop ship products from this website. Now, one thing I will say about the EU warehouse is the prices, the listings prices are not great here, but you can find some really good things as well at good prices once you start looking around. Now, I found these binoculars which have really great reviews, and if it wasn't for the reviews though, I wouldn't know, because they are marketed here as low light level night vision binoculars, which I would have found hard to believe for the price, but reading the reviews it seems that they do work. Now the price here, which I just changed to euro, it's $26.47. In US dollars that's about 30 US dollars, or $29.99. The shipping is free, but it's not free to other EU countries. So if I change to shipping from Ireland, so if I wanted to get these sent over to myself, it's going to cost me $4.39 US dollars. So in total, what this would cost, if I change it back to euro, $26.47, and I know that the shipping, it's disappeared now, it's gone back to free shipping to the UK, but I know it was $4.39, so let's say about $3.50. So in total about €30, that's what I would pay for this. Now this product, it's got great images, it's got lots of great reviews, it's got all the information down here for the description that you can put on your store. Great pictures here as well, you can use these as well. Now this could most definitely, you could sell this for say €45. Now that's going to give you a €15 profit on these, which is pretty good. It seems like a really good product because of the reviews and everything's here for it. So something like this, if my store sold these kind of products, this is something that I would want to put on my store. Now unfortunately it's almost out of stock. There's only one unit available, which I didn't notice straight away, but I've noticed now. But the point I'm trying to make here is that if you spend some time on this website, you are going to find some products like this. But once again, a lot of them are priced a little high in order for you to really make much of a profit on. Now, another thing I want to just mention here while we're on here and I'm talking about only making tiny profits perhaps, that's okay if you've also got other products on your store like this, for example, where you can be making a €15 profit per unit sold. So you might have some products where you're making a great profit, others where you're only making a very small profit, but overall it balances out. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So that's Banggood EU, which you can use with the Shopmaster tool. Hi everyone, so to finish up here, I wanted to quickly show you the de-essers app. Now this is the app that does allow you to place multiple orders, even 100 orders at a time on AliExpress with just a few clicks. Now the problem is though that I've spent a good few hours on this app, and at this point I don't feel confident in recommending it, even though it's free, because there are a lot of glitches, a lot of bugs in the app at this time. It is new. Hopefully, as time goes on now, the app will be refined, it will be developed, and a lot of these glitches will be ironed out. Now to get to it, just to check it out if you want to, click on the link here in your dropshipping center. This is the page where you can read about it, but as I say, I can't recommend it right at this time. I will be keeping an eye on this, and if I feel that there comes a point in time where I can recommend it and I can make some videos to show you how to use it, then I will go ahead and do that. All right, see you in a bit. Hi everybody, I want to talk to you about impulse buys. Very often when I look at students' stores, the products are not really very exciting. There's nothing unique or different about what they're selling. When we are dropshipping from AliExpress, we need to remember that we've got to compensate for the long shipping times. So if we are selling just ordinary, regular products, nothing really very exciting, just the sort of thing that you can pretty much get anywhere, why would people want to wait 2 to 4 weeks to get that? So this is one of the things that we need to try and overcome. I'm talking about dropshipping from AliExpress here specifically. Now, I've just spent about an hour or so picking out some products that I consider to be impulse buys. So these are things that people look at and they say, oh yeah, that's really unusual, I'd love that. And they go ahead and buy it. It's an impulse because many times they won't have seen it before. It'll catch the eye and they'll think to themselves, I either want this for myself or I know somebody who would love this. I'm going to go ahead and buy it for them right now. That is what we call an impulse buy. And you don't want to bump the price up too much either, because otherwise it takes away that impulse, it takes away that instant buy. They need to think about it. So for example, this wooden mug here, it's $8.91 and you can get free shipping via e-packet to the United States. So you can't really get any better than that as far as shipping's concerned. Now, if it were me and I was going to put this on my store, I wouldn't bump this up much at all. I might put it at $9.99 and have something like 99-cent shipping, because although we want to try and have free shipping, 99 cents is nothing. And when someone gets to the checkout, sees 99 cents, it's not going to put them off. And in fact, you could have a notice at the top, like one of these bars that we spoke about earlier in the apps section of this course, the announcement bars that you can have running along the top of the screen. You could say shipping just 99 cents on all orders. That is pretty much as good as saying free shipping. In fact, it could even be better because people are so accustomed to seeing free shipping, free shipping, free shipping. If you say 99 cents shipping, just 99 cents, that could even have psychologically a positive effect. So if it were me, I would list this on my store at $9.99, so I'll keep it under $10 and have the shipping as 99 cents. I know it's only a tiny profit, it's only a couple of dollars, and if we factor in that 15%, I spoke about before, the 15% we should factor in 15% losses for refunds when we are dropshipping from AliExpress. If we factor that in, it's about $1.70 profit. But so what? What if we sell 20 of these a week, along with lots of other things as well? A sale is a sale. It's giving you a customer. That customer might buy a lot more. That customer might share your posts on Facebook. So even a dollar profit is worth having. Okay, so let me show you all the things that I came up with over the last hour. This is another mug here. I'm not too sure about this one, but I would add it to my store anyway. Maybe just add $2 or $3 onto it. This one here, I would look to see if I could find a seller who has it for a little cheaper so that I could still put it on my store for $9.99. If not, I would sell it for $11.99, I think. Yeah, $11.99 with 99-cent shipping. This one here, it's a novelty mug with a lid. $4.61. I would sell this for $5.99 or maybe $6.99 maximum. Again, with 99-cent shipping. Now these socks here, these are impulse buys as well because of the designs on them. And there are literally so many of these on AliExpress. And in fact, just a couple of months ago, I ordered 500 pairs of socks like this, all different designs, women's socks from AliExpress, from, I think there were 4 or 5 different sellers in total. I ordered them for my business, but what I did, because I was going to be ordering so many of them, I got a sample first. So I bought like 1 pair or 1 set because very often they're in sets, and made sure they were all okay. And they were all very, very good quality. Not only were they good quality, but the ones that came in sets, so in packages, were packaged really well and really nicely presented. And here's another example of the type of socks I'm talking about. These are impulse buys. And $1.84 a pair, I would just add $1 onto these and then again do the 99-cent shipping. Now these toys here, these are compatible with Duplo. If anybody knows anything about kids' toys, Duplo is a Lego toy, so it's part of the Lego brand, but it's for younger kids, it's bigger pieces. It says here that these figures are compatible. Now they're only $1 each. I would add hardly anything onto these. I would add maybe 48 cents, so I could list them for $1.49, but then have 99-cent shipping. People are likely to buy several of these at once anyway. This here is a keyring, but it's also a screwdriver. Nothing really unusual or different about this. You do see these, you can buy these all over the place, but it's so cheap, it's 38 cents. I would probably list this for $1.99 and have 99-cent shipping. It's still a good deal. It's really a handy little gadget, and because it's so cheap, it's an impulse buy. And here's another keyring, which is just a novelty keyring. So again, I would list this at $1.99. And a personalized pocket knife, $8.99. This I would list for around about $12.99, again with 99-cent shipping. But it's personalized, so people would pay a little bit more. And again, it's an impulse buy. People see this and think, oh yeah, that's going to make a great gift for this person or that person. Now these enamel brooches, they're very popular now, and you can get so many different designs. And because they are so cheap, they're $1.29 to $3.29 a set. So that's a set like this. You can just add $1 on these again and then have your 99-cent shipping. And more brooches, again, same thing. Wooden bow ties, these are in fashion now, and these are unusual designs here. So $2.69, I would add maybe $1 onto that, maybe a little bit more. This watch here is unusual just because of the design of it. There are a couple of different ones, I think, as well. Different colours and that sort of thing. But yeah, it's the design that's very unusual there. So this would be something that would catch people's eye. It would be really attractive, and it would be something that people would buy as a gift. Now this is $19 at the moment. There's a sale coming up, but it's $19 right now. Now with this, I would probably add about $10 to it. So I'd probably put this up to, say, $28.99 or $29.99. All right, now just a novelty little thing for chopping garlic. And again, I'd add about $1 to that. A novelty 3D light is $8.90. I would say I would add about $3, maybe $4 onto that. I think something like this, and the watch as well, there's a higher chance of them being returned, perhaps having a fault. So you do need to add a little bit more. And that's why I added $10 to the watch as well, by the way. But there was another reason for that. Just let me go back there. Now I added $10 to the watch. I would list this on my site at $29 or maybe $29.99. So adding nearly $11 onto it. First of all, because there's a higher chance of it being returned, because there is a possibility of a fault. And secondly, it's all about perception. When it comes to something like a watch, if it's too cheap, the customer or the visitor on your website is going to perceive it as cheap. So it's about perception as well when it comes to certain types of things. So the elephant light there. Now here's another light. $4.84. I wouldn't add too much to this one, I don't think. I will probably sell this one for maybe $7, so $6.99, something like that. Maybe $7.99, $8.99 maximum. Now I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure what it is, but I just happened to come across it. It's a little bit expensive, I think, but it does have some good votes and orders. So at $24.99 though, that is quite expensive for something like this, so maybe give that one a miss. This one here, this is just a box for putting kids' sweets in, so you could use this at parties and that kind of thing. And I'm not sure how many is in a pack here. There must be more than one. Oh, it's $1.70 a piece. Yeah, so in fact, if I was selling this, I wouldn't add anything to it. In fact, I'd probably make it 99 cents with 99-cent shipping, something like that. And oh yeah, this watch here. Now once again, this is a watch. It's a kid's watch this time, but it's unusual, so it's attractive. It catches the eye. Now $14.99. I would put this up to say $24.99. And again, this is free shipping to the US via e-packet, so it's not going to cost you anything for shipping. Now this one here, this is kind of interesting. It's a piggy bank, so it's a money bank, and there are all different types. So you've got cat in there, and there's a monkey as well, all kinds of things. And it's about $11. Now it does have shipping as well. I think it's maybe quite heavy, or it needs a lot of packaging to protect it when it's in transit. So with this, you would need to add maybe $7 or $8 to it. But I think that's okay, because again, this is something people would buy as a gift. And here's just a novelty shape for putting eggs into when people are frying eggs. So only $1.20, and I wouldn't add anything to that. I'd sell it at about $1.30 with 99-cent shipping. You're not going to get any returns for something like this anyway. Oh, here's another one of these. That's the same thing, but it's a monkey this time. And here's another type of money box. This is a parrot on the top, so it's a different type of thing, and it's cheaper. So we've got free shipping with this one. I would probably just add on, it's $12.70. I would bump it up maybe to $14.99, $15.99 maximum. And here's another one. This is really cool, isn't it? Because this one is supposed to, anyway, count the money that you've got in the jar. I don't know how accurate it is, but it has got some good feedback here. So it's $8.76, and this one I would add about $3 to it, maybe $4. And what we got here, right, this is impulse buy because it's very useful and it's so cheap. So 63 cents, and I don't know what it's going to cost you for shipping, 15 cents it says there. If you sold this for $1.49 with 99-cent shipping, and again, you're not going to get returns for something like this. Another example of something that is incredibly cheap and very, very useful, so therefore an impulse buy. $2.99, you could add $1.50 to this, make it $3.49. Lastly, impulse buy because it's kind of unusual and cool. So it's a pendulum gadget, but it glows in the dark. So yeah, that's pretty good. Now it is $10.90 and it does have some shipping on there, a couple of dollars shipping. So it's close to $13. Now you would want to add maybe $3 onto that, $3 or $4 onto that. Even so, you would still get sales of this. If you were getting traffic to your site, you're going to get some sales of this. Maybe not a lot, but the idea here is that you are adding lots of impulse buy products to your website. It does depend on the niche you are in, of course. So with some niches, it's going to be a lot easier to find a lot of these impulse buy type of products and add them to your website. But this is going to definitely help a lot with sales. And again, with dropshipping from AliExpress, don't be putting too much on. Don't be adding too much onto the products. A profit is a profit, even if it's $1, even if it's less than $1, if it's 50 cents, it's still a customer to your store. And one customer to your store can lead to 2, can lead to 5, can lead to 10, can lead to 100, can lead to 1,000. All right, I hope that's been useful. Hi everybody, now welcome to the section of the course where I have all the lectures that don't really fit in to the other sections. So I'd like to talk now about scaling up your business, so growth and scaling, because getting started, that's really just the beginning. After that, you want to scale up until you get to where you want to be, whatever your financial goals are, whatever your ambitions are for your online business. Now, one thing you can do that's going to be very beneficial to growing your income is to grow your Facebook page. So to build on that page, build your audience. So keep building your likes and your followers. Keep active on that page though, because if you don't keep active on that page, people will lose interest in it. The more posts that you make that are shareable, so in other words, people want to share those posts. Now, people do like to share posts that are entertaining, and people also like to share posts where you're offering a discount or some kind of promotion, some kind of deal. People will often share those kind of posts among their Facebook friends as well. So keep on growing your Facebook page. Now, the next thing you should be doing is, as soon as you can do it, delegate some of the day-to-day tasks. So as soon as you are making some money with your store, you should be looking at reinvesting that into paying for a few hours a week help. Now, the first thing that most online store owners delegate is the customer service. So that could be online chat. Now, if you have online chat, it doesn't have to be there permanently, 24/7. You could have it there just for a few hours a day initially. So the hours where your store is busiest. Now, you will learn when your store is getting the most activity through the analytics tool that we installed earlier on. Customer email, so that's all part of customer service as well. This is something that most store owners don't want to do. So, we like to delegate this as soon as possible. And the second thing that you can look at delegating as well is social media, and primarily your Facebook page, because that can be quite a time sink. You don't want to leave messages unanswered on your Facebook page for any length of time. You don't want to ignore people's posts and comments either. Now, the simplest way to do this is to hire outsourcers, and the best place to go for outsourcers is Upwork.com. So even if you have somebody managing your Facebook page for an hour a day, and even if you have somebody doing your customer service for 1 or 2 hours a day. Now, when you outsource your customer service, you will need to monitor your new customer service rep. Even if they're only doing 1 or 2 hours a day, You will need to monitor them for a week or two closely to make sure that they're doing it correctly, because customer service, as we know, it's really important. And you should also be continually growing your email list. Your email list is a huge asset to your store. We talked before about sugar and cotton. We've used this example a couple of times now in the course. These guys have built up a very, very large email list. When you build up an email list, and even an email list of a few hundred subscribers can actually make a difference. But as you grow it and grow it and grow it, and every time you send an email to that list, you're going to get a big boost in your sales. So email list is very important. Now, another thing you can do to grow your business is to add more related and complementary products. So you have your target audience, you have your niche, whatever you're selling to them, there are going to be other related and complementary products that target audience will buy. And you should always be on the lookout for more related and complementary products to add, because you don't want your store to go stale. So many times I have visited an online store and a few months later I go back there again and it's exactly the same. They have added absolutely nothing. There's nothing been changed on that store, not another single product added. Months later you go there again and it's still the same. Now that's really stagnated. That's allowing your store to go stagnant. And if you do that, you're leaving a lot of sales on the table. So make sure that you are always looking for new related and complementary products to add to your store. And take advantage of technology. When you're using Shopify, there are so many great apps. I've touched on some apps here, but I didn't want to overwhelm you. And also, you don't need a ton of apps in the beginning. But as you progress and as your store builds, there are many more apps that you can use. So take advantage of that. And not only that, it's not just what's there now in the Shopify App Store. Because Shopify has become almost a phenomenon, it's huge now, there are constantly new, innovative apps being added to the App Store. And make use of mobile technology so that while you are on the go, you can do most of what you would need to do. Now, clearly there are some things that you really need to be in front of your desktop or your laptop to do. But as far as a lot of the day-to-day stuff, you could do that on the go, providing you're making use of mobile technology. Now, another thing that you can do to grow your income is to add a second niche, the same store and the same audience, but another type of product, so another niche, probably a sub-niche to the main niche, or at least related enough to the first niche so that it appeals to the same audience. Now, when you do this, you're adding a second niche to the same store. It means that you can continue to promote, so you can promote the products in that second niche to the same email list and through the same Facebook page. Now, another option is to start a second store with a completely different audience. Now, the one downside of this, really, or it's a big downside, is that you're starting from scratch all over again. Now, of course, you're starting all over again, but this time, of course, you know so much more and you have so much more experience than you did the first time around. So it's much, much easier to start again with a second store. So if you decide to add a different store, it's completely unrelated, a completely different audience, you will be starting a new Facebook page, you will be starting a new email list. So you'll be starting everything new. But as I say, again, you have the advantage of having done it once the first time around. The second time around, it's completely different. It is so much easier and so much quicker. But if that's what you wanted to do, you can add a second store. So you have to weigh this up. Is it best for you to start a second store, or is it best for you to add a second niche to your current store, still targeting the same audience? All right, so that's scaling up, and I'll see you in a minute. Okay, everybody, we're going to install Google Analytics onto our Shopify store. And this is so we can see all sorts of things about what's going on, such as where our traffic is coming from, which days of the week we get most traffic, which times of the day we get most traffic, which pages on our website our visitors spend most time on, what percentage of our visitors are bouncing. So in other words, bouncing means immediately they land on the store, they leave immediately by clicking the back button or closing it down. It's called the bounce rate, and much more. Now, having access to this kind of information allows us to focus on the traffic sources that are working the best. So if we know that Facebook is working the best, we can spend more time on Facebook. So if we know that's where most of our users are coming from, we can spend more time on that. Also for things like customer service, so if we wanted to use online chat, which we know increases sales, really increases sales, we can find out from analytics which days of the week we have the most activity, which hours of the day we have the most activity. So we can focus on those particular days or those times of the day to have online chat live. So we can focus on just those times of the day or just those days of the week where we have the most activity on our store. All right, so I'm here on the Google Analytics homepage. You can forget about this here. It's just google.com/analytics. You go ahead and you click sign in or sign up and then click on analytics. Now, if you don't already have a Google account, when you do this, you'll be prompted to create one, or you can create a new one if you prefer. So if you prefer to have a completely new Google account to the one you have already, then go and create that first, log into it, and then come to this page, google.com/analytics. Go over to sign in here and click on analytics. Now, once you get to a page like this, maybe you have to register or whatever, and you won't have anything here, by the way. This is an existing account of mine, so I do have something already in here. But you get to this page anyway, or something like this. You're looking for, down at the bottom here, at the bottom left, you're looking for admin. See where it says admin here? That's what you're looking for. So you click on that, and then you're going to have a page like this. You want to go over here to property, click the box, create new property. Make sure website is selected, and right in here, you're going to put the name for your website, and this is for your own purposes. So when you're logging into Google Analytics, if you've got more than one website in here, you're going to be able to identify it. So give it a name, and here the website URL, choosing HTTPS because your Shopify store is HTTPS, and then in here your URL. For industry category, you can just select something here. I'm just going to go shopping. And for reporting time zone, try and get this as close as possible to your target audience. Now, if your target audience is the whole of the United States, then clearly you've got more than one time zone, so you just need to choose one. But say, for example, my target audience is going to be, let's say, a United Kingdom, then that's just going to give me that time. So you want the reporting time zone to be as close as possible to the time zone of your target audience. If your audience is worldwide, then you're just going to have to choose like United States or something like that. Then click on Get Tracking ID. So now we're going to take this script here. We don't want this tag at the top, script, or this tag at the bottom, script. But when we copy this, it doesn't allow us to copy it without the script tags as well. So just take the whole thing, paste onto a notepad, and then remove the script tags from the top and the bottom. So now that we have the code we need, we're going to go over to Shopify and log in to the Shopify dashboard. Alright, we're in the Shopify dashboard. Now under Online Store, click on Preferences, and under Google Analytics, now I do have something installed here, and it doesn't allow me to actually delete it to show you how to put it in there, but if I click on Change here, this is really what you're going to actually get, this box here to paste your code. I don't want the scripts. I ended up with still having these there. We don't want those script tags. I think that they will just disappear automatically if you put them in, but it's better to remove them first, I think. So there we have it. Go ahead and click Save. And for Enhanced E-commerce, make sure you tick this and then save again if you need to. Now that's actually how simple it is to install Google Analytics on your Shopify store. Right, now another thing you can do is you can add some blog posts to your store. Now a blog is actually built in, so there's a blog built in to Shopify. So you go to online store and click on blog posts, and I have some posts here from a previous store demonstration I was doing. So let's take a look at this one. Now all I have done here is I haven't written out a whole post. Oh, and by the way, this was not originally created for this Little Pets demo store. It was originally created for something else, in case you're wondering. This has got nothing to do with stuffed toys. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is that you can create some posts for your blog, but it doesn't have to take you very long because you don't have to write them yourself. So what I did was I shared this post from a website called Imager, and there are lots of places where you can go and get content and share it on your own website. And I'm talking about legitimately. I'm not talking about taking stuff that's copyrighted. I'm talking about going to websites like Imager and sharing their content on your own website, which is allowed. So you're allowed to share it. So if we just view this post, and now you can see the whole gallery of these chicken coops has been shared. Now, the downside of doing this, of course, of sharing from another website, is that people may leave your site. So if I was to click on read more, I'm going to go to Imager, where I actually shared this from in the first place. So this is where I shared this particular post from. And this is called curating content. And as I say, the downside of it is you may lose people leaving your blog and going to another website. Obviously, the alternative is to simply write all your own posts. Now, let me point something out here. There are two purposes of a blog. The first is that you would add this to your navigation menu. And if you've got good and informative information, entertaining stuff or whatever on your blog, that can bring people back to your website. And the second reason is it's food for the search engines, basically. So there's more content here that could potentially get these blog posts ranked on their own in the search engines. Because the blog post is actually on your website, the visitors are still going to be able to click around through the product pages as well. And of course, you can have links in your blog post that actually lead directly to specific product pages as well. So you could hyperlink the text, some of the text. For example, if I was selling chicken coops, I could hyperlink this word here, chicken coop, going to a URL, an actual product listing page on my website selling a chicken coop. Now you have to remember that search engine traffic is not overnight traffic. It's a slower thing. If you have time to create some blog posts, then do. If you don't have time to create blog posts, if your time is very limited, then this is probably not the thing you want to be spending your time on. I'm going to leave this down to you. It's going to be down to your individual circumstances. Now, if I was creating blog posts for the Little Pet store that sells plush animals, the blog posts I would write and create would be focused towards parenting and toddlers and kids and that kind of thing. I wouldn't write posts about the stuffed animals because there isn't really anything I can write. But I would be able to write stuff about toddlers, about parenting, about preschool stuff, and all this kind of thing. So that would be relevant to the particular audience who would be coming to my website anyway. So what I mean there is that your blog posts don't have to be about your actual products. There's some products, as we've just looked at, plush toys, for example, it's very hard to write blog posts about. The blog posts would be posts that are interesting and relevant to your target audience and in some way related, of course, to what you're selling, but not necessarily about what you're actually selling. Okay, so that's the Shopify integrated blog. If you have time, use it. If you don't have time, perhaps come back and do something with it a little later on. Welcome back, everybody. Let's now take a look at SEO, or search engine optimization. Now, you can do certain things to your product pages that will make them more search engine friendly. The purpose of this is to get visitors from the search engines, and this is free traffic. So when a user is on Google, they type in a search term, for example, plush elephant or plush baby elephant. If your product page comes up in the search results on page 1, then you will get traffic from those searches that users do on Google. Now, the first thing is you want to make sure that your title has the main search terms. So in this case, this is a plush toy elephant. So we've got plush, and we've got elephant, and we've also got the word large. So if anybody was searching for a large plush elephant, we've got that in there. I have the word baby in there, so that might help if anyone's looking for a plush baby elephant. But the main search terms here would be plush and elephant. Your description also is going to show up in the search engine results. If we go down the bottom here, we did look at this already, but we're now looking at it in a different context. So this is what's going to show up in the search results. And your description here, the whole description is not going to show up because you only get a certain amount of characters. So what have we got here? We have got the whole description showing up here simply because it's a short description. But if it was longer, you wouldn't get the whole lot showing up. So what you want to make sure is that what you would like to show up in the search engines, this is also the first part of your description as well. So this is in fact what we call the meta tags, the meta title, which is your title, and the meta description. That's what we call the meta tags. You don't need a special app for this. There are apps on the Shopify store you can install for helping with SEO, but what I'm telling you here is actually all you need. Simply having a good title and description that contains the words or the terms that users in Google would actually be searching for if they were searching for this type of product. That's really what it's all about. You can't fool the search engines anymore. There's no tricks that you can get up to now to get your listings or pages to the top of Google. Now, the other thing, this is actually not terribly important these days, but you can add some tags. So, for example, I would add plush and elephant, large, and that's about all I would add for this particular product. So you can add a few tags there. It really doesn't make much difference, if it makes any difference at all. And the tags that you add should be part of the title or description. So as you can see, large, elephant, plush, these 3 words are all in the description. Oh, tags don't have to be 1 word, by the way. They could be 2 words. For example, I could just add plush elephant as a word, as a tag. It could be 3 words. So tags don't have to be just 1 word. So as far as the search engine optimization for your product pages is concerned, that's really it. The only other thing you can do to help is to write longer descriptions. So here's a very short description. There isn't really an awful lot I can say about this product. Some products you can write a much longer description. Now maybe there are some people out there who are so creative that they could actually write a long description about this toy here. I couldn't. I really wouldn't know what to write about this. And there isn't any point in a description in writing stuff that the customer has no interest in. The customer doesn't want to know about the type of factory it was manufactured in or anything like that. And that wouldn't help you in the search engines anyway. So don't make a description long just for the sake of trying to help yourself with the search engine rankings, because that would be wasted time. Okay, in the next lecture, I'm going to show you something else you can do, not related to product pages, but something else you can do on your store to help with search engine rankings. Hi everybody. Many students ask about how do you connect your store to a dropship supplier. Now, if you've looked at the Oberlo lessons, the lessons about AliExpress and Oberlo, you will know that you can connect AliExpress to your store through Oberlo, and it all syncs together so that when there's a price change on AliExpress, that price change is updated on your store. When a product goes out of stock on AliExpress, it goes out of stock automatically on your store. So that's all really easy. And of course, you can import all your products, the products you want to import from AliExpress to your store. But that's only for AliExpress. So what about other drop shippers? There are some apps in the Shopify App Store, and this is one of them, Syncee. Now it does say add products to your Shopify store from any supplier. And that is true, you can. But in order to sync those products to your Shopify store, the way that you can do with Oberlo and AliExpress, in order to do that, the dropshipper has to be part of the exchange that they use here. So in order to automate things the way that you can with Oberlo and AliExpress, you are limited to a certain number of suppliers, the ones that they have integrated here with their app. Now this is not a free app. There is a 7-day free trial and no credit card is needed for that. So you can go ahead and try it, and that's going to allow you also to access the drop shippers that they have all connected up with this. But if you want to keep it after that, then you need to choose one of the plans, and the smallest plan is $19 a month. But that's up to 500 products, so that's probably going to do you okay to start out with anyway. Now, the other thing I want to show you here, and that's why I brought you to this website as opposed to showing you this app inside the Shopify App Store, is that you can find a whole lot of suppliers here on this website. They don't all dropship, but quite a few of them do. If you scroll down to the bottom, click on supplier list, and right here you've got suppliers not just in the US, but also in Europe as well, and in Africa and Asia, and in Australia, and in Canada. So for example, if I click here on the suppliers from Europe, scroll down the page, there is a whole list of them here. As I say, not every one of these drop ships, but quite a few of them do. I was thinking about putting all these onto a file for you, but there's no point because they're all laid out here, and you can click through to look at the USA suppliers and the Canadian suppliers and Africa and Asia. So they're all listed here, and I wanted, as I say, to bring you to this website so I could also show you this app in case it's something that you want to try it out on the 7-day free trial. They do have some good help files here under the help center. Now, if you get stuck with anything, just contact their support. Don't ask on the Q&A because I'm not using this app myself. And even if I were, it's much better to contact the support for the app itself. All right, I hope that helps.
Hi everybody, I am doing a store critique here, 2 store critiques, 2 different student stores that I have been asked to take a look at and point out what could be improved on the stores to improve the conversion rate. So first of all, to improve the bounce rate, which is the percentage of visitors who arrive on the page and immediately leave again because they don't like what they see, it doesn't appeal to them, and also the percentage of visitors who actually will go on to make a purchase. Now, this first store here, this is a jewelry store, and the theme is flower theme. So it's a flower themed jewelry store. So the jewelry on here, it all is along the theme of flowers. Now, the first thing I want to say here, although these store critiques are not about the niches really, but I do want to point something out about this particular niche. I think it's very narrow, and I think, you know, when drop shipping, that there may be an issue actually getting enough of a variety, so enough products really, if you're sticking to this one niche. Now, the name of the store, Flowerly Jewelry, there's nothing wrong with that. You could expand into different types of jewelry and still keep that name, because it's not flowery, it's flowerly. So that word itself, flowerly, that could actually be a brand name. So there's nothing wrong with that. Now, this is the home page. And first of all, I want to point out that this banner image here on the home page, there's nothing wrong with having a big banner image, but this is very dull. It's very bland, and it's a little bit dark as well. It doesn't really do anything. There's no jewelry being showcased on this banner, because when you scroll down here, what happens is that you can't see the jewelry. All you can see is the chain. You can't see the actual piece itself. So in fact, this whole banner, the focus of this banner is this rose, whereas the focus of the banner should be some really nice jewelry pieces. And when you've got a jewelry store, you really want your store to sparkle, because that's what jewelry is all about. If you look at my demo store, the demo store here in the course, which is also a jewelry store, there is actually no banner on that particular store because the theme doesn't have a banner. But nevertheless, if you look at that store, if you look at the store, the screenshots and the images in the lectures, you will see how that really does kind of sparkle. So I have actually made that store really quite appealing and as a jewelry store. So the first thing to look at here is changing this image. This image needs to be improved a lot. Now the second thing is up here, this is good, you know, buy 3 and get 20% off. Here's your purchase code, save 20, but it doesn't stand out. So this here white on very pale pink is not standing out. So I would change the color of that writing. Perhaps it could be like a mauve color or something so that it stands out. Okay, now let's scroll on down, and this is the home page. Now, this is not a particularly good layout for the home page, because if you're going to have a big banner like this, then you really need to have products straight away below the banner instead of a huge logo. Now, there is nothing wrong with that logo, but it's way, way too big. And then a bit about who are we. That's not the place to put this. At the top of the home page is not the place to put this. And this logo here, this should be in the banner somewhere. So you should have it up here, perhaps at the top left as a small logo. That's what I would do here. So you've got all this space here, which is pretty much wasted on your home page. Now for the who are we, you should have an about us page, and you should make that a little bit more. Let's just go down here and see. Yeah, you don't have an about us page. So if you created an about us page for this who are we, and then expanded on that, make it into a proper page, and just took this away from here and this away from here. So your home page should be showcasing your products, really. That's really what it should be doing. Now, the other thing I want to point out is this may not be the case on all browsers, but I'm using Chrome, that this here is not particularly good. Like when I hover my mouse over an image, the image disappears. Now, I understand that's what it's supposed to do, but it's not actually a very good setup. So I would definitely look at changing, perhaps even changing the theme for this. So let's just scroll on down a bit more. So we have the shipping and the refund policy and the FAQs. Just going to take a quick look at the FAQs here. This is fine, but down here, how can I stay in the loop? Follow us at Flowery Jewelry on Facebook, but there is no link. So this should be a link here, and this should link to your Facebook page. Now down here, the bottom right, now I believe this is Facebook Messenger, but it's not very obvious. In fact, it's not even noticeable. Much better to use the app that I advise you to use in the course. The one I recommend is the Facebook chat app. So this one here is perhaps a different one, or it's a different layout of it. But I recommend you use the big square box, because otherwise this is not even going to be noticed. Now let's take a look at the contest. Contest, by the way, while you're running it, it's a good idea to have that up, a link in the top menu here. Be entered to win a free necklace. Okay, so we will announce 5 winners on January the 3rd to our Facebook page. So if this contest has been run already, there are no questions here. I don't know if you ran this contest or not, or whether you were just thinking about running it and you haven't actually run it. But if you have, then you should have the winners down here. So you should have the winners listed here as well, so people can see it's real and it really did happen. And then when you do the next contest, the next time, I advise you to have a link up here. And of course, you'll have your questions here and your form for entering the contest right here. Now I'm going to click on shop. From what I can see here, there are only 4 products on this store. Now that's not going to be enough for a jewelry store. So you've got 3 pendants by the looks of it, and also a ring. So there isn't enough choice here, to be perfectly honest. If you're going to do jewelry, then you need at least 30 plus items, and you want to have a variety. So you want to have things like bracelets, bangles, brooches, and that kind of thing, as well as pendants, necklaces and rings. So you need more products on here for a start off. The way these are showcased as well, the images, this is not particularly good. You should have images with a transparent or white background. The way that I have them on the demo store here, Pimp My Bling, notice there that I have, with almost all of them, I have only actually listed products on the store where I can get images, good images with a white or transparent background. And that really is going to look so much better than these block images that have things in the background that I'm not sure what they are. I mean, these are just props, but they don't really mean anything. So I would definitely not have images like that with props like that in the background. Let's just take a quick look at the shipping. Okay, so it looks like this store is drop shipping from AliExpress, which is fine. But if you're drop shipping from AliExpress, there's no excuse not to have a big variety of products on the store, of jewelry products on the store, and also to pick products that have those really great images with the white or transparent background. So you're looking for the images that really sparkle and really do showcase and sell the pieces of jewelry. So anyway, there's quite a bit of work to be done on this store. Let me just click on the menu here, make sure I haven't missed anything. No, that's fine. So yeah, there's quite a bit of work to be done on this store. It is a good start, but it does need a lot of improvement. This store will not convert as it stands right now. So some work to be done here, perhaps even look at changing the theme. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. Now, with this next one, this is a pet supply store. Now, the first thing I want to say is that the sign up for updates, this is not going to be very appealing, just saying sign up for updates. So what you really want here is get 15% off your first order, enter your email to get your coupon code, something like that, okay? But it's good that you've got the actual opt-in form here coming up. Now, the actual images here on the banner, it's a slider. These are all very good. They're all very clear. That's a lovely image there. That's also a lovely image there. So all of these images here, they're not stretched, distorted or blurry. So that's good. And this is okay up here as well. There's nothing wrong with that. So now scrolling on down on the home page here. And this is actually a nice layout. So we've got some products at the top, which is what we really want. And then scrolling down, we've got the collection list. So we've got grooming, travel, collars, other feeding, and then we've got some of these necklaces and keychains and that kind of thing. Now that's nice. This is a nice colour scheme as well. Now we know, or I know from what the students told me, that she is going to work on this logo, because clearly a logo needs to have a transparent background. So this isn't really any good as a logo, but I know that she's going to work on that. Now let me just see here. Okay, I just want to point out something about this writing that's coming across here on the slider. Most definitely, I would get rid of that. It doesn't actually help the image at all. It spoils the image. I would definitely get rid of that. You don't need to say this, your trusted store for pet products. Looking for a gift for your furry best friend. You don't need to say that either. I would just get rid of that writing completely. Everybody knows when they see a header banner like this, everybody knows that you scrolled out. So anyway, as I say, this is a nice layout. There's nothing wrong with this layout here. This particular image here, I would most definitely replace this with a different product, because it's very small in a great big space. So that's a waste of space there. So choose another product for here, something that's bigger. It's going to take up all the space. All right, that's going to look a lot better if you do that. But this is all fine. And this is all fine. Just click through a few of the pages here. Let's look at About Us. And this is a good About Us page. If you can, try and tidy up the formatting a little bit. If you see between these two paragraphs here, the correct spacing, you have the correct spacing, but here and here you don't. Here and here you've got too much space. Looks like you've got two spaces here instead of one. Same with here. And here you've got the correct spacing. So just try and tidy that up a bit, make it look a bit more professional, but the content looks good. Got a chat box down here. This is good. Charles Malone, chat with us. I'm not sure why you have this. You should actually have Paul Street Pet Supply, chat with us, and here an image, not just like a blank icon thing. So if you could change that, and that's fine. Other than that, that's fine. Even better, by the way, if you can use the Facebook one. Everybody now has Facebook Messenger. Everybody uses Facebook Messenger. So the Facebook one, if you can, is better. It's also easier, but it's up to yourself, you know, but definitely change this here from your name to the name of the store. Let's have a look at the Get Help page. All right, so this is your Contact Us page. Just looking for the store address on here. Right, it's down here. Okay, that's fine. You have the store address. You could also put the email address here on the Contact Us page as well, and not just the email address, but what you could also do on the Get Help page is that you could put the email address, and also you could indicate that the visitor or the customer can contact you by chat. So I would definitely put that information here above the form. So give them options for getting in touch with you. I'm not seeing any link anywhere to a Facebook page. So don't forget about your Facebook page, because that is important. People give more credibility to a website that has a Facebook page. It's kind of expected. It's the social proof. They feel more comfortable. It feels less anonymous to them if there's a Facebook page. It feels much less anonymous if there is a Facebook page associated with the store. And maybe there is, but I haven't seen it. Now, if I haven't seen it, your visitors are going to miss it as well. Now, there is a slight problem here in that I'm on this page and I can't get back to the home page from here. I have no way of getting to the home page now, back to the home page, unless I actually click the back arrow. Same with this page here. In fact, it's same with all of the pages, I think. Yeah, same with all of the pages. The only way to get back to the home page is to click the back arrow, because you don't have a menu. So you're going to need to have a menu, Now you've got the footer menu, that's fine, but you'll need a menu somewhere else so that people can navigate to the home, back to the home page. Right, so that's important because what will happen is somebody goes down to the footer, perhaps goes to one of these pages down here, and then if they can't get back easily, if it's not obvious how to get back to the home page, they're just going to leave and you are going to actually, lose that customer. You're going to have to put some explanation here as to why this is going to take so long. I think you might have some kind of explanation on the About Us page. Let's have a look. No, not really. So even if you did have, you do need to put something here. You need to give a reason as to why your delivery is going to take so long. But okay, so this isn't a bad site at all, right? This is a nice site to look at. Again, difficult to get to the home page, so I'm back to pages and navigate around, so you need to look at fixing that. But this is a nice site to look at. It's aesthetically pleasing, just with the logo issue there, but I know you're going to fix that. Fix this here, make this change this product. Yeah, make it a product that's going to fill up all this space here. The layout though, there's nothing wrong with this layout here of this page, nothing at all. One thing you might want to look at is you might want to make the savings a bit bigger. Save 94 cents and save 83 cents. That's not really of a lot of interest to most people. So what you want to be doing here is, this is an Adidas dog style hoodie and it's a $24.90 product, but they're only saving 83 cents. So that saving is like pretty much nothing. It's not even worth having. So what you want to be looking at here is increasing the price of this, increasing the price before the saving. Save $9.99 or something, or save $9.55, something like that, making it look as if it's worthwhile. You don't change the price that you're selling at. If this is the price that you have decided that you need to sell at in order to make sure that everything's covered and you're making a profit, that's fine. All you do is you change this. You change the sale badge. So some things, if it's a very low cost thing, then obviously you don't need to make it look as if there's a big saving. But if you've got something that is costing over $20, you want to make the saving look a lot better, a lot more appealing, a lot more attractive. Take a quick look on this now, finally. This particular one here needs improving, so you need to find something, a paw necklace that has a white background so that it looks better than this. Okay, so you need to change that, and you definitely want to be looking at, perhaps bringing this price down a bit. And I'm quite sure this is just $1 or $2 on AliExpress. So, you want to look at selling that for something like $9.99 and then showing a saving of $6, something like that. The other images are good though, that's fine. Okay, so this store is looking good. It needs a few improvements, but it doesn't need a huge amount of improvements. And one of the biggest things that I pointed out here was the navigation. There is no navigation. So that's one of the first things you need to look at doing, and just, making these other minor improvements as well. But other than that, you need to probably focus on, say, your contest or your competition, which you currently don't have, but I'm sure you're going to do that. So I'm sure you could run a nice competition to attract people to your store, to get people coming to your store. And also what we looked at the very beginning was the pop-up opt-in. You want to do something like a 15% off your first order. Okay, I hope that's been useful, both for the students who've created these stores and for the rest of you that are looking at this now and seeing perhaps, yeah, these are things that I need to improve in my own store as well. Okay, speak to you soon.
Hi everybody. Right, here's another store critique. The first thing I want to say about this store is that the student who's created this store has put in a lot of effort here, and this is actually a very nice store. There's not a lot wrong with this store, but there are a few things and I'm going to point them out. Now this is a great slider, by the way. All the images are very, very clear. This particular image here is really good, the one with the elephant. But they're all good. All these slider images, they're not stretched, they're not distorted, they're not blurry. So they're all good images. So that's a nice slider. If you're going to use a slider, that's what it should be like. And also this text here coming up, because of the way it's done, it still looks okay. And some of the sliders I've looked at on other stores, it doesn't look right the way the text is actually overlaying the images. But here, the way it's done, with the overlay here, this looks fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There is something on the slider I want to point out, but I can't seem to, let me just try. Here we are, this site gives 5% of the profits to animal charities, which is good. Basically what you need to do here with this is blurry and it's also hidden underneath this image here. So you need to bring this over a bit, perhaps put this on every single slider image. The other thing that you need to be careful of is using the actual logos of these particular charities, the copyright implications there of using the logos. So what I would probably do here is actually just get rid of this image, but instead have a page on this store. So under About Us here, where you've got this menu here, you might have a page about charities we support, and then you can list them along with links to those charities, and that way you wouldn't be using any of their images and infringing on any copyrights. So that's what I would do in that case. I think it'd be good to have a page as well, and rather than just have a link to them, also just have a little bit of information about each one and why you actually chose that one to support. Okay, now scrolling down this page here, very good layout. I do like this layout. At the top here we've got some categories, and then down here we've just got products, and even though some of these products don't have a transparent background, that still looks okay. This does look good. I like this here, latest collection, that's nice. And this is nice here. The way this is done with the collections is very nice. So that's a nice home page. Now let's just go and take a look at some of the other pages here. Just one thing to point out, decor is spelt wrong here. It's D-E-C-O-R. I don't think there's an E on the end. Okay, nice page layout here as well. It's nice and clean. It looks good. And this all looks really nice. I'm just going to click through on one of these items, have a look at how the student has created the descriptions. And if you are obsessed with unicorns or know anyone who is, this or unicorn cushion cover, just check something here. The name of your store is all with 3 W's, so just make sure that you're consistent right the way through. You've only got 2 W's there. Very small thing, but just wanted to point it out anyway. Made of cotton linen, comes in 23 different varieties. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, when you get time, you can always come back and expand on these descriptions, but this is fine, this is okay. And also, I like the way this is done. So this particular theme, I think it must be a theme specific thing. Instead of showing all the images going down and across here, which can be just a little bit too much sometimes when there are a lot of variations, then the customer can just click on any one of these and it brings up the actual design, which I think is really good. And this is a nice product as well, so charging £13 for this, I think that's okay, to be perfectly honest. I think that'd be fine. So let me just take a look at a couple more. I'm going to click on home decor and some overlapping products, but that's fine because that's the way it works when we have categories. Okay, that's great. There's nothing wrong with these pages. There's nothing wrong with the home page. Just going to go ahead and click on some of these About Us pages. So let's take a look at the FAQs. Nicely laid out, easy to read. Now the one thing I'm going to point out here is that this is illegal. Strictly no returns or exchanges unless there is a defect in the product. That's illegal in the UK. So as far as and in Europe, so with the distance selling regulations, you need to give a 14-day, and you must do that by law. So I recommend that you just read up on those distance selling regulations in the UK and Europe, but you do need to give the customer 14 days. So that's one of the things that we have to do in Europe. Now I know it's not the same in the US, and they have a different rule there, which is a little bit more, it's easier and on the actual retailer, but in Europe that's what we have to abide by. And one more thing just to point out here, you have a slight inconsistency with the email addresses you're using. Right here you've got sales@soullink.co.uk, and right here you have ask us a question sales@or.shop. So yeah, I would say that you probably meant to put this email here up here as well. Just a small thing again, very small. And just have a quick look here to see what you have written here for the refund policy. Yeah, this is right. Now you see our policy lasts for 14 days. If 14 days have gone by since your purchase, unfortunately we can't offer you a refund or exchange. You'll be charged a £5 handling fee. So I'm assuming this means if they return something within the 14 days, I would say this is a little bit harsh, and I think if people do click on this return policy, that will actually lose you a lot of sales. Yep, that's fine, and you've got things that are exempt. And for your return, to return your product, you should mail to 11 Castleton Court, Kirkcaldy, and you need to put a name there as well. So I would just say mail your product to All Shop at 11 Castleton Court, Kirkcaldy. And you'll be responsible for paying your own shipping costs. That's perfectly acceptable. So that's fine. I'm not going to go through all of the pages, it's not necessary. One thing that I didn't show here because it actually came up on screen before I started recording the video, but the actual pop-up box for opt-in email, that just says enter your email to get updates. Now I think you know probably from other store critiques, if you've looked at the other store critiques I did before this one, that you need to make that a lot more attractive, something like 15% of your first order, that sort of thing. Let's just scroll down and check out the footer. Footer here is fine. We've got news here, not sure if you anything on that there, but just have a look. Nothing there yet, but I'm assuming that's where you intend to actually put your blog. So that's fine, the footer is great. You might want to think about putting something in here. Perhaps when you have your blog live, you could have your recent posts here as well, just to fill up the space. But other than that, it is good. And you'll probably be adding, I would imagine, you're probably going to add your rewards app to your store so that customers can get points when they are purchasing and save up their points against future purchases. And also, I would recommend again to have a chat app here. So the Facebook chat app is a good one, and that's the one I like, which allows customers to send you messages via Facebook Messenger. So that's the best one, I think. But definitely have a chat app, because when you have a chat app, then the contact us page becomes far less important. I'm just taking a look at your contact us page here. So yeah, you've just got a form. So basically, this becomes far less important when you have a chat app. And it gives so much credibility and to your store, and gives your potential customers so much confidence, because they feel that then that you are transparent. So if you've got a chat app, especially when that's a Facebook link to Facebook Messenger, they feel there's a transparency about your store, and you're not in any way anonymous or trying to hide behind your website. So I do recommend that. Now, other than that, and the other things that I've pointed out here, this is a really good store, and this, you know, is definitely one of the best stores that I have seen from students. So congratulations on this. You have done really, really well. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. I'm going to create a new video for the next store critique because this has gone on a little bit. Speak to you in a minute. All right, now another nice site here. This site is selling men's leather bags. And first thing, nice slider here. The images are not stretched, distorted or blurry. But one thing I will say about the slider is the overlay is too big. So all you need to do is reduce the size down here. If we think about the critique that I did there previously with the same theme and the same type of overlay, but that student had made it a good bit smaller, which made it look better. Right now it's just looking a little bit big and a little bit intrusive. But that's just a small thing, so you can do that very quickly. But the slider images are fine, there's nothing wrong with that. Now up here, your shipping bar, your free shipping bar, which is great. Click here for new deals. However, it doesn't work. When I click on it, it actually takes me to the Shopify login page. So that's not working at the moment, but this is still a great idea to have. It's also very clear, you can't miss this. So it's big enough, and it's the black background and the gold writing, which works very well. And it works well for this site. Has a nice color theme. I do like the purple here, and the whole color theme throughout the site is nice. And it does go well with the niche. This is directed obviously at men as well. So the page, the home page here, yeah, this is good. It's a nice home page. So we have a similar layout here as the last critique that I did, similar homepage layout, which is a nice homepage layout. And here also the student has got down here this month's featured item, which is actually a really good idea. Now this site has higher priced products. These products are priced right up to $200 to $300. So these are higher priced items. So this is a good idea, having a featured item for the month. You might just want to look at making sure that anything that you have that is date related, for example, start the new year off with a bang, because we're going into February now when I'm making this particular video. You should probably remove anything that's related to New Year. Okay, let's take a look at some here. Let's go to bestsellers. Good page layout again, nice and clean. Good images. All these images have transparent backgrounds, which is good. And for these kind of price products, images are going to be very, very important. So the transparent background is going to be very important for something that's priced, as high as this. So let's just go ahead and click through on one. So we've got the description here, and then down here features, which is great. And down here a little bit more about the actual material. This bag has been designed to accommodate the user. Instead of saying the user, I would just say you. This bag has been designed to accommodate you in just about every environment imaginable, regardless of whether you are attending an important business appointment or meeting up with your fellow nerds at the library. I wouldn't say fellow nerds. I would say mates or something like that, but not fellow nerds. But that is still good. That's a good description. And as I say down here, great the way you've got the features listed as bullet points. Now, straight away, we can see here that this student is using the Facebook Messenger. He's branded it as well. So his own Facebook page, he's got his logo here and he's got his Facebook header here. That looks good. And I think with this type of product that the discount from $299 to $272 is actually perfect. Now the reason for that is for a type of product like this, it's a luxury product, it's a high-end product, it's a high-end bag. If you make the discount too big, it actually devalues the product. The type of customer who buys these kind of items, they're not looking for discounts, they're actually looking for the best. That's what they're looking for. That small discount there of just $25 is perfect. Now let's take a look at the FAQs page. Good. Yep, there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. Now the Get Help page, this is just the form. Let's take a look at the contest giveaway page next. Enter below for your chance to win a free Moshi vintage leather school backpack. You might want to consider changing school to college, or maybe even putting school and college backpack. So that's fine. You've got your questions there and submit your answer to win. First name, email address. That's great. Now I'm going to take a look at the footer. Terms and conditions, privacy policy. Let's take a look at the refund and return. So you're giving the customer 30 days from the day the item was received. Now, if that's what you need to do regarding the Consumer Protection Act in your state, New York State, that's fine. Now, if you don't need to give 30 days, I would consider dropping that to 14. But if you need to give 30 days, that's fine, give 30 days. And item must be returned in original condition. Some information about goods damaged in transit or faulty goods. So that's all fine, that's all looking good. Now, the one thing I will say here is that nowhere on this website do you have an address, a physical address. I would recommend that you do that, mainly because you've got these high priced products here. When you're using Facebook Messenger, it's not so important to have the physical address. It certainly is better to have it, but when you've got higher priced products, I think the more transparent you can be, the better. And let's check delivery information. Fine, yep, okay. And one more thing down here, you have contact us, which is the form, but you also have support, which is another form. Now, you don't need both because they're both the same thing. So this is a nice page, so I would keep this and remove the contact us page. Now, regarding this page though, there is one thing wrong with it. There is no way for me to get back off this page without using the back arrow. So I could click on one of these here, buy now or bestseller, but really most of the time people want to get back either to the home page or to the actual collections. Either the menu needs to be here or a button saying go back to the home page. It needs to be a very clear way to go back. You do not want people to have to click the back arrow, which is what I'm going to do now. But before I do that, this has come up, and I think this might come up. I think you might have this set to come up when I go to leave. So clicking the back arrow would trigger that. Start the new year off right with huge saving. Just huge savings should be an S on the end of there. Get new product releases should be an S on there, and discounts sent direct to your inbox. Now that's okay, but again it's saying start the new year off right. So we're at the end of January now, so that's a little bit out of date. Even better if you could do a 5% off. Now I'm suggesting 5% off for you, 5 or maybe 10% off even. 10% off their first order for subscribing. You don't need to go higher than that for this type of product. So 5% off will probably even work. If someone's going to pay $250 for a product, then even 5% off is worth having. So 5 or 10% off on the first order, that would work a lot better. You'll get a lot more sign-ups onto your list if you do that. Now, other than everything I've pointed out here, I can't see anything wrong with this site. So this is actually a good site. Just needs a few tweaks, as I've covered here in the lesson. It has a nice logo. This is actually a really nice logo. It really does suit the style of the website and the niche, the type of product it is. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Okay, here we are in the next one. Now this store is selling travel accessories, so different types of travel accessories. And this is another nice store as well. Now the pop-ups come up for the email opt-in, so I'm going to talk about that first because once I close it down I may not see it again. So it's been done nicely, okay, because what this student has done is she's put a background in here, which is nice. I also like the way busy ? Don't miss out, get updates to your email. That's actually a really nice touch, but it would still be better if there was more of an incentive for the visitor to sign up. So by more of an incentive, I usually mean to have a discount. So, 15% off, 10% off, whatever your first order. Or it could even be to get contest details. So it could even be subscribe for details of a contest, but then you would have to say what the prize was as well. But with a bit of creativity, this student could still use this same style of box, but actually give the visitor more of an incentive to sign up. Okay. Now, first thing is on this header image here, which is a slider as well. First of all, the text overlay cannot be read. I mean, I can read it when I look at it, but it's the wrong color, it's the wrong style. So everything about it is wrong. The word travel is also spelt wrong here. So this would be very important. Having that word spelt wrong somebody sees that when they first arrive on a site, it's going to be very off-putting. Definitely need to do some work on this overlay text. If the theme is not allowing you to create the type of overlay we've looked at in the last store critique and the one before that, just get rid of the text completely. Just don't have it there at all. Now the menu, same applies. This is the wrong color. You can't have a light colored menu on a light colored background. Now it looks okay on this background, but it doesn't look okay on the other background. So you need to find a color that suits all the images in your slider, or you need to change the images to suit. So if you've got light colored images or light at the top, these images, if they were light at the top, you could have a dark colored menu. Or if you have images that are dark at the top, you can have a light colored menu. You need to get around that. You need to work on that so that your menu does show up. It's also a little bit small, so the text is a little small. For this big image you've got here, you want to have bigger text here for your menu, if possible. If you can't have bigger text, then at least get the color right so that it stands out on the background of all of the images. Similarly with Shop Now, this is tiny. I mean, it's way too small. You either need to be able to make this bigger and make it stand out, or get rid of it completely. Also, something similar applies to your logo. Now, there's nothing wrong with your logo, but it doesn't actually stand out at all on the background here. It doesn't stand out here at all. You can't even see it. You can see the sunflower, but not the text. So again, this is something that you do need to work on. It could be that you need to change your theme. I don't know. But if you can't get these things right with this theme, I would definitely look at changing the theme. Now you've got your free shipping bar up here. Good again. But again, you need to change the color of the text. If you're using a light colored background on your free shipping bar, use a dark colored text. So you've got light green for the background of the shipping bar. The text could even be dark green. It doesn't necessarily have to be black. It could be a dark grey as well, something like that. Now, scrolling down the home page looks nice. Good layout here for the home page. There's nothing at all wrong with this home page. What's your travel style? At Sunflower Musk, we provide a hub for travellers to explore a curated collection of stylish, fun and convenient travel accessories. Travelling is our passion, and our goal is to make the traveller's experience a memorable one with these amazing items. Welcome. That's great. That is actually really good. And down here you've got subscribe to our newsletter and get a 15% off code. So you've got it down there. Just also have it in your pop-up opt-in box. Okay, let's take a look. Click through now at some of the collections. Let's go to fun travel. Accessories that add fun to any experience. Great. We can also go back to all here if we want to. Yeah, you've got your savings here, which is good. Just going to go ahead and click through on one of these items and see what the description's like and the images are like. That's fine, images are fine. Great. Canvas cat handbag. If I were you, I would try to be a little bit more creative with the title, but it's okay as canvas cat handbag. But if you can add a bit more to the title, then do. Love cats, carry this cute bag to show your love in style. That's good, I like that. Chic canvas material, high quality, measurements, 100% money back guarantee, and you've got in high demand. So I'm guessing that you're drop shipping here from overseas, from China, and there's nothing wrong with putting that message there, in high demand, expect delivery within 2 to 3 weeks. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's a pretty good idea. All right, good. Now let me just go on down to the footer. If you can, make the links here, if you can make the links darker so they stand out a little more, just a little bit light. So if you can darken the grey, they don't have to be black, but if you just make it like a very dark grey. And let me just check the About Us page. Great. One thing I would do here is, instead of having centre aligned, because centre aligned is actually quite old-fashioned, I would go for left aligned. With anything at all, I would go for left aligned. And email us anytime. You might also want to consider putting a physical address on the About Us page as well. Let's check the Contact Us page. So you just have the form there on the Contact Us page. Going for the refund policy here. Okay, good. It does need formatting. If you look here, I'm not sure what's happened here. I think perhaps you've copied and pasted from somewhere else and the formatting's been all lost. So you need to get some formatting there. Now I see that you do have an address here, which is fine. You could also put that address on your About Us page. Just have a quick look at your policy here, and you've got 30 days. So you've got a 30-day refund policy. Now, if you're shipping from China, then you need to make sure that the customer actually has time to receive the product. So if you're only shipping to the United States, that's okay, because you're going to get 98% of your orders shipped within and delivered within 3 weeks anyway. So they do have time. So that will be okay. If you're shipping other places in the world from China, then you may need to consider changing this. Instead of saying 30 days since your purchase, saying something like 10 days or 14 days after receiving, something like that. All right, now I don't see here, unless I'm missing something, I do not see here delivery information. So shipping and delivery. So you need a clear way for customers to easily see when to expect delivery of their item. So I recommend that you add that. Now right here you've got a link to Facebook and to Instagram. Great. I also suggest that you add the Facebook Messenger. So adding the Facebook chat app as well to your website, that really does help a lot. It does go a long way, as I said before, in credibility and transparency and customer confidence. Okay, a few things need doing to this site, but most of them are aesthetic things. So it's mostly for the presentation purposes, what the site actually looks like. So just working on those things that we've covered here. But again, still a good site, and still I can see that quite a bit of work has been put into this site, and it's not going to take a lot really now to put this site right. Okay, see you in a minute. All right, now this particular student store is in the fashion niche. Now the first thing that hits me when I get to this site, so when I first arrive on this site, is that it's quite dark. So the header and the first image, the main slider image, they're both quite dark or dull. Now the colour up here, which is like a forest green, is probably not the best kind of colour to use for this kind of niche. So really it needs to be brightened up quite a lot. This particular image here, well, let's just go back to this colour first of all. For this kind of niche, so for the fashion niche, you want your site to be quite bright looking. Now if you were selling, say, high class men's suits or something like that, then you could have the header up here black, and that would look okay. So more like the classy look. But for this type of fashion, you really want your site to be bright. So this colour here, this dark green, this very kind of dull foresty green colour, doesn't really go well. So you're looking for something a lot brighter here. You want to brighten the look up. And the same applies with this image. Now some of your other images are okay, but this particular image here, I mean, it's not stretched or blurry or anything like that, but it's a little drab. So the other images, let's just click through. Men's watches, so that's okay as an image. And this image here is fine as well. That's a nice bright image, and that's what you want. And same with this image here for baby collection. That's a nice bright image as well. You just want to try and brighten things up a little bit. The second thing is that you really need a logo here. So rather than just having the text of the name of your store, you want a logo there. Okay, let's scroll on down now and look at the home page. So we've got the collections here, and you know, this looks nice. The way this is laid out looks nice. So we've got clearance items sale, that's good as well. And then here we've got some featured products. So let's just go ahead and click through on one of the categories. And the product pages, this is okay. For this kind of product here, this is okay without having a transparent background for all of the images. That's perfectly acceptable. I'm going to go ahead and click through on one, take a look at the descriptions and images. Okay, so the image is okay, there's nothing wrong with the images. However, there is something wrong with the titles and descriptions of these products. So basically here, what the student has done is imported from AliExpress, but then not edited anything. So perhaps these titles have been edited. I can't say for sure they haven't, but there is certainly no description here. There's no description at all. Basically, this is just what's come straight from AliExpress, straight imported from AliExpress. A lot of it doesn't make any sense at all to the customer looking. Time to market 2017, style in ear. So a lot of these things don't actually make any sense. It's not what a customer would want to see. So all this needs to be worked on. You need to work on the titles and descriptions for all of the products on your store. Okay, let's take a look at the contact us page. Right, it's just the form. Let's take a look at delivery information. Delivery is typically within 2 to 3 weeks in the US, international 4 to 5 weeks. If you would like more info, contact us at support@fashioncashing.com. Let's take a look at the refunds and return. Okay, well, first of all, this has obviously been copied and pasted from somewhere, and there's no formatting here. The actual content of it is original packing no later than 14 business days from the day your item was received by you. That's fine. So you've got that part in there, that's correct. But this is not much good like this. So it needs to be put in properly and formatted rather than just one great big block like this. And going down to the footer here as well, there is nothing here on this site really that gives the customer any kind of confidence. So you don't have any about us page. You don't have a physical address. In fact, you have nothing on this store except for an email address. So the email address here, support@fashioncashing.com, that's all you've got. You don't have the Facebook chat app, which I highly recommend that you do get. And you don't have anything else. So a customer or a visitor coming to this store, I think you're unlikely to get any sales on this store as it stands. So what I've said so far, there's a fair bit of work to be done here. You need to work on each of your product pages, each of the listings. You need to work on the color scheme to brighten things up a bit, and you need a logo for the site. Now you have got your rewards program in place here. Create a store account, and that's great. So the customer can create the store account. Right, so when a customer has 150 points, they get $5 off. But if they've got 750 points, they only get $10 off. So that doesn't really make sense when you think about it. If somebody gets $5 off for 150 points, then they should be able to get $10 off for at least 300 points. So, you know, the most that they should need to have to get $10 off is 300 points, if you see what I mean. But good, you've got that in place. Just need to change the parameters there a bit. All right, so let's just go and back and have a quick look again at a couple more of the collections. Let's go back to home. So we've got the baby collection. Let's take a quick look. Yes, that's well presented again. And your jewellery is okay. With jewellery, it is often better to try and have a transparent background for all of the items. When I'm listing jewellery from AliExpress, I don't list anything that I can't get an image with a transparent background. I just don't really bother listing it most of the time. And there's so many to choose from as well. So you can usually get the ones with the very, very best images. Just going to click on this. And with this one, you clearly have made the edits. So probably you're working your way through them all and you just haven't got around to doing the others yet. However, the actual description here, you should try and extend that a little bit. Try and sell it. You're trying to, on your product listing pages, what you're doing is somebody has clicked through, so they're interested, but now you want to sell it to them. So you do your very best with your actual descriptions. A couple of sentences here and then onto the features. And one more thing here is that while I've been on this store, and I was also on it previously as well for a little while before I made the video, I haven't seen any kind of pop-up, so any opt-in pop-up so that you can build your list. You have got sign up over here, and that's great. And you've got your get your 15% off your first order, and that's a nice pop-up box you've got there. But very few people, very few visitors are going to deliberately click on there to sign up. So you want to have that popping up at some point while visitors are on your store. Okay, so a few things to do on this store, but at the same time, you've put a good deal of effort into the store, I can see that, and most of the things that you're going to need to do, with the exception of fixing the rest of your product pages and the descriptions and the titles and that kind of thing. So with the exception of that, the other things that you need to do are not going to take too long at all. All right, well, I hope you've got a lot of value from the course. Now, it doesn't have to end here, because for my students, I have a free membership area, top2%.com, and this is where you can get some additional training, and this is training that is not covered in my Udemy courses. And I've set up a special link so that you can join for free. And we also have a private Facebook group. Again, this is just for my students. And in the Facebook group, I've just started to run live Q&A sessions as well. So we're doing Q&A sessions on different subjects at specific times, pre-scheduled times through the week and the weekend. In order to get access to all of this, all you need to do is go to top2%.com, sign up for free. You'll be able to access all the extra training we've got here, including webinars. In fact, we've just posted a webinar here which has gone down really, really well, and I've had a lot of really good feedback about it. So you can access all of this and the Facebook group from the Top 2% members area.